Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know. There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box. Engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people. Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her. Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage. She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Linda Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm owner and founder of Huertas e Decus. That's Latin and translated as excellence and distinction. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. For this session, I'm going to be your moderator and your first speaker. And so I wanted to do a little talk and conversation around a topic that impacts all of us as entrepreneurs. It's really about mindset and how do we change our mindset so that we can be more effective and more productive in what we're trying to do, whether that's as a business owner, as a manager within a corporation, or just in our daily lives and activities. And I'm going to start with a couple of quotes that really talk about our perspective as people, as human beings around mindset, mentality, etc. One is actually a couple are by Nelson Mandela. One of those quotes by Nelson Mandela was, "When people are determined, they can overcome anything." When people are determined, they can overcome anything. Nelson Mandela also said, "Our greatest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our greatest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure." One by Woodrow Wilson, "If you want to make an enemy, try to change something." By Albert Einstein, "The measure of intelligence is the ability to change." And one by Oprah Winfrey, "The greatest discovery of all time is that a person can change their future by merely changing their attitude." And the one I'm going to base the rest of this kind of talk on by Vince Lombardi, "Quitters never win and winners never quit." So with that, first, thanks for joining us this afternoon or today through this session. I want to thank all of those of you who are listening, giving me your attention and time. And with your schedules, I know you could be anywhere doing a whole lot of other things. So I appreciate you being here and listening. As I said, focusing on the quote, "Quitters never win and winners never quit." And so the first part of that quote is really just a statement about a fact about the competitive process, that if you stop competing before the end of that competition, then you forfeit. Those are the rules of engagement for almost any sport. If you stop competing before the competition is over, then by definition, you have forfeited the rest of that competition. You cannot win, you lose. The second part of the quote, though, is a statement of fact about the character of the performer. So the first part is about the competitive process. The second part is about the character of the performer. Winners never quit. And so it's not saying that if I just don't quit, I automatically win, but it says someone with a winning mentality never thinks about giving up, never thinks about stopping, never thinks about throwing in the towel, etc. So what is it about their character that makes them this way? And, how do they acquire it? Is it something that they're born with? Something that they learn along the way? That's for a social scientist or, psychologist to get into and discuss. I'm only going to talk about this. I do a talk for groups that I call the 3 Ds of success. And those 3 Ds are dedication, discipline, and determination. And that if you are going to be successful, you need to have these 3 Ds, incorporated within your way of being as an individual. What's dedication? Dedication is a commitment to a goal, to an ideal, to an objective, or to an outcome. That you are committed to that end thing taking place, occurring. Discipline is a commitment to a process. So where dedication is a commitment to a goal, discipline is a commitment to the process of achieving that goal. So it's about the way you achieve the goal or that objective or that outcome. And determination is simply a commitment to success, that nothing is going to deter you. No obstacle is going to prohibit you, that you will find some way around it, over it, through it, whatever it takes to make sure that you get to the outcome that you've been looking for. So winners aren't always the ones who are the best, have the best ideas or the best skills, the mostest, whatever. They're often also not the ones that are kind of the first ones, to the game, the market, the field, etc. They're also not always the ones with the most money or resources, talents, etc. So that's really not going to, define winners. Yes, there are winners who have those, winners that are the best at what they do, have the best skills. There are, winners who always arrive first, who are the first in the market or first in the field, and have the most money or the most skills and the most people or resources, etc. But that in and of itself doesn't define what a winner is. Winners are the ones who, when faced with obstacles, adversity, and challenges, adapt and change. All those quotes I was talking about in terms of change before, they're the ones that when they're faced with those adversities, when they're faced with those challenges, when they're faced with those obstacles, they adapt. They look at what the landscape is and they say, I need to do something different in order to stay on the path to achieve their objective. They have that singular objective in mind. They know where they're heading. They see the obstacle and they make a course correction so that they can still achieve their objective. So they're typically the most resourceful, the most creative in problem solving. And then we can ask ourselves, well, where did that come from? I also do a talk where I tell folks that the title of the talk is You Get What You Expect, Inspect, and Accept. And so it's important for us first to know what we're expecting. And so change is never going to happen, or at least rarely starts, without first changing what your expectations are. Because you've been acting all of your life on some set of expectations or understanding, some paradigm, some way of thinking. And you're not going to make a change unless you first change that paradigm, change that way of thinking, change those expectations. And so that's got to be the first step in the process. And most change starts with a very simple phrase or statement. That's enough. When that statement either comes to mind, boils up within you, erupts from your core, that just says, that's enough. I've had enough. It's said in all kinds of different ways. No more. That's when change can actually start to happening, because that's when you say, my expectations for the future are different than what has been occurring in the past. So that phrase is about changing what you will accept going forward, what you will be expecting going forward, and what you will accept going forward. Because you're saying that what I'm achieving, what I'm seeing, what I'm experiencing right now, that's not it. That's not enough. And so when you accept or stop accepting, when you stop accepting losing, you will start discovering ways to win. And that's the important piece. If I start saying losing is no longer acceptable to me, then I start looking for ways and I start discovering ways that I will win. When you stop, accepting low sales from a business perspective, I don't make enough, to spend on marketing for my business. I'm not as big as, Acme Chemical, on all those other kinds of things. When you stop accepting, those kinds of outcomes and performance, you will start looking for ways to grow your sales, to grow your business. And when you start looking for ways, you will start finding ways, to grow your business, or to accomplish whatever objective that you've set, whatever goal that you have in mind. And for any area of deficiency in your business or your life, this is going to be the same concept or true. You're going to look at those things and say, that's not enough. And now I'm only going to accept this other new view, this other new paradigm. And then you will start finding ways to be successful or to achieve those outcomes. You will start becoming more creative, more resourceful, because you're looking for new ways to make that happen. When you accept outcomes that are less than your expectations, and whether that's in business or in life, then you are quitting. I'll say it again. When you accept outcomes that are less than your expectations, and I mean that whether you're doing that in your business world, in your business function, or in your personal life, when you accept outcomes that are less than your expectations, that's the equivalent of you saying, I quit. I'm throwing in the towel. Because it wasn't the objective that you wanted, but you said, I'm going to stop here and just settle for. And so remember, when that thought comes to mind, or when that instinct starts to kick in, that you have to remember the phrase, winners never quit. So, it's an important piece from the mindset. So how do we change our paradigm? How do we discover new possibilities? One is to, understand and to focus on the need to get unstuck, the need to see new ways. But that's easy to say, a little harder to do. How do you discover new ways if you have no experience in doing anything different? One phrase that I use all the time, and it's a simple phrase to start the discovery process: what if? What if it wasn't this way? And again, when I use the phrase "what if," there's lots of ways that it gets used in our vernacular and our conversations. I don't mean the "what if" from the pessimistic standpoint. What if it goes wrong? What if it fails? What if it doesn't go that way? What if they won't do it? What if they say no? What if they say yes? And what if I don't have enough money? Those are all the what ifs that are really looking for a reason to quit or the reason to stop. So I'm talking about the what if that's on the creative side, on the visionary side, on the solution-oriented side, on the view from success side. So that's the what if that says, what if we did it this way? What if, we were always getting, what we wanted? What if our sales doubled next year? What if we could do it without spending another dime? How would that make our business look? What if I had all the time to spend with my family and friends that I wanted to? What would I do with it, et cetera, et cetera? So you need to, use those two phrases. One, that's enough, and the what if, to be able to, one, determine what you're going to stop doing, and what new paradigm or view or expectations you're going to have on your life. And then the what if, to start the discovery process, to start seeing what could you be doing differently that's going to allow that new vision, that new paradigm, that new perspective to become a reality. So how do we apply this to our businesses? And again, whether it's from a sales, an employee issues perspective, from profits, work-life balance, getting more leads, pricing, all those kinds of things. So this has application. And in fact, I use this process or concept when I'm talking about doubling, the profits of my clients, in less than 12 months. I start them with the what if, looking at the areas where all growth comes from, and then start asking them, what if you were able to, get 20 more leads per month, and you're only getting one lead now? What would that do to your business? What would it take then, to make that happen? And you start with getting some of the negative stuff. Well, that couldn't be because no. What if that wasn't there then? What if that issue, wasn't relevant in your life, et cetera? So one of the things that leads to a conversation usually is about time management. What are they doing right now with their time? And that's the concept, then of the 80-20 rule that we always talk about. It really comes from a law in science, a theorem in science called Pareto's law, which focuses on the results, in a sampling. That typically, the 80% of any outcomes of a sample are determined by 20% of the inputs. And in this case, Pareto was a 1800 accountant in Italy that was assigned to collect the taxes in their geography. And what he found was that 80% of the tax revenues were being collected from 20% of the residents that were there. And he curiously pondered about, is this true in other places? And so he started looking around, and what he determined was, yes, this is seems to be a reality of life, that 20% of the inputs or the activity generally accounts for 80% of the outputs or the productivity. And that was in all kinds of categories. We have taken that on as the 80-20 rule. And so within your life, within your business activities, typically speaking, 20% of what you're doing every day is generating 80% of your revenue and your profits for your business. So that you're spending 20% of the time doing the things that are generating 80% of your profit. And the question always is, well, why are we doing that? It's not, not that we consciously think about it, and that becomes the problem. We get wrapped up in our daily activities, our daily grind. I call it the firefighting and rat killing stuff, that we, spend all of our time, putting out fires, killing rats, getting caught up in the minutia of the, activities of the day, and lose sight on the critical few things that will actually move our business forward. So if we're wanting to make change, we need to start looking at, first and foremost, okay, what are the things that will drive the outcomes that I'm looking for? And once I identify those, how do I spend more time making sure those things take place and are occurring? And so the same is true for any aspect of your business. Within our businesses, we typically, look at 5 places where all of those profits and revenues come from. There are no secrets to that. It's more leads, getting more of those leads to convert into actual sales, getting more of those sales or those customers from those sales to buy more products and service from us, which is really about increasing the number of transactions that we have per customer so that we deepen the relationship. And then how do we create more valuation, or higher money valuation for what we do that leads to higher prices. And then last but not least, how do we reduce our costs and expenses, become more efficient so that we can drive more of those revenues to the bottom line? So those are the 5 areas that make up our 20% within business. That 20% of all the stuff that we're doing is in those 5 areas. And we're only spending about 20% of our time on that, but it's generating all of our revenue and all of our profits. And so we need to first find, how can we spend more time doing those things? Or how do we make sure that more time, the processes, the systems, the procedures that we're putting in place for those things are constantly working so that, they can constantly produce results. And whether that's, me as the owner doing it or someone, some system or process doing it, how do I make sure that's running and clicking 100% of the time so that my growth will take place? And that's the small changes that will produce the big results. And so when I talk about small change to big things, I'm talking about finding the procedural changes, the process changes, the behavior changes that are taking place in these 5 areas so that we can transform our organization and achieve big results, for the business. But again, it goes back to changing your mindset. So whatever you're thinking about within your business today, that, I want to be bigger, but I'm not. Oh, I guess I need more money. Or I guess, or I don't have enough time. Or I guess this is what I'm destined to be. You've got to first stop and say the first phrase, that's enough. No more thinking like that. That's enough. That I'm not going to keep accepting, these results. That's enough. I'm committed to a different objective in mind, a different goal, for my organization, and a different outcome for me personally. Because one of the things that that is true about success, and success in our business life will lead to success in our personal and private life. Freedom in our business life will lead to freedom in our personal life. I always define freedom, this way, that I am free when I can spend my money and my time how I choose, not how I have to. So if you find yourself saying and using phrases like, I have to do this, or I have to pay for, that, then you're not free. When you can say, I can spend my money and my time how I choose, and and be free to do that, then you're totally free within your life and your confines. So here's where we need to be really, focused on our thinking, initially. If your business isn't where you want it to be, if you're not able to achieve the revenues that you envisioned for your business when you started it out, if you're not able to spend the time with your family or friends because your business is kind of taken over and wrapped you up, for 24/7, then you need to start looking at, how do I start changing my perspective, changing my paradigm, so that I can change my outcomes and results. What's the view I have of me? What's the view I have of my business that I need to stop accepting, that I need to say that's enough? And then I need to start looking at new ways of being and new ways of acting, so that I can get a different result and start transforming first my business and then my life based on that. So we're running out of time. If you are interested in understanding that more, for you and for your business, feel free to reach out. This is a time of the year that both personally and professionally, we start doing two things. And it's important that we do those two things. One is the look back, and the second is the look forward. So we're in that last month, getting ready to begin that last month. So it is natural for us to look back over the last year and say, what happened? And we need to do that. What happened? And how closely to what I envisioned is what happened to that vision? And why did it depart? If there was a gap, why did it depart? Where did it depart? And why did it depart? I need to understand that, so that I can then start looking forward as to what do I need to do and what do I want to do, so I have a different view next year, and start putting those things in place. So from a business perspective, this is the opportune time to make that happen. You need to start by looking within these 5 categories for your business, looking in these 5 categories that I just talked about. What were your leads over this past year versus what you planned or wanted them to be? What were your conversions? How many new sales, new customers did you bring in versus what you had in mind when you first started the business? How many transactions with each of those customers did you do? Were you intending to do at the beginning of the year versus what really happened? And what was your price point at the beginning of the year versus what you planned? And did that maintain throughout the course of the year? What were your costs and expenses? So have that review on where you were. If you have financials, go through those financials reports, looking for those kinds of those informations, looking at those trends. If you don't have financials, start getting financials. That's important. You can't grow your numbers if you don't know your numbers. That's my motto anyway. So if you want to grow, first know what you got. So, if you have your financials, go through those. If you don't, you can reach out to an accountant, and generate those, or you can contact me. I can give you a very simple, very basic thing that you can do to, start looking at your numbers without being, an accountant or being a bookkeeper, etc. But you need to be doing that to start identifying some opportunities for you. And then what you need to do is start making some plans for going forward. The what if. What if it was different by this amount, by this percent, by this dollar? What if we were able to implement this kind of strategy or this kind of process? What impact would it have on the business? I have a tool that you can use. It's free. You can go to my website, you can pull it up. It's a simulator. So it will allow you to go through at least 12 or 40, depending on how detailed you want to get in your business. Go through 12 tactics within these 5 categories, or go through a total of 40 tactics through these 5 categories for your specific business, and to start modeling it out. Well, what if I changed that by 1%? What if I changed it by 5%? What if I changed it by 10%? And you can do that for each one of the categories and start looking at what your business could be 12 months from now if you were able to make the changes that you are modifying or that you are putting in place there. And you'll find that the transformation will not require, home runs being hit. that you have to, improve those areas by 50 and 60%. What you'll find, spoiler alert, is that with a modest 2 or 3% improvement in each of the categories, you will quickly double your business. So the idea then becomes, how do I improve that by 2%? What are the specific things I can do? And 2% is not a whole lot. 3% is not a whole lot. Those are things that are capable, possible for all of us. The trick then is to start identifying the specific behavior changes and procedure changes that you're going to make. And you can start that by doing the what ifs. What if I change this? What would it have as an impact? And then put a plan for how you're going to implement those things. So thanks for your time today. If you're interested in reaching out to me, go to the website, solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's solutions, plural, with results, plural.com, and /SIM, solutionswithresults.com/SIM, SIM, S as in Sydney, I as in India, M as in mother. And you can get to the simulator and go through the numbers for your own business. You can also reach me through that same website. I have a contact page. I've got an Ask Sydney page where you can ask me any question about your business. Happy to answer any of those. I typically get back to folks within 48 hours with a very specific answer to their very specific question about their very specific business. So looking forward to hearing from each of you going forward.
Sydney, thank you so very much. You've definitely given us a lot of information and to put us on the right path for our financial freedom. We appreciate you. And thank you. With sharing your 30 years plus experience, you have been invaluable today, and we hope to see you again soon. Please continue doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
With support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco, the event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am the host for the Black Business Network. And I come to you I'm here today to introduce our guest. It's Dr. Tandra Price. Let me give you some background about Dr. Price. Oh, I just heard it. I don't know if that was me, Dr. Okay.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and change makers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker today is Dr. Tandra Price. Let me tell you about Dr. Price. And here. Dr. Tandra Price is a speaker, author, trainer, and networking coach. With over 15 years of experience as a network marketer and sales professional, Tandra created her Next Ventures coaching and creating an empowerment movement for women in business and those aspiring. This concept quickly became successful, which led Tandra to create Conversations with Coffee and You Connected. Tandra's women empowerment brands focus on connections, networking, and resources. Much of Tandra's success is attributed to her focus on training women to focus on 10 things before 10 o'clock and ensuring they have the right mindset, goals, communication, and support systems in place. The pillars: Connection, networking, and resourcing, and the added bonus of accountability have proven to be her techniques needed to effectively network, strategies to grow businesses, and gain resources to become valued. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring to our stage Dr. Tandra Price.
Hello. Thank you, Mary Welch, for that amazing introduction.
You're welcome. How are you today?
I am doing wonderful.
Well, we are so happy to have you today. I know you're a busy lady. You always have things going on. Please share with us some of your new activities.
Oh my God, some of my new activities is I'm super excited. I'm the founder and owner of Tap In Magazine. That's TAPIN magazine.org. I'm super excited because we have some amazing things that are taking place and a lot of opportunities for you to get involved and be featured on the front cover of Tapped In Magazine. But I want to share with you before I get started into all that good stuff, I want to share with you something that I'm so passionate about that I like to share and talk about, which is mastering the art of communication. It is one of my favorite topics that I talk about because it really helps us to be able to master how we do networking on a whole new different level. By being the network strategist, I get asked all the time, what is it about networking and how can I make this business grow? And I like to share a lot of different techniques with it. Again, I am the founder and owner of Tapped In Magazine, a global publication where we have over 700,000 online distribution. But before we kind of really dive into networking and really how to master art of communication, I always like to start out with a phrase that the most important communication skill is genuinely getting to know or being interested in the person that is in front of us. The more that we understand that person that we're in front of, that is in front of us, the better that we can actually be able to help facilitate and master the art of communication. Because once we know exactly what our clients and customers need, then it's more easier for us to be able to effectively communicate with them. But I want to share with you 5 amazing techniques that kind of get us jumping into communication. And I always get asked these questions all the time. What is the best way to start a conversation? I'm going to share with you some amazing techniques on the best way to start that conversation. The second thing I get asked all the time, when is the best time to network? Well, I always say networking is 24 hours a day. So we always have to continually be networking, put it into a part of our program, put it into a part of our conversation as we get up in the morning. 3, I think we need to have an action plan. We always have to create an action plan. We have to plan to plan. And a lot of times we don't do that when it comes to mastering the art of communication, or even when we're just out and about in our daily business. We always create a plan. Just imagine when you get up in the morning, there's a set plan that's already made out for you, and then you just have to incorporate and put yourself inside of it. 4th, we always want to talk about what's some solid networking strategies. Well, I do a networking boot camp. It's called LinkedIn. And it's a really effective way to us to be able to utilize a platform that's underused. And I show you different ways and techniques of how to do that in our boot camp. And then last, I always like to finish up with, how do we incorporate digital communication? It is an effective way that right now is a hot trending thing that a lot of us are using in elevating and growing our business. But networking isn't an investment. We have to think about networking and communication as an investment. I say communication is the currency, is the way to currency. But we have to think about networking as an investment in your business. It takes time when it's done correctly, and it can yield so many great results for years to come. Networking is just not, or communication is just not a one-time shot thing. It is a repeatedly, continuously effort that will help grow your business over and over and over. See, networking can be simplified. For those who are just an expert at it, they do it all the time. But those that have a little challenge with networking, it can all be simplified. So the strategies that I'm going to share with you today, they've been proven and tested. We've done them throughout our network community, which is conversations over coffee, but we've also done it with even in our coaching business. We try to find different ways, not only to just, communicate, but how do we have fun with it? How do we do some different things, to keep it interesting and keep it live? So the 4 effective ways when we think about communicating or even networking, we have to have some steps to it. These are steps that I'm going to share with you that you do automatically, that sometimes you don't think that you do, because you don't kind of look at it this way, but honestly, we are doing it every day without even noticing it. The very first thing is we want to make sure that our message that we're trying to deliver is clear and concise. We want to make sure that our potential prospect or client knows exactly what it is that we're selling. Here's the thing is that we don't want to go into a conversation where we're selling 5 different things. Because see, those 5 different things is going to confuse our client. Like, what are you really selling? What is your product? What is your service? And when you bring too many items to them or too many conversations at one time, it kind of confuses them. So we want to make sure that our message is clear and concise. Step 2, we want to know exactly, ask for what it is that you want. What do you want from your client? What do you want your client to do? Do you want your clients to buy your program? Do you want your clients to join your 5-day challenge? Do you want your clients to be a part of your anthology book? What is it that you want? You have to know what the ask is. Step 3, you have to add value. Describe the value of your product. A lot of times we miss that clear point because we can have a product and service. We can tell the client what we want, but then we have to add some value. What if I buy this product? What difference is it going to make? What value is it going to add to my business, or what value is it going to add to my life? And step 4, we always have to make sure that the client understands what it would be like if they didn't have our product or service. A lot of times we put products and services in front of our clients, but we really don't say, what would it be like if you didn't have this product or service? Or how would things totally be different? So we want to make sure that we are actually expressing that in our conversation. Once you master those 4 techniques, sky's the limit, because now your client knows exactly what it is that you're trying to communicate. A lot of times we talk about different platforms. When we think about communication and mastering the art of communication, or just even networking, there's so many different platforms. Anytime that you put a mass communication out, it becomes the conversation. And there you want to make sure that it is clear, concise, and that the client or the person on the other end that is receiving your message clearly understands what it is. I'm going to share with you some platforms that we use a lot, our team use a lot, and a lot of people that we train or part of our program use, but there could be some of these you may use and you may not use. But we use email, we use Slack, we use Microsoft Teams because we work together as a team. So we make sure that our team is all communicating on the same level. We use Zoom. Zoom is so perfect because it gives you that facial interaction, just like StreamYard here. It gives us this facial interaction to be able to connect with people. We use Skype, WhatsApp. We're always using WhatsApp because it is a platform that allows us to be able to be talking 24/7 a day. We know that there's different time zones that's out there, but conversation, businesses still happen. Google Meet, Facebook Messenger, Twitter, Streamline. Again, video chat is a great tool because a lot of times, even when you're putting stuff out on different social medias, people like to look at more videos than they do the other type of text material and stuff, or just flyers and things of that nature, because they want to be able to get to know who you are. Remember, video messaging is letting your clients know who you are. You're developing that personal relationship with them. So that's a good tool, a way of mastering a platform or mastering our communication. Messaging app, Teams app, LinkedIn messaging. I love LinkedIn because, again, we do the LinkedIn bootcamp and we show you different ways and strategies to authentically grow your business through there. And then we use Instagram. See, once you master these platforms, you're able to optimize your communication and expand your reach and build lasting relationships, whether they're personal, professional, or your business growth. They always say, a lot of clients and people that I come into contact, where do I put this message at? I gave you a ton of messaging, a ton of platforms where you can put those messages at. Remember, go back to how we want to be clear, concise, and effective with our message. The question that we started off at the beginning is, how do you initiate a conversation? Okay, I'm going to share with you some effective approaches. Now, we all use these approaches. We just don't realize we use them. But we all use them because you have to think when you go into like a network environment, or if you're just doing communication, that if you think about these items, these strategies or these approaches, it may hinder your conversation. But when you do them just naturally, then it becomes more effective. So when you actually introduce yourself to someone, you want to be able to, whether you're in a business setting or just professional, you want to be able to give that warm handshake. I was just at an event over the weekend in Atlanta, and a gentleman came up and introduced himself to me, and I'm telling you what a handshake he gave me. I said, okay, now you must really mean business. because of the firm handshake to let me know and gave me that eye contact. But just introduce yourself. Give just a warm introduction. Doesn't have to be sales pitch or anything. Just give a warm introduction. 2, always ask questions. Questions is the way the conversation, I call it a bounce back, like ping pong conversation. You ask a question, you get an answer. You ask a question, you get an answer. You ask a question, you get it. But that's what I'm just saying. Make sure that you're asking questions because it initiates an immediate response. Compliments is the best way to start a conversation. If you give an authentic compliment to someone, a genuine compliment, it just generates a conversation. People love when you talk about them. They love when you express what they're doing and what's good about them. And it just generates a conversation. 4, always ask others for their opinion. People love, love, love. When I say love, they love to give their opinion or advice on different certain matters. I always say, the more that you can ask someone's advice, the better the conversation gets because you're actually building the relationship within the conversation. 5, always have humor. Now, I know a lot of times when we go into networking events or if you go to a networking event, it already feels awkward because you're in a room with a bunch of people that you really don't know or you just don't feel comfortable. But if you always start with a humor, with a joke, I always call it the icebreaker because a lot of times when you're standing next to someone and you don't really know them, then it gets a little awkward. But if you start off with just an inside humor joke, I always keep one in my pocket, just a kind of a neutral joke. So when I'm talking, I can throw that joke out and it kind of breaks the ice and it kind of lets them know that, hey, she's pretty cool to talk to. Like I make myself welcoming, or I open up and we talk about this in our network boot camp, is that you have to open up the doorway for people to know that you are approachable. It's like, you have to be coachable and teachable, but you have to be approachable as well. So we show you different ways of how to do that when you walk into the room. And 6, make sure that we're paying attention to our observations. It is nothing other than knowing your observations around you, whether it's raining or whether you see something in the room that you can talk about to generate a conversation. A lot of times people say, I don't know what to say. You can always, I tell you 100%, bank on what's around you and bring up a conversation. If it's raining, I was just at the gas station not too long ago, a few days ago, and I'm in the windy Oklahoma area, and it was raining. Had a general conversation with the lady that was at the gas pump and ended up getting a contact. And now we have an appointment for this week coming up. But just paying attention to the observations around me was able to generate a conversation. So we don't want to miss that out. Think of what's around you so you can start talking about it. Places to network. There are so many different places to network. I know a lot of times I'm going to share with you these places, but these are places that you can go to start a conversation or just to network, to expand your network. One is going to be conferences and conventions, professional association meetings, trade shows, business networking meetings. Every time you go to a business networking meeting, it is a place to network, to gather information, and to really try to start building relationships. Alumni gatherings, if you're part of any fraternities or sororities, great place to do that. Or if you're part of schools, alumni and things of that nature, great place. Chamber commerce events, that is the whole sole purpose of the chamber event, is to help those in the community to grow. So that's a great place. Meetup groups, if you're not a part of any meetup groups, get involved with some of those meetup groups. Find out what your passion is. And it is such a commonality right there when you're in those meetup groups. Workshops and seminars, career fairs, believe it or not, the best place to network is a career fair. People ask me that all the time. Why is career fairs a good place to network? Because 1, people are looking for a job. 2, if you're an entrepreneur, you're looking for someone to come aboard and help you to develop or to even help spread your network. But 3, they're out for the same common goal. So it is a great place to network and share information. Oh, by the way, what do you do? I'm glad you asked. I mean, because now you're talking, now you're generating information to where you two can have some type of commonality together. Another place is volunteering opportunities. If you're all volunteering, you're on the same common goal. Great way to get leads, connections, get people to come a part of your program. Social club, recreational groups, online networking platforms, community events, and festivals. And the best one is galas. Let me tell you why galas is so important, because it's all about the money. They are actually there to raise money. And if you know if those people are there to raise money, guess what? They have money to be investing in your program. So make sure that you take time and really hone in on those particular type of events. I want to tell you really real quick about the benefits of all this communication and all this networking. Why do we do it? Why do we have to do it? Why is it essential to our business? Because establishing connections is like I said, it's a continuous lifetime process that demands ongoing dedication. You have to incorporate it into your daily routine every day. That's a part of those 10 things before 10. You have to reach out and you have to marinate these relationships. You have to nurture them, because relationships, you just don't go up and meet somebody and then now you have a relationship. You have to, again, add value to the conversation, to the relationship. But the best benefit of it, it helps you to increase your visibility. You want people to know that you're there. You want to be more recognizable into your community, into the people that you're actually trying to prospect to. It helps you to collaborate. It gives you the collaboration ability to collaborate and connect and maybe build something with someone else. 3, it gives you access to resources. There are so many things that are out there that are changing daily. We have to be able to keep up with the times of what's going on, so our clients know. We want to be that one-stop shop. So we have to make sure that we're actually developing and getting access to different resources that will keep our clients coming. 4, it gives you such brand awareness. It helps you to promote your brand into different spots. Remember that saying, they're talking about you in the rooms that you're not in, because you're building that brand awareness. It gives you access to decision makers. Who of you have said, hey, I would love to meet that client, or I would love to have a conversation with that person, just to give them a little bit of information about what I do. It gives you access to decision makers. 7, it gives you the trending industries. Listen, there are so many things that are out there changing. When AI came out, AI was already existing, but when AI came out, now you see the increased opportunities that it could bring. But the more you learn about what's out there, the better you become that attractive magnet to your client. And the last and most important thing, it gives you business development growth. You cannot grow any better than out there networking. Remember, conversation is currency. So the more that you're talking, the more that you're communicating, remember the more the dollars, the more revenue that you're making. We have to create an action plan. That's the 3rd thing that we want to talk about out of those 5 keys, is create an action plan. Once you've done all of that, you want to make sure that you have a plan in order to network. I mean, what use would it be if you went to these amazing events, did all this networking, but you didn't have a plan? We always got to have a plan to keep going for what we're doing. One of the plans is setting goals. You have to set a goal when you get ready to go out to network or you go to a business event. Just think, every morning you get up. Let's just take it on a different level. Every morning we get up, we have goals set. Just like now, I have a big handy dandy thing of all these things that I have to do. I'm setting my plan. I'm setting my roadmap for the day. So you have to think about that when you're doing it with your networking or when you're communicating. Be determined, especially when you go into a network event. What are my goals here? Am I going here to make relationships? Am I going here just to see what's happening, being nosy? Am I going to, what are my goals? And you want to stay laser focused on those goals. Next, you want to do research. Research is so important. Research. A lot of times people ask me that networking just doesn't work for me. And I'm like, well, the reason why it's not working for you because you didn't do your research. You have to make sure that you're in the right room at the right place. With our networking bootcamp, we geographically help you with that to make sure that you're going to the right networking events. But you can do research. You can find out who's hosting the event, how long they host the event, what are some of the key players that's going to be there, who's been there in the past. Go back through some of the comments and look and see what they've said. They always ask you to give a survey or some type of comment about what was your experience. You can get all that research. That is the juice, the bones of when you're ready to go network. Prepare your introduction. Now, when I say prepare your introduction, I'm not talking about going to be like a pitch master. I'm saying you need to make yourself memorable. When you go there, you want to know that when you've left that event, that people know who you are. They know how to connect with you. They know the important things. You know that within that time frame, there has to be something that you remember and they remember you. Practice the basic networking skills. I cannot say this enough. Practice the basic networking skills. The basic networking skill and the most important networking skill is listening. A lot of times we don't listen. We're so caught up into everything else that we're doing that we're not listening to our own self. We're not listening to what we're saying, but more importantly, we're not listening to the person who's in front of us. How can you help them if we're not listening? Next, bring all your information, digital presence. Make sure it's updated. There's nothing worse than if you go to your website and your website is not aesthetically pleasing. We help you do that in the Link Networking Bootcamp, but you want to make sure that your website is aesthetically pleasing, that it has everything that it needs, that all the buttons work, everything on that particular site work. If you have a digital business card, make sure that it's accessible, that it goes straight into your CRM system. Bring essential materials. Make sure that you have phone cards, your battery pack, your business cards, whatever it is, make sure that you have it. Please do not go ask, where's the charger? I need to charge my phone. I don't have enough power, or something that's not working. Or do you have a pen? Or, believe me or not, when you ask someone for a pen, you're already showing that you're not prepared. Like, you don't want to come to a networking event not prepared. Connect with at least 5 people. If you go to an event and you don't connect with at least 5 people, then it's kind of like, a waste of your time, because you're going there purposely. Remember when I talked about setting goals, your goal should be at least to connect with 5 people, even if those 5 people are not in your particular niche. Remember, we're not networking for ourselves. We're networking for the next person. And join their Facebook group. It is so important. Listen, if you want to connect with 5 people, that is the best way to start connecting with 5 people, is just join their Facebook group, because now you can see who's going there. And now, to make it not so awkward for when you go, or when you step into the room, you already have some familiar faces that you can connect with. You've already been having previous conversation. Next thing we want to talk about, along with that, creating that plan, is the follow-up plan. They always say the money's in the follow-up. Well, it is really true, but the relationship is in the follow-up as well. So you have to make sure that you have a follow-up plan through all this, everything, because again, you don't want to go through the whole process and waste all your time and effort, and then you didn't follow up. So schedule a meeting. Even when you're talking to people, I always take my handy dandy phone right here. I already have my scheduled part in there, and I will schedule an appointment immediately, because within 24 to 48 hours, guess what? You are forgotten about, because life happens. So you want to make sure that you're already on their schedule, on their plan for either the next day or 2 or the next following week. Connect with them on all social media platforms. It doesn't matter. Instagram, Facebook, whatever platform they're on, you want to connect with them, because again, you're trying to build a relationship. You're trying to build a nurturing relationship, but you got to get to know something about them. So you have to find out where they are. Even at that point, when you're talking to them, you can ask them, what is their best form of communication or connection? If they say Facebook, fine, but still connect with them on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is, TikTok, because you're still trying to get to know them. Listen, our clients tell us everything we need to know about them on social media. Once you've done that, make sure that they are now connected into your CRM system. You need to have a robust CRM system that says, hey, as soon as you drop your information in there, now you can start communicating with them. Now you can start sharing relevant resources with them, things that they may have not thought about, things that you may have seen in the news or something that may pertain to their business. Because remember, you found out something about them that was memorable. So now is your time to really captivate on them and give them the information that they need, because you want to stay engaged at all times. You want to stay engaged, never not lose engagement with them. Stay engaged with them, send them stuff, find out what they're, again, on social media. If they got a birthday coming up, send them birthday messages, and make sure that we are doing a full conversation. Do not do an emoji. Do not do 1 or 2 words. I mean, at least do a sentence. I think a sentence has 8 words in it or so. You want to make sure that you're doing something, because you want to show them that you took the time out to acknowledge maybe an important day, an important event, or something with them, because you're staying engaged with them, because you're wanting to build a relationship. And then last, I want you to set a calendar reminder. Even though you set the first appointment, you want to go into your calendar mode and set another appointment 2 weeks from the time that you set that appointment, because you want to follow back up with them. Hey, how's things going? How's life going? Did you get the information that I sent you? And then you want to set up an appointment with them. After that 2 weeks, you want to do 7 days. Why do you want to do 7 days? Because you want to stay in front of your client. The more that you're visible in front of your client, the more when they get ready to do business, they're going to be thinking of you. Because remember, it takes 7 to 8 touches before a client will even do business with you. But if you're not constantly in front of that client, they're going to be doing business with someone who sells the same products and services as you, but because they stayed in front of them the majority of the time. Remember, we all buy on emotion. So you're going to do 2 weeks after that. Then you're going to do 7 days after that. And then you're going to do another 2 weeks. It gives you a process of always staying continuously in front of them. Now, if you have your robust CRM system, it will automatically put those dates in there. You want to schedule a follow-up time, because it's so important to make sure that you are actually following up with them on a constant and reminder basis. Now, I want to share with you just real quickly, when it comes to networking, people always ask me this, and I want to be able for you to be able to identify what type of communicator that you are. See, this is important to make sure that when we talk about mastering the art of communication and understanding the different styles of making an impact. Because a lot of times we don't know how of an impact that we make until you understand the style that you have. See, effective communication is how you're going to be able to leverage your strengths to build the relationships and to create these amazing opportunities. How do you inspire others? How do you identify and amplify your voices if you don't know exactly what type of communicator that you are? So I'm going to run through these really quickly, but just think about, what kind of communicator you are, and think about when you go into a networking space. When you do go into a networking space, you want to be able to identify these particular people when you go in there. It's really easy to do. It's not really hard for you to understand what type of these communicators they are, because you'll be able to identify them just purely by their body language. But I want to talk to you real quickly. So you want to think about the type of communication. When you go into networking events, you'll have relationship builders. These are the people, when you walk in there, that they're so friendly, they're so welcoming. They want to make sure that you're meeting everybody, that you're connecting. They'll say, hey, come in, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Those are the type of people that you want to be able to associate yourself with, because these are the best time. These are the best kind of people. When you're able to connect with people like this, it takes it on to a whole nother level. The next thing is the social butterfly. Again, these are people who are just like all over the place. They're the loudest in the building. They're either taking you over here, they're taking you over there. They're actually connecting you and sharing you with other people. Then you have those are just experts. These are people that, they're not going to do any networking with you. They're going to be in a group and they're just going to say, hey, I'm just going to talk about my business. I'm going to show you what an expert I am in, whether it's insurance, financial, whoever that may be. They're just going to specifically be talking about that and nothing else. Then you have those, I call them FOMOs. Those are missing out. Yes, yes, yes. Believe it or not, there's FOMOs in networking, because they want to make sure that they're at the right places, or they're all over the place. You can go up to this particular person and you know what the next 5 networking events is, because they're going to tell you, because they want to be in the know. They want to make sure that they don't miss out on anything. They want to be a part of every conversation, even if they don't know about the conversation. They want to be a part of the conversation. So these are the type of people that they're good to be around. It's good to be one too, because I feel like you could be a combination of a social butterfly and a FOMO, because guess what? I love to make sure that I know that I'm at different networking events. So when I be able to tell my clients, hey, go over here, this would be a great place. But geographically, we work on those things anyway. So it helps us to be a little bit of FOMO. Then you have the buffet eaters. Now, these are people that just go to networking events just to eat. They don't have any intention on networking. It's late. It's an after-hour thing. They're like, listen, let me just go have a few drinks in buffet. But let me tell you the important thing about the buffet eaters. You will always find these amazing people at the end of the buffet line. You would never find them at the front of the line, or you may see them at standing by the bar and just having a social conversation, because the conversations that you get the most out of, especially as a buffet eater, is at the back of the line, because all that information trickles down, and it's going to come from the beginning of the buffet line to all the way to the end. You'll know who's in that room, what they're doing, what kind of business they have, and even at the bar as a socialite, they're going to tell you everything that's happening. So you have to determine what that is. Or if you're one of those communicators, I just want to go and just talk and have a drink and have a conversation. Or I just want to go talk and just eat a few foods. And then that's what I'm going to do. But that's the type of communicator you will be. Collaborators. We always have different collaborators, because these are people who are wanting to collaborate. Say, for instance, if you have an anthology, you're looking for people to be a part of your anthology, collaborate. You're looking for people to be a part of your conference that you have, collaborate. People that you're looking to build some momentum and join forces with, collaborators. Digital networkers, they're only going to talk to you on a digital platform. You can come in there. They're not going to talk business with you. They're going to say, connect with me on like Facebook, Instagram, or whatever. That's how you're going to be able to communicate with them. But then you have the innovators. These are people who's bringing a fresh new idea to the scene. They're looking for, new ideas, the latest trends. How can they be a part of that particular opportunity? These are emerging leaders who are saying, listen, we're looking for something new, fresh to bring to our clients. And those are the type of networkers. So then we have to think about it. What type of network are you? What type of communicator are you? Because see, once you find out what this is, then you're able to develop a major impact. You're able to find out what their strengths and weaknesses is, but it also helps you to build relationships that will continue to grow and grow and grow. So we want to think about that when it comes to that particular part. Now, I talked about a lot about at the beginning about, we do a master program, which is called a networking boot camp, but we also do our linked up boot camp as well. There are two different things, which is our network boot camp and then our LinkedIn boot camp. During midway, we combine both of them, but we also have it separately for those who feel like, hey, I got networking on lock. And all I need to do is understand the process of LinkedIn. How can I take my LinkedIn profile account and make it even stronger, even better? How can I authentically build leads and connections just through my LinkedIn? So we have two different programs. So I think LinkedIn is one of those programs that is so underused because we have so many of the other concepts. But let me tell you this. I just had a client who we were working with on LinkedIn, and what she was looking for was sponsorships, but she didn't really know how to navigate. She had LinkedIn, she had Sales Navigator, she's had all these different components, but she really never knew how to use them until she joined our class. So I started showing her, or our team started showing her how to use this effectively and efficiently. And she was able to land a sponsorship with Lululemon. So I don't know if any of you know who Lululemon is, but she was able to do that just sending them a DM. She had no idea, no affiliation. We showed her the process. We showed her the steps and connections of how you go out and get these sponsorships. We not only show you how to do the sponsorships, but we also show you how to build up your following and your connections authentically using some of our amazing approaches. But this is one of the platforms that is so highly underused, but it's powerful once you use it. LinkedIn has over 810 million users on there, and probably more users. It's a platform that's totally free. It is totally free. I mean, they do have a paid component too, but it is totally free. But there's certain things that you want to make sure that's in place to make sure that you're having those conversations and that people you're driving the force in traffic to your LinkedIn profile. And there's so many certain things that you have to have done. I'm just going to run through these real quickly, but these are the things that you want to make sure that you have in place when you get ready to have a conversation. Remember, what is it? The 30-second approach. When you meet somebody for the first time, you only have maybe 15 or 20 seconds to wow, impress them. That's the same thing when it comes to LinkedIn. I mean, if your information is not wow or impressing, it's hard for a person to have the continuing conversation. Remember, it's like ping pong. You ask a question, bounce back. You ask a question, I ask a question. You ask a question, it's that bounce back method. And you have to think about LinkedIn. It's that same way. But listen, let's make sure we have our profile picture together. Let's make sure we have our headline together. Make sure that it's a craft, a concise message, that it highlights your role or what you're trying to do in the industry. Make sure you're using your multimedia part on that. There's make sure that you are, putting videos and all that good stuff in there, reels, something that they can see. Remember, I said earlier that people love it when you're doing reels because you're actually talking to them. They can see how you are, your personality, how they can really connect with you. If there's some synergy there, make sure that you're highlighting your experience as well. A lot of times, LinkedIn was used for employment, and it's still used for employment as well, but it's still used for, you can use it for entrepreneurship as well in order to get those same benefits that you would get if you were looking for a career. Make sure that your summary is correct. Experience, your skills. Make sure that you're highlighting all your skills. You have to think about the algorithm of what LinkedIn does compared to just like it does on Facebook and things of that nature. Make sure that you list all your education. If you don't have some professional development, get you some. Go and look at your field and see what professional development that you need. There's so much professional development out there anyway, but you want to make sure that you're getting some of that. And it even goes back to certifications. There's some things that you want to get certified in. Look at your field, find out what the certifications that you need. Go to some certification classes and make sure that you're putting that there. Again, we're trying to wow our potential prospect when they come to us. Recommendations, make sure that you're getting recommendations. Volunteer work, again, we want to know who you are, what you do outside of just your business. We want to make sure that we have, some common goal. Volunteer shows your commitment and your causes to what you're doing outside of your business. Again, it's another way for them to get to know who you are. Your media attachments, again, make sure that if you're in Tapped In Magazine, that you have put that onto your Facebook, onto all your social media and your LinkedIn. But we want to make sure that you're putting your media attachments from Tapped In Magazine, your press releases from Tapped In Magazine, or any press release that you have. Make sure that you're putting that in there. And, we want to talk about, again, a part of our program is we help you to to be engaged into your network and make sure that you're actually asking the right questions. People are seeing you, they're connecting with you, they're going through all those things. When I say, how do you start a conversation? We want to make sure that your LinkedIn profile represents that same thing. We're going to finish up lastly with how do we put all this into the digital space? I want to say with being a part of Tapped In Magazine, we've learned how to really amplify the digital space. We've learned how to take a magazine publication and make it such a powerful media platform that it sends a message to a broader audience. It helps you to elevate your communication that would resonate with audience that maybe are looking for you. You know the story, your story is not for you, it's for someone else, but someone's always looking for what you're looking for. I believe that's what Dr. Kelly said. What you're looking for is actually looking for you. So we have to make sure that we're growing on a global scale. And that's what Tapped In Magazine does for you. We help you to truly master the art of communication and making sure that you're consistent. See, you need to be, or as entrepreneurs, we need to be featured or aim to be featured in 12 to 13 publications each year. And the reason why is because when you're engaging with your community, it is crucial because you're staying visible and relevant. Every month, I mean, as we grow our business, there's something new and exciting that's happening in our business. And how do we get that information out? How do we expand that globally? Well, by being put in media publications, it helps you to globally expand your reach, to not just stay in your local audience, but to expand your audience. I mean, we have to think about our local audience, like how many people from our local target market, you know, is really staying engaged with us, or how are you staying engaged with them? Are you growing that market? Are you continuously feeding into that market? Not only do you want to feed into that market, but you want to feed into another market that's out there waiting for you. So being visible is really critical. And it shows that your clients are looking for different things. Remember, they have different needs, wants. We know all that through social media, but how do we actually cater to them? Because we have to make sure that we're reaching them. We have to make sure that we're staying in front of them. Consistent visibility. We have to continue to do the engagement. The massive exposure and visibility you gain through like a media platform like Tapped In Magazine directly reflects the value of your product. When you're out there, you're saying, hey, my product is big, it's important, it's like it's going to solve your needs, your wants, your pain points. It's going to do that because you are taking the time to invest and pour into your audience. And so when you reach out on a massive exposure, you are reflecting the value your platform serves, and it brings your audience, what your value and what you could do for your audience. The communication, the more you engage and you build, is the authority that you're building, the authority and credibility that you're building with your brand. So we have to think about that when we think about on a global scale or how we use digital communication. Tapped In Magazine helps you do that and puts you in front of those people. Again, we help you reach and make your impact stronger than ever. We make sure that we take the time to listen to your story, interview your story. Let's dialogue and dissect exactly what it is that you're trying to say. What is your story doing? And we take the time, me and my team, we take the time and we make sure that we really lay that foundation out. We're helping to build trust and authority in your community, but more importantly, we're helping you to stay engaged. One of the things that we're taking now, especially with our new podcast series, we're breaking those stories down. We're breaking them down by the paragraph, because believe it or not, a lot of times people say, I can't do podcasts, or I don't have a podcast. Like, what am I saying? Your story is something that you can say. We help you to be able to draft that, outline that, and put that into not only a publication that others can read, but we also help you to relay that in a podcast fashion. We take it down, we break it, and we show you, hey, this is something amazing. And we help you to enhance on each one of those paragraphs. Because remember, when you put anything into a publication or even an anthology, you really don't get to enhance on it. They read a little bit of what that is to give them an overlay of who you are, what you're doing, what your story is. But now let's dissect it. Let's jump into it. Let's figure out how we can amplify that, enhance that. Because at the end of the day, we want to know or we want to be a service and help, but we have to make sure that our message is clarified. And a lot of times through our story, people don't really get to feel our pain, because one of the things that we do is that when people read your story, you want them to feel themselves through your story. And Tapped In Magazine helps you to do that. But we also help you, again, get on a global visibility and make it even more important for you in that category, because one of the things that happen is the more they see you, the more global you are, the better it makes it. So let's just keep that in mind when we're thinking about, the next steps or how we can be able to globally reach somebody. Just to share just a few quick stories with you. When we think about Master Art of Communication, we want to think about several different things. We just finished up our LinkedIn Link Up Networking Conference. And within that conference, we had an opportunity for people to take the stage. Again, not only does Tapped In Magazine put you into the publication, again, we're helping you to amplify your voice, make sure that you're seen, heard, and noticed. It's just not a magazine, it's a movement. We put you in front of different things. So one of the things we do is that we make sure that we put you on speaking platforms just like this, the Black Business Network. We make sure that we put you on these amazing platforms to be able to tell your story. Like you have 40 minutes or so on here to tell your story or to talk about your products and services and how that benefits. We do the same way. We're putting you on the stage and putting you into, again, a whole nother major audience. So we just finished up our conference, which was called the Link Up Networking Conference. And I'm telling you, it was amazing. We had speakers from all over come, and they were able to take the stage, and they talked about important platforms about their products and services. But in the midst of all of that, one of the ladies said some really, really good information that really touched one of the ladies in the audience. And at the end of that conversation, she said, you know what, I've been looking for something like this. I've been looking for someone to be able to help me with what she was talking about, her need, her products and services. And she says that being at such a place, now we always want to make sure we're in the right place at the right time in the right room to be there. But she said, this, you just don't know how this touched me, how much it did for me. So now we took her story and we put it on our podcast, or put it in her podcast, on our podcast. And from that story that she told, she was able to generate 6 new clients. Now, remember, we had an audience full of people at the Link Up Networking Conference where you were able to come and we were able to link you up with the right connections, with the right people. And that's going to be coming again next year in San Francisco when we hit the Super Bowl scene. But she was able to transfer people there. But just as I'm trying to explain, we were able to take that story, lock it into a short podcast, just a paragraph. And now she has 6 other episodes that's going to take place from that podcast. But just imagine if she had not been able to tell her story in a different way to be able to affect and transfer some people, she wouldn't have been able to get those 6 clients. But because we were able to help her to elevate that story and to break it down, now she's able to elevate more and to expand her audience. We have an amazing reach with our podcast. And then on not only that, we have our television as well. So need to say all of that. It's about how do we master the art of communication. I'm so super excited to be here. Mary, I can talk about this subject on and on, but I want to leave them with this.
Okay.
If you want to connect with us, go to Tap In. That's TAPIN magazine.org. You can go there. You can be a part of our networking classes, our boot camps. You can even get featured on our magazine, and you can be a part of whatever we have upcoming. But go to Tap In, TAPIN magazine.org.
All right. Thank you. Genius's comment, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you
so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have Mia R. Ely, a native of California who became a world traveler at a very early age. Growing up in a military family cultivated her commitment to dedication and advocacy for positive change.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network, it's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is Dr. Barbara Wright. Dr. Barbara Wright is a visionary founder of Certified Dream Builder Incorporated, widely known as the architect of dreams and funding maestro. With over 2 decades of experience in grant writing and educational training and fund development, she has helped organizations secure more than $150 million in grants, contracts, and loans. A former business education instructor and program manager, she has also developed award-winning tools like Budget Builder, Program Builder Pro, and Canvas Grant Writing. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Barbara Wright.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wells. Very good to be here.
Thank you. Glad to have you.
All righty. So I am the Master Grant and Fund Development Consultant, AI Innovation Strategist, because you can't do much today without having some form of knowledge of AI and incorporating that or integrating that in whatever it is that you're doing. And as she said, I'm an educator and speaker. But one of the things that I pride myself on is helping people disrupt that status quo thinking and get you to think outside the box. So what we would love to do today and every month when we come in here, we want to make sure that we are providing information, stats, and opportunities, and to motivate you to get rid of that stinking thinking and start moving in the right direction. I don't care what's going on around you. I don't care what landmines you're seeing or hearing about. I want you to continue to move forward. And there are opportunities for you to continue to move forward. I have written 50 books, and I'm not kidding. I've written 50 books. 25 of those books teach planning and development for your businesses, your nonprofit organizations. And the other 25 actually takes that information that you did in the planning book and turns it into grant writing information. We have topics like visual and performing arts, which we will be discussing in our show even on next week. We have child and adult care programs, domestic violence. We have books on veterans programs, developing veterans programs, digital literacy programs, workforce development programs. We have 25 different fundable topics that we have developed for you. Now, today we are going to talk about a topic that you may not talk about very much, especially if you live in the city, but we're going to talk about a diamond in the rough, and that is some of the benefits of being in a rural area. Or since we're all working from home now, we have AI, we have our computers, we have our phones, we have all of these opportunities because of technology. You can live in the city and still have a presence in a rural area. So today we want to give you information that's going to help you on the rural areas. And one of the things that we do is we make sure that you realize that you need to project 5 to 10 years into the future. You need to have a strategic plan for whatever it is that you're doing. I know some people are saying they're not going to pay their house payment because they don't think we're going to be around since, different things happen. We're not there. We're going to keep on moving forward. We're going to work while it's day, because when night cometh, no man can work. We're going to stay positive, and we're going to keep moving forward and keep doing what we need to do, because we want to make sure that we're around up until our higher power says when. We want to keep on working and keep on doing what it is that we're doing. So today's book that I'm covering, or our fundable topic, is rural development and infrastructure programs. So if you or someone is working in rural development or infrastructure, then it's important for you to listen to this. And you might think, I'm not interested in a rural area. I'm not interested in that. Well, let me tell you something. If you are interested in any type of healthcare, education, infrastructure, the rural areas have all of that. And by the time I give you some of this information today, I think you will understand why it's so important for you, no matter what you're doing, to kind of understand what's going on in those rural areas. So let me talk about some of the things that you need to know if you are going to work in a rural program, but not just rural programs, any programs. You want to make sure that you know your ABCs. So that's the vocabulary and best practices for the rural areas. So what I'd like to do to get you, somewhat stirred up, I want to make sure that you know what's going on. I want to tell you about some of the stats that's projected to happen in the rural areas and why this is so important for you. up to 99% of households in the rural areas by 2032 are going to have rural broadband. So what does that mean? Great programs like this one and many other programs that you're doing are going to be broadcast in those rural areas where they might not have been before, because you drive down the street and you can't get internet and you got all of these issues. I can remember going to my hometown in Arkansas, and so many times we'd be driving and the internet would go out. Well, you're not going to have those issues because 99% of households in rural areas are going to have internet, which means that as people are making this exodus to the rural area, they're calling it ex-urban, guys. There's so many stats that you need to know about when it comes to those rural areas. I'm going to drop some of them on you today, but there's some others you need to study so you know what is actually happening. So there's the clean energy areas. $200 billion is being invested in the rural area, which is going to create 500,000 jobs. Now we're talking about wind, solar, biomass projects in rural communities. So you need to know that these people are going to have a little bit more money than what they might have had in the past. So do you need to target your project, set your programs, products, and services up to where rural people can see them, because there's going to be plenty of jobs in the rural area. Rural water infrastructure. Because the infrastructure of the water is aging in those areas, and there's going to be an exodus from the suburban to the urban and suburban areas to the rural areas, they're making sure they get that water right. So aging infrastructure on the water resources and everything, there's going to be $55 billion put into that to make sure that there's safe water systems in the rural area. Transportation infrastructure. They've got to build 10,000 bridges. Now, you want to know, where are you getting this stuff, Dr. Wright? Yes, I have resources for everything I'm naming. All of this is in my book on my website called Grant Writing for Rural Development, or this is actually the program planning for rural development. All of these resources, links, all you got to do is click the link, because these are digital books. So you just click the link and it takes you out to everything I'm saying. And this 10,000 bridges, 1 in 3 roads in the rural areas need to be updated. So what does that mean? Plenty of jobs. While some jobs are ending up in the rural areas, you're going to have growth. Now, some areas are going to grow more than others, but you want to check out those rural areas, even if you want to stay where you are and just work in the rural areas through the internet. There's going to be opportunity. Rural housing and transit. We're talking about affordable housing, smart transit. We're talking about green retrofitting. 4 million new units are needed there. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is there's plenty of opportunity in the rural area. So if you are interested in doing that, the opportunities are going to be there. And that's from HRSA.gov, HRSA.gov, if you want to know where that comes from. There's going to be, 4 million new units is from HUD, but the one I'm about to give you is from HRSA, and that's that there's a need for 15,000 clinics in the rural area. Mobile health, mental health access, telemedicine. You can be in your city and providing that telehealth service. I know when I've gone to the eye doctor recently, I have seen my doctor in another state. He has been providing telehealth. I'm sitting there in the office with an assistant, and the doctor is actually in another state. There's going to be a major population growth in the rural areas. 3 to 5 million rural residents are going to be added by 2035. Why am I even telling you this? I'm telling you this because you can't wait until the opportunity happens. You have to prepare for the opportunity. I know some of you all know exactly what I'm talking about. I enjoyed Dr. Tamla, I think her name was Tamla, Dr. Price. Tamla Price. I enjoyed her immensely. The things that she said is so true. You do have to prepare. You have to do your research. You can't wait until things just happen. The wealthier people say that they don't just let things happen. in order to know your history, you have to plan it. You have to plan for it. So you want to make sure that you're playing for, in order to know the future, you have to plan for it. So you want to make sure that you are planning for it. So what I'm trying to do here today is give you some information so you can begin to plan. Maybe things are not working so well in the areas you were working in. How can you take what you're doing and maybe project that or advertise that to the rural areas? Is that a possibility? At least start looking into it. Get rid of the stinking thinking. There's going to be more smart rural communities. They're going to build 500 plus smart communities, 500 plus. AI in agri-tech is going to be agri-tech is a big thing. If you haven't heard of agri-tech, ag tech, I think is what they've shortened it to. Traffic, broadband, public safety, all of those things are going to be taken to the rural areas. Just like you're seeing it in the cities, those things are going to be taken to the rural area. So how in the world are you going to get ready for this? As far as the ag tech investment is concerned, $75 billion is going to be invested in there. You wondering where some of the grant money is going? That's where it's going. So how are you going to keep up with what is happening? That ag tech is going to be precision farming, drones, robotics in agriculture, and USDA. You want to learn more about that? Go to USDA. I'm not just talking what I heard. I'm talking what I read, what I've seen on paper and in strategic plans, because that's where you get your information. And what about federal grants? $150 billion in new federal grants for rural programs. Where are these grants coming from? USDA, EDA, DOE, which is Department of Energy, DOT, Department of Transportation. Those different funding streams are going to be available. So what type of services could you offer if you were going to provide some type of services for these rural areas? Because we know for the next 10 years, the rural areas are going to be booming. So even when your cities may or may not be, you may have to consider going to the rural areas. I know sometimes us as a people, we get used to sitting in one area. My grandma lived here, my grandfather lived here, my great-great-grandma lived here, and I'm going to be here. But sometimes you do have to make a move. So, and to me, in order to be successful in this climate, you have to flex. You have to be flexible. Now, I'm not saying necessarily pick up and move, but at least begin that technology integration. So broadband support, maybe you're giving broadband support because, as we said, there's going to be a big increase in internet services provided to those underserved people in the rural areas. Transportation services, there's going to be a lot more transportation services offered to those in the rural area. Can you beat the rush and be there to offer some of that transportation? Because they don't have Uber and Lyft and some of those things that we have right at our fingertips in the city. How can you get there and get something set up? Or how can you do some type of virtual setup to where you have people in the city, you get permission, you got to go through the regulatory requirements, you get permission for people to become that Uber Lyft type situation. Now that requires a little bit more heavy lifting, but with the internet and technology that we have now, that can become a lot easier. Workforce development, training, and upskilling. Cities and rural areas are going to have that upskilling. Maybe your organization can provide that. Affordable housing. We said there's going to be lots of affordable housing added in the rural areas. Can you be the construction organization that build that house? Can you do something to help in that area? Healthcare access. They're going to need 15,000 clinics. Remember, small business entrepreneurship support. As new businesses start in the rural areas, there's going to need to be some help for that. Can you be that person? Water and sanitation services. This is Dr. Barbara Wright. I am the Certified Dream Builder. You can find more information, free resources, and all of the classes that we offer. We have 55 classes on our website between now and the end of the year. And guess what? Those 55 classes are free if you listen audibly on Clubhouse. They are totally free. Monday, Thursday, 9 a.m. Central Time. Dr. Barbara Wright, Certified Dream Builder. Emergency disaster and preparedness is another area. Childcare and early education. They're going to need that in the rural areas. So if you're a childcare person, maybe you want to provide childcare in those areas. I'm sure you can find a few employees. If you don't want to move to the country, senior and disability services is another thing that's going to be offered. Well, what if you're that person that you hope to stay in the city? You don't want to go to no rural area. Well, let me tell you some of the things that you would want to do, because what I'm hearing is there's going to be an exodus. And so there might not be as much funding in the cities as there were before. And as you can see with not Boys and Girls Club, but some of the organizations like Job Corps and some of those things being defunded, there may be a harder time to get some of those programs funded. If you're going to stay in the city, what businesses can you offer, even when it seems like there's a shift of the money going to the rural areas? You can still offer affordable housing. You can engage in policy reform to make sure, hey, we know you're building up the rural areas, but don't forget about the city. You can become that advocate. Local economic revitalization. You can support small businesses. Now, we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of all the things that you can do, but I guarantee you all of that is in my book. That is called Program Planning for Rural Development and Infrastructure. Let's see. I think that's about all of the major things. Now, as far as forecasted growth, let me tell you those areas to where there is going to be some forecasted growth. The Southern Rocky Mountain Front, Colorado, Wyoming, and New Mexico, there's lots of growth projected there. By 2050, between 2010 and 2050, there's supposed to be an 87% growth in those areas. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, those are the other areas that are projected to have some fast growth. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee, and you're probably already seeing that. Texas Triangle, Austin, San Antonio corridor. San Antonio to Austin is expected to add 4.7 million by 2030, and it's going to be a top U.S. metro area by 2100. So there's a lot going on there. Northwest Arkansas, Benton, Washington counties, they're among the top 15 fastest growing metro areas, and also the Heartland, Midwest, Great Lakes, Columbus, Nashville, and the surrounding areas should benefit from the infrastructure and the corporate investment. So those are some of the areas that's going to benefit. Guys, we ain't just talking. You can fact check anything that I'm giving you, and you can see that there's going to be strong growth in that Denver area that I talked about by 2035. High growth expected in the areas of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. There's high growth in those areas. Fact check me, and then you let me know if you find anything that's wrong. This is Dr. Barbara Wright. I am the Certified Dream Builder. You can find me 24/7 at CertifiedDreamBuilder.com. I'm checking this time to make sure that we haven't run out of time. It looks like we still got time. Well, I want to make sure that you know the 7 steps to planning your organization, because maybe you just you're not sure what you need to be doing. What are those 7 steps? Well, as far as the 7 steps, step 1 is to make sure that you do that feasibility planning. You want to be that person that provides those services to the rural areas, or you want to be that person to make sure that the city keeps all the services that they have and that you add more services. You want to become an advocate as you see some of the funds leaving the cities and going to the rural area. You want to become an advocate. You got to do your initial feasibility study. What does your feasibility study include? Your feasibility study includes learning your ABCs and your numbers, and your ABCs and your numbers is your vocabulary that is associated with whatever you're doing, so that as you're talking to people, they know that you know what you're talking about. You want to know statistics that support what it is that you said. And I just gave you a whole bunch of stats, and hopefully you got some of those. Your SWOT analysis, that's your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. And you want to make sure that you know that pestle analysis. and the PESTLE is an acronym for political concerns, economic concerns, social concerns, technological concerns, environmental concerns, and legal concerns. That's what PESTLE stands for. You want to be able to check all of those to see if what you are trying to do is going to be something that is worthwhile. Now, as far as those 7 steps, the second of those 7 steps is to make sure that you meet the regulatory requirements. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, you want to make sure that you're meeting those regulatory requirements and you're doing exactly what they are requiring you to do, or you'll start a great business and end up going out of business because you didn't dot all your I's and cross all your T's. The third phase is to make sure that you build business credibility. What do I mean by building business credibility? That means that you have an address, you have a phone number, and you have a business email, which does not end in those free emails, like some of those free emails. A business email would be an email like mine, bwright@certifieddreambuilder.com, because I own the certifieddreambuilder.com. So you want to make sure that you start building business credibility by setting up the proper way. Now, your home is considered a proper address, so you can use your home as an address. Don't feel like you can't use your home. You can use your home as your proper address, but a lot of people don't want to use their home as the address for their business. Phase 4 is brand development. You want to make sure that you have your logo, you want to have your website, so that I can tell you to go to certifieddreambuilder.com. That's my website. You find me there 24/7. You want to have your website. You want to have your slogan. You want to pick your colors that's going to represent what you do. Phase 5 is to make sure that you build that collaborative of people that's going to help you do what you need to do. Phase 6 is the sustainability, making sure that you have your 3 types of budgets. Your strategic plan budget that projects out 5 years as to what your business is going to look like 5 years from now. Your operating budget, which covers your day-to-day for 1 full year, and your project budget. That's the budget that you are trying to raise or that you are using to do a specific task that's at hand. For those of you who are going after grants, your project budget is whatever you're asking that funder for. And lastly, phase 7 is taking all that information that you put together and getting your team trained. I can't talk enough about team training. Once the team is trained, then your train can move smoothly. But if you do not train the team that is going to work with you, it is very difficult for you to move and do the things that you need to do. So you want to make sure that you have taken care of all of those steps, making sure that you have your budgets, making sure that you have your timeline. Some of the important things that you need to do as far as program planning is concerned is to make sure that you have your logic model. And your logic model is your inputs, your outputs, your outcomes, making sure that you know how you're going to evaluate your programs. For those of you who are doing nonprofit programs, for those of you who are doing businesses, you want to make sure that you have your business plan. What gets most of us into trouble is a class that I wrote and a curriculum to and taught just recently. Though it's the 4 Ds. We don't do the 4 Ds. That's discovering. First of all, you discover what it is that you want to do. So if you want to serve the rural areas or you want to serve the city areas, you don't want to go to the ex-urban areas. You want to work in the urban areas. You don't want to go to the ex-urban areas, or you don't want to go to the suburbs or whatever. So discover what it is that you want to do. Then you want to design what it is that you want to do. You want to design it. You want to set up your business plan or however you want to talk it. And then you want to define it. So you're going to do 7 steps. You put those 7 steps down and then you define it. You make sure that everything is going to work the way that you think it should work. You do some research. You look at other programs. You don't reinvent the wheel. You find other programs that are successfully doing something similar to what you want to do. Now, I will tell you there are times that you can, and I'll go over that with you in a minute But if there is someone doing something similar to what you're doing, then you want to look at what they're doing and improve yours while you're defining it. And then you deploy. What we want to do is we want to discover, oh, I got a gift. I'm getting ready to take this gift on the road. So you go from discovery to deploying, and then you're in trouble. So if you want to serve those rural areas that I talked about that's getting billions of dollars, where all the money is kind of moving out, not all the money, but a lot of the funding is moving from the cities to the ex-urban areas that's just right outside the suburbs, you have to discover what it is that you want to present to them. And then you want to design it, design your plan, define your plan, and then deploy your plan. So make sure you do Dr. Wright's 4Ds. And if you want to know more about that, there is a 70-page book on the website at certifieddreambuilder.com. It's called the 4Ds of finding your life's purpose, or you're using your gifts and talents to move forward. I could not find a really great title for that book because it does so many different things. It's good for nonprofits, businesses, business startups. It's good for leaders and those who want to do their businesses. Oh, I didn't have my camera on. I heard a little noise. I'm glad I did. So we're going to turn it back over to her.
Well, I can tell you, Dr. Wright, can you please share with us again of how we can get in contact with you?
You can contact me at certifieddreambuilder.com. certifieddreambuilder.com 24/7.
Wow. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-Star BDM. After working with 5-Star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, our speaker is Mia Ely. Mia Ely is a native of California who became a world traveler at a very young age. Growing up in a military family cultivated her commitment to dedication and advocacy for positive change. With a passion for public service, Mia is currently studying law and public policy at Regent University. We'd like to welcome Mia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Welch. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I also want to say thank you to Dr. Eric Kelly for the invitation to share on this afternoon, and the entire team within the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead, if it's okay. I have a slide that I prepared. I don't know if you're able to see that. Can you all see that? Not yet?
Not yet, but I'm sure it's coming up.
All right. No worries. No worries. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get started.
Okay.
No, our time is precious.
Yes, it is.
Afternoon. So again, thank you for the invitation. I'm going to share. I understand today we're focusing on social media. So what I'm going to do on this afternoon, just briefly, just share from the perspective of beyond the scroll and leveraging social media for Black business growth. And so to all the phenomenal leaders, innovators, dream chasers out there with us on this afternoon, it is truly an absolute honor to come before you today and just share for this incredible Black Business Olympics. And before we get started, I do want all of us, wherever you are, whatever space you're in, just look around the room. Look around the space that you're occupying right now.
Right.
And I want you to feel that energy. That energy is you. That's the power of presence. That's the power of your Black excellence, the Black ingenuity and Black economic might that you possess. And so I'm here for all of it today, all of the energy that I'm going to feel through this platform, this medium on today. Right. And as our host, Ms. Welch, mentioned, my name is Mia Ely. I'm CEO of the Master's Touch Graphic Arts and Design Studios. And for over 2 decades now, I've had the privilege of navigating the ever-evolving landscape of digital marketing. From the early days of dial-up, and yes, some of us remember that sound from AOL when we would have the disc that we would put in our computers, to the intricate algorithms of today's social platforms. I've seen firsthand how the digital world can transform businesses. And as a Black woman entrepreneur, I've learned to not just survive, but to truly thrive in this space. So today we're going to talk about going beyond the scroll. We're going to move past just scrolling endlessly through feeds, past simply liking posts, and past passively posting with our fingers crossed. On today, we're going to talk about leveraging, not just managing, but leveraging, because there's a difference, leveraging social media and harnessing its immense power to not just connect, but to truly grow and scale and secure the bag for our Black business and all business. Because for us, we do understand as Black business owners, social media isn't just a marketing tool, it's a platform for liberation, a stage for our stories, and a bridge to our communities. So I'm going to ask a series of questions, and I'm also going to give us some call to actions throughout our time on this afternoon. But the first question is, why is social media for Black business different? That's our first question. Why social media for Black business is so unique and crucial? Because let's be real for a moment. The entrepreneurial journey is already challenging in itself, right? So when we add to that unique systemic hurdles that many of us as Black businesses face, which are limited access to, traditional capital, the underrepresentation, and sometimes a lack of mainstream visibility. How many of us out there have searched through Canva and Adobe and stock photo looking for representation of us in different industries and different fields? It was much harder. I'm going to be honest with you, prior pandemic, but I think we are definitely seeing more representation. But this is precisely where social media for us becomes not just an advantage, but a necessity, because it levels the playing field in ways that traditional media never could. And so social media for us allows us to bypass those gatekeepers that we know of, and where we're put in a position where we don't need permission to create, publish, or reach an audience, because we own our narrative when we're leveraging social media. It also allows us to connect directly with our tribe. Somebody say tribe, because we understand that social media facilitates unparalleled community building. And it's within our shared experiences, our cultural nuances, and our collective aspirations where these are powerful connectors that resonate deeply online. And in addition to that, it's an amplified, authentic voice. It's an opportunity for us to be authentically us through our voice. Because who better to tell our stories than us? And so social media thrives on authenticity, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. And our stories, our passion, our truth, that's our superpower. I talked about that a couple of years ago when I shared in this space, our superpower. And then also showcasing our brilliance. That's why social media is important for Black business. It's showcasing our excellence, our brilliance, from the handcrafted goods to professional services. Social media provides a visual and interactive storefront that's open 24/7, reaching audiences far beyond our physical locations. And so this isn't just about selling, it's also about building legacy, creating wealth, and empowering our communities. One click, one share, one powerful story at a time. And so I don't know if you are or are not able to see that slideshow, but I'm going to advance to the next slide anyway. And hopefully Dr. Kelly and the team can make it available via link on the platform if you're not able to see it on this afternoon. But I'm going to share four pillars with us. Pillar number one, we're going to talk about the strategy and the power of strategic storytelling. Strategic storytelling, which is your narrative. Your narrative is your power. And understanding that content is king or queen. And so one of the other questions I want to ask you, how do we go beyond the scroll? How do we go beyond the scroll? We go beyond the scroll by starting with our strategic storytelling. Because think about it, people don't just buy products, they buy solutions, right? We buy solutions, we buy out of our emotions and connections, and we buy from people that we know, people that we like, people that we trust. And so understanding that your brand's story is your most potent currency. And if I can share, there's an entrepreneur by the name of Fawn Weaver, who I have just fallen in love with. She is the owner and founder of, well, I won't say founder, but she's the owner of Uncle Nearest Distillery, which is a whiskey brand. And me personally, not being a whiskey drinker, have found myself investing into her business of Uncle Nearest because of the story and the history behind Uncle Nearest. And if you don't know the brand, if you don't know the story, if you don't know the history, I implore you today, after this session, after the expo, to Google Uncle Nearest and read the story, read the history behind that brand, because that alone is phenomenal. And just, again, understanding that your brand story is your most potent currency. And understanding also that authenticity is best over perfection. Now, I know some of my friends and family watching saying, no, Mia, she's a perfectionist, very, very critical, very analytical. But we do have to understand as entrepreneurs that we are not Hollywood producers, okay? So you have to understand that your audience, when it comes to social media, your audience wants you, okay? They want you to share your story, and sharing your journey and your why, the problems that you solve and the transformations you offer through your business. And my journey in digital marketing started because I saw a gap. I talked about that a little bit earlier about underrepresentation. And so Black businesses struggling to connect in a rapidly evolving online world was something that I saw, and I wanted to be that solution and help not just small business, but Black business, and help them grow and expand. And so that story became a part of my brand. We also want to understand cultural resonance as Black business owners. Now, I must stick a pin here and say that we don't discriminate on money. Now, all money is greed. But in this sacred space, when we're talking about Black business, we must also understand our audience. We have to understand and ask the questions, what are their joys? What are the struggles? What are the inside jokes that we understand as a people? And we also know that we have a rich tapestry of culture that we have a pool to draw from. And so I'm encouraging us as entrepreneurs and Black business owners to weave that cultural resonance into your content in genuine ways. And this, you're able to do this as you draw and share your experiences, and then also amplify the understandings of your culture, of our culture. You also want to be mindful of varying your content diet. What is varying your content diet? For all of our nutritionists out there, we understand that you can't just eat potatoes all the time, just can't eat meat all the time. And, although veggies are good for us, you have to diversify our diet. So what I mean by that is don't just post pictures. Be intentional about diversifying what your content on social media looks like. So that means videos. Videos are vital. Okay. Short form videos like Reels, TikToks, things like that capture attention like nothing else in today's world. And then also in your videos, you can share tips behind the scenes, do quick tutorials. Also, dare to go live, hold live sessions, answer questions, host interviews, and give sneak peeks to what you may, products and service you may have coming up, because live sessions, although it can be scary at times, it really can build a real-time connection with your audience, with your customers. And then, I know first thing I said was don't post pictures, but carousels like infographics, when you're breaking down complex information into easily digestible slides, like 5 tips for XYZ, or before and after care or hair care, or before and after the therapy session, or before and after the landscape business, And then also making sure that you have user-generated content, which means encouraging your audience or your customers to share their experiences. Feature your customers on social media. Nothing builds trust like genuine testimonials. And I am a testament to the fact that 90% of my business is through referrals. So feature your customers and your audience. And so I have a few action items for us. Our first action item is I want for all of our entrepreneurs and our business owners this week to brainstorm at least 3 types of content that you can create within the next week that specifically tell your story or solve a problem for your customer. 3 new types of content, something you've never done before, that you can create that tells your story in different ways, 3 different ways, or solves a problem for your customers. And then secondly, our second pillar, I want to talk about community and connections, building your tribe. We know all about building connections and engaging with our tribe. So once you've told your story, you've got to actually nurture your tribe. This is where community and connection come in, because likes are nice, but conversations are conversions. Let me say it again. Likes are nice, but conversations are conversions. We need some action, some interaction. So if we're going beyond the scroll, that means we're also going beyond the likes. We're going beyond sharing, having our content being shared. So just don't post and walk away, but respond to every comment, every DM, ask questions in your captions when you're posting to make it interactive, post polls, encourage dialogue, and show your audience, show your customers that you are listening. Also, when we're trying to build our community and connect, we also want to be present in other spaces, meaning don't just expect people to come to you, but you need to find where your audience hangs out online, meaning Facebook groups, LinkedIn communities, specific hashtags, engage authentically there and offer value, answer questions without spamming your links. And when I say spamming your links, meaning posting things repeatedly or something that's not relevant to what an actual post is about. And then also understanding the power of DM, direct message. Now, I understand, full disclosure, I know there is a negative connotation that comes with DM. However, in the business sense, we have to understand the power of direct message, the power of DM, and understanding that the direct message is our VIP lounge, in a sense. It's where relationships are deepened and we can follow up on conversations and offer personalized advice or even send a quick voice note showing that we care. And then also when we're connecting, we need to foster that loyalty. Treat your online community like they're your best customers. Every customer should be your best customer, but offer exclusive content online, early access or special discounts just for your social media community. Make them feel like they're seen and valued. And then also, again, remember, word of mouth still drives business, and social media is just a word of mouth amplified. So again, our first action item was to brainstorm 3 types of content that tells your story or solves a problem for your customer. Secondly, our second action item is to identify 3 people who regularly engage with you online, your content online, and send them a personalized DM. Send them a personalized direct message to thank them or offer a quick piece of value relating to your business. So first, we're going to identify those 3 types of content that we're going to share our story, and then identify 3 customers or 3 audience members on social media that you can directly message and just thank them for engaging with you on social media or offer a quick piece of value regarding your business. Then let's talk about our third pillar, which is smart targeting and analytics. We are here to work smarter and not harder, ladies and gentlemen. And so now let's talk strategy a little bit. Because as business owners, small business owners, side hustlers, main hustlers, entrepreneurs, we're doing the work. We're putting in the work. But the question is, are we doing the work right? So this is where smart or smarter targeting and analytics becomes your secret weapon. So when we're talking about working smarter and not harder, this means that we know our audience. I mean, really know our audience. So the question is, first question in analytics, who are you trying to reach? Then ask, what are their demographics? What are their interests? What are their pain points and their aspirations? The more specific we are, the more effective our content and our ad spend will be. So for instance, don't just say Black women in your search when you're trying to hit a target area. Say specific things like Black women entrepreneurs, Black women interested in natural hair, Black women tech professionals. You have to niche down on specific details. And then also understand the algorithm. The algorithm game is real. How many of you out there have ever searched for something on Google or even thought it or said it out loud? Maybe not thought it. I don't think they're tapping into our brain quite yet. But, said it out loud. And next thing you know, that ad is coming up on TV, or you see it on your Google feed, you see it on your Facebook feed, you see it on your YouTube feed. The algorithm is listening. They're looking and they're listening. And so you have to not necessarily pay to play, but you definitely have to understand the game of algorithm. And also understanding that each platform has its own rules. For instance, Instagram loves reels and engagement, whereas LinkedIn prioritizes professional content and connections. And TikTok values viral short form video. We don't know how long some of our platforms are going to stay around, but while they are here, we have to maximize and leverage those platforms. And then also just learn the basics of what each platform favors, and then adapt your content strategy accordingly to that. And then also understanding when it comes to leveraging the algorithm game, understand that you don't need to be an expert at it. You just need to be informed and consistent. And then embrace your insights. Every major social media platform provides analytics. They'll tell you who your audience is, what content performs best, meaning likes, comments, shares, saves, etc. Also when your audience is online, and then how people are discovering your content. It's important to look at these numbers, what stories that these numbers are telling you. And if a certain type of content consistently bombs, stop doing it. If something's working well, that's exploding, do more of that. The value of that data will help you, and it's free. So for our third action item, I want all of our listeners and viewers sometime this week to take about 15 minutes and just dive into your insights or your analytics on your social media platforms and identify your top 3 performing posts from last month. And so what you're going to do is you're going to take your top 3 performing posts from last month, and you're going to mimic that. Not mimic the content, but mimic what you did within that content. So first, we're going to identify 3 new types of content that we're going to create next week to share our story or to solve a problem for our customers. Then we're also going to identify 3 people who actively engage with us on social media, and we're going to personally direct message them and send them a thank you. And then thirdly, we're going to take about 15 minutes this week, and we're going to look at our analytics, and we're going to see, find the top three performing posts, and we're going to see how that worked, and we're going to try to implement it in our future posts. And then lastly, for our last pillar, I want to talk about monetization and conversion. Going from eyeballs to income. That means going from people just viewing your posts, going beyond the scroll, because it's a lot of information. Sometimes it could be information overload, from eyeballs to income. So what does that mean? That means that all the storytelling, all the community building is great, but ultimately we're here as business owners to grow our business and to grow our bottom line. That's where monetization and conversion comes in. And so what I like to do a lot of times in meetings and gatherings is to do a call to action before we adjourn our meetings. And so when you're talking about CTAs, or your clear calls to actions, when you're on social media, when you're trying to leverage social media to grow your business, don't make people guess. In other words, tell them what you want them to do. Whether it's shop now, donate now, book a consultation, download my guide, sign up for my newsletter. Make your CTAs, make your call to actions prominent and then also easy to follow. So easy to follow means that they're seamless funnels to your website, or seamless funnels to the call to action, right? And so we have to ask the question when we're talking about seamless funnels, how easy is it for someone to go from seeing your post on social media to making a purchase or booking your service? These are questions we have to ask. And then we also have to be vigilant in making sure and asking the question, is our link in our bio updated? Are our action buttons updated? And then also, is your website mobile friendly? Let me pause. Understanding that a mobile site is different from a mobile app. It's business owners, please hear me. It is just not enough to build a website, but you have to make sure that you have a mobile-friendly website for mobile devices. That means tablets, iPads, smartphone. So if you are developing your website, or if you're working with a website developer, make sure before you go live, make sure that you're checking your mobile sites and making sure that they are user-friendly. And then also, when we're trying to make sure that we are providing seamless funnels to our actions, call to actions, we have to ask the question, are our products easy to find? And then removing any friction points within those funnels. We also want to integrate socially with our ecosystem. And so understanding that, social media isn't an island. We have to understand that social media is a bridge to our websites. It's a bridge to our email list, to our online store, to our services. And it's used to drive traffic to our core business assets. So your email list, for example, is critical because you own that connection, unlike your social media followers. And then also understanding that we have to diversify income streams. Social media can directly lead to sales, but it can also open doors to speaking engagements, brand partnerships, affiliate marketing, digital product sales, and even more. So I want us to think creatively about how your online presence can translate into multiple revenue streams. I am the queen of multiple revenue streams. And so for our last action item, I want you to review your last 5 social media posts and ask the question, do your last 5 posts have a clear call to action? Is there an easy way for someone to buy or connect with you? Or is it just a post? So if not, if you answer no to that question, I want us to work intentionally on adjusting your next 5 posts to be more direct and making sure that you have a call to action. And lastly, before I close and leave you for this afternoon, just wanted to encourage us to overcome the hurdles and be empowered to leaping forward. And I know what some of us are thinking on this afternoon, that I gave a lot of points, I asked a lot of questions, or you may say that you don't have time, or I'm not tech savvy enough for social media, or even the big question that I believe all of us as entrepreneurs and business owners dare to ask introvertly, what if I fail? What if I don't succeed at what I attempt to do? I get all of that. I understand that wholeheartedly. And understand that the digital space can be an overwhelming space. But here's the truth. The truth is that our customers, our audience, they're not looking for perfection per se, but they're looking for consistency. They're looking for authenticity and consistency. So my encouragement to all of you is, if you're feeling overwhelmed by the information, or if you're scared to step out there and try to leverage social media, start small. Start small, but start now. So start small by picking one platform and then master that, and then expand over time once you've mastered it. And then also dedicate a few hours one day a week, where you're able to plan and schedule your post beforehand. For example, if you're a ministry and you don't have someone who is particularly in the position to manage your social media or your websites, you can get some of those young adults, some of those college kids in your congregation, and sit down with them, and you can look at that calendar year. Christmas and Easter, a certain Pentecost, some of those things come around the same time every year. Sit down with your young adults and just start working on your social media content. Schedule it out. And then also, lastly, just remember to embrace imperfection. Again, your audience just wants you to be authentic, not flawless, but authentic and real with them. And then also learning to adapt and celebrate the small wins. Remember that your unique story, can't nobody else tell it like you can. Your business solves a unique problem, and your community needs your business and needs your voice. So this is all about becoming, it's not about becoming social media influencers, but about becoming social media strategists for your business. And it's about leveraging a tool that gives us unparalleled access and power beyond the scroll.
All right. Thank you, Mia. I do have one question for you, because I know that your background, what has been your most valuable takeaway from the Harvard Kennedy School certificate program so far?
Thus far, I actually have not started it yet. So I will be finished with it February 2026.
Okay.
I have not started yet. I'm actually on summer break. Praise God for summer break.
Now, what drew you to study law at the public policy?
Well, full disclosure, I after a 23-year hiatus from the academic scene, I enrolled at and was accepted at Regent University. I started out as a graphic or as a design management major. is what the concentration was. But with all that's going on around me, within my community, within these United States, within the world, I recently changed to law and public policy. I have felt I have always been an advocate, not just for myself, but for my family and my community. And I want to be able to just advocate for those and help those who don't have a knowledge of, this legislative process and our legal process to help them navigate that. So I recently changed to law and public policy, but design is always at the core heart of my passion.
All right. How can people get in contact with you?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if you want to put that in the chat there, but I am available via email. It's literally email at themastersstudios.com. Email at themastersstudios.com.
All righty. Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank you today. And I would like to say to you, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You go down, ladies and gentlemen.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com USA.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank the Black Business Expo and the sponsors. Thank you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
For businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you, exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hello, hello, hello. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am the founder, owner of Tap In Magazine, a global publication where we help entrepreneurs amplify their voice, tell their stories worldwide. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, I have the pleasure to introduce to you Mrs. Cooper, who is an established instructor, speaker, and trainer dedicated to improving lives both professionally and personally. She was born and raised in Lockport, New York. She earned a full academic scholarship to Howard University, graduated with a BS in electrical engineering with over 30 years of diverse experience in sales, marketing, and entrepreneurship. Mrs. Cooper started her home-based business in 1996 and has since designed hundreds of websites for various clients. As the first woman to chair the Buffalo Niagara Score chapter, she provides mentoring and training to small business owners. Mrs. Cooper is also a devoted volunteer, supporting her community initiatives and empowering others to achieve their potential. She's passionate about helping individuals grow. She embodies the spirit of servant leaders. I introduce to you Mrs. Cooper.
Hello, Tandra, Dr. Tandra.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining me for this fireside chat. Now, before we get started, is there anything that I missed that you really want to tell our audience about you?
No, I think it'll probably come out in the interview, the questions.
Okay, awesome. I always like to give that opportunity because sometimes we miss a little bit. So before we kind of dive in, I'm going to ask you just a few questions and listen, just full head into it. So can you tell us about your journey from your Lockport, New York to Howard University on a full academic scholarship and how that experience shaped your career?
Yes. So Lockport, New York is a small town, predominantly white, and I was an honor roll student, and I kept being called a token Black because there wasn't very many in my school. I was wondering what happened. There wasn't very many in my school that looked like me in the honors classes. So I was very well-rounded in high school, track, cheerleading, drama, as well as high in academics. So therefore, I had a couple of scholarship opportunities, and I chose Howard because I refused to believe that there weren't other smart Black people in this world. So that's why I chose, and it definitely shaped me to understand more about the world.
You know, it's so amazing. As I was reading your bio, we have something in common because my daughter also graduated from Howard University in electrical engineering, and now she is a design engineer for one of the large aircraft companies. So I totally understand exactly. So now you have 30 years of experience in the sales and marketing and entrepreneurship. What would you say was one of your most rewarding accomplishments from that?
I always have a lot of rewarding accomplishments from helping so many entrepreneurs, but I won't say ironically, because nothing's arbitrary, and that will come out later why I say this, that I just had a one-to-one with a young man that I mentored, and he had to rack my memory 5 years ago. And I really remembered this young man because his mother was with him during the mentoring session. And so he was very sharp and wanted to get into a web design business. And so, of course, that was my wheelhouse. And so I mentored him, and he found me on LinkedIn, and he scheduled a one-to-one with me today. And he really just wanted to thank me for helping him and really focusing him. And he was saying a lot of things that he learned that I taught him that he implemented in his business. And so that was, he started it. And then I said, wait a minute, can I record you? So
that's a great testimonial, right?
Exactly. So he did, he let me hit record, and I recorded it. And so that was such a blessing. And that's the main thing. People who mentor, when they're able to hear back from someone that they help, that's the greatest reward.
It really is. It's kind of almost an uplift for us. And listen, I love the fact that you said one of the most powerful tools is LinkedIn, and just getting that connection and knowing what you did just really kind of just elevates things even more for you.
Yeah.
Now, you started your home-based business. I mean, tell us a little bit what that's like, because I know that's kind of hard, kind of juggling, family, building your business. Tell us a little bit about what that was like.
Well, first of all, I did not intend to start a business at all. I was very successful as an engineer for Hewlett Packard, making six figures in my 30s. And I was married with small children. And it was actually my hairstylist that back in the 90s, this was before Vistaprint and Canva.
Okay.
So there wasn't very many options for custom creative marketing materials. And because I had learned how to do a lot of that by being in marketing with HP, unlike your daughter, after I got my degree, I decided I did not want to be doing design for any major company. I love technology, but I started to lean more towards my creative side. So HP had me in different roles. So anyway, I was in a marketing role at the time, and I did some really unique business cards for her. She shared them with some of the other hairstylists. They loved them. And then I just started getting referred, left and right. And so I was like, wow. So it started as a side hustle for me. And I was actually already working at home because I was so different at HP, meaning that there wasn't any project that they could give me that I couldn't master, that I couldn't, but I was individual contributors. That's what they called it at the time. So I was always doing these individual projects. My husband had built me my own office. He built it off of the garage. So it was like, you just go through the house. It was a attached garage. So he helped out a lot with the children and the family. He did all the cooking,
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's shout out to him. He has some
Definitely. Well, shout out to my first husband now. But my second husband also. I let it be known. I that's a disclosure I give up front. I'm like, I don't cook,
Yeah,
everything else, but I don't cook. So, but anyway, so what happened was I had started really building up this side hustle business, being a business card peddler, if you will, business card peddler, postcards, whatever. But I loved it. I loved it because I really saw that I was fulfilling a need, and it was the other side of me, the left brain, right brain. And I enjoyed it. So what happened was HP wanted to move me into management, and I had no interest in management. And so I said, I was young, I was in my 30s, I was, confident. And I just said, you know what, I'm just going to go full time in my business. And that's what I did.
Listen, it's a good feeling that we can just say, especially at a young age, because a lot of times, what was the saying, you go to work, go to school, get a good job, go to work for a company for 30, 40 years. But now at such a young age, you was able to make that transition. I mean, and it's kind of funny too, when you were talking about, the right and left brain, I know engineers, they kind of think a little different, because I know my daughter does. She's in the film space, and I'm like, how do you turn that hat on and then turn that hat on and be creative at the same time? So amazing. Okay. So as a web designer who has created hundreds of websites, how has the digital landscape evolved since you began?
Well, as I mentioned, back in the 90s, this was like for the print, because my business started as print. I was doing print work. And then when I lived in California, and very expensive, but I was able to take advantage of the housing market at that time, because that's when it was a boom. Neither my husband or I at that time really didn't like California. And so what we decided was, we heard that there was a lot of opportunity for minorities in Atlanta, Georgia. So what happened was, I originally said, okay, I need to try to support my print customers. We're going to move to Atlanta, but I wanted to support my California print customers. So I decided to learn how to do web design. Okay. Well, at that time, which was right around 2000, because that was 2000 when I left. That's when the no-code websites started becoming popular. So you didn't really have to do a whole lot of coding and all of that, which I knew some how to do. But so I learned how to design websites, mainly, again, because I wanted to support my customers. But then I learned that was a whole nother revenue stream. So how it's changed is, when I started was when they first started with the no code, but now all technology, and then when we talk about AI, it has just made my life much easier, because if I really had to lean upon my engineering or coding or whatever, I could. But now I came about at a time where I could, skyrocket from the other web designers who were like old school web designers that were still doing coding, and I could use, and then the creativity, because this is when a lot of drag and drop technology was coming up. So I was coming on the scene at a much lower price, and getting stuff done quicker.
Yes. Well, it's kind of funny too, like that you mentioned, because I mean, if you look at now, like, again, my daughter talks about this engineering, Pythons and all that kind of stuff, the coding aspect of it, which was great, because you didn't really have to, wasn't like mandatory like it is now. Like, some of them can still do that same stuff without coding, but I mean, it's just amazing how that has evolved. And now that AI was already kind of out and about, but it's just more evident now.
It's available to the public, because that's what a lot of people, all these people who have this AI, oh my God, AI is taking over the world, blah, blah, blah. It's been in existence forever, but it's just now available to the public.
Asking a question about AI, do you think AI is going to be the takeover?
It's already existed. It's back to okay, if you think about cell phones.
Yes.
And
from the house phone to cell phones, yes.
Right. And there were people that swore they were not going to get cell phones, oh, there's no way in the radio, whatever waves and blah, 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 blah.
Don't give me yes.
Yeah, and now you can't live without cell phones. And then think about just the internet altogether, buying stuff on the internet. I'm not putting my credit card on the internet. I'm not buying nothing on the internet. And now people, Amazon this, Amazon that, Uber this, or all of that, swipe. So how I feel about AI is that no different than any other technology, that a technology is only as it's only frightening, or it's only whatever if you don't enhance it and you don't use it. But it's not going to stop it.
Yes, I totally 100%. Okay, so with the common challenges that small business face right now in the digital marketing, how do you help them to overcome some of these obstacles that they're having to deal with right now?
Well, the biggest obstacle I feel with digital marketing is, again, because I've been in it for so long, that back in the 90s was still an era of shaking hands, getting to know people, let's go have coffee, that kind of business was done. Then when the dot-coms hit, because that's just when I started, when the dot-com hit, and there was that time of you could wake up in your pajamas, check your account, and thousands of dollars, all these transactions, because what happened was people were using the internet for mass marketing, and the consumer is the one that was getting taken advantage of. So you would get all of these emails and messages. If you were looking at a pair of red shoes on one site, then any place you went, you was going to see red shoes. Because all of that is behavioral targeting. All of that was AI used then. So I'm almost trying to remember what the question was. I know where I was going with this was.
Well, that's really true, because if you think back, I'm not to interrupt you though, but if you think back to back then, no one really understood that was the connection to AI. Like you said, the shoes, like we pop up like, how did this come up on my web browser? Because that was a part of AI already. See, I think kind of what the change is right now is that it's now able to do the writing for you.
It's in the hands of the consumer. That's really what the difference is. And so this was the point. I think the question was that what do I see is the issue with the entrepreneurs and digital marketing. So what it is that some of the old school entrepreneurs that started with the trajectory of online and digital, they and the ones that were making money back when you could with just doing mass marketing and mass emailing, that doesn't work anymore. People are inundated, they're fed up with it. You turn on your email, your computer, and you got 100 emails. It's dead. It's what do you call it? It's just like it's
saturated.
Huh?
Oversaturated.
It's oversaturated, but what I'm saying is it's null. It's like you're just null to it now with all of the emails. So the entrepreneurs, the new ones that are coming up today, that are trying to use old school marketing methods, mass marketing, they're getting frustrated because they don't realize that this doesn't work. But then you've got these old school marketing people that are selling you it, telling, 10x your business. All you got to do is do this, get this landing page, this click funnel, this email, blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to sell all of this to people who don't know and don't realize, and they're spending a lot of money on stuff that doesn't work. So what works today is you have to marry technology with personality, and you have to realize that you have to network. You now the networking is easier because yes, you can get on Zoom calls, you can get on these virtual calls, you can do now it's not when are you available? Are you available Wednesday at this time? No, I'm not available. You go on a calendar link. So using technology the right way can make you more effective, but you can't think that you're gonna grow your business by sitting behind a computer or not getting in front of people and just blasting stuff out. That's the thing that I teach and I try to get entrepreneurs to understand is your brand, who you are, your personal touch is going to make the difference.
Oh my goodness. Look, me and you, I know this energy was just good between us. You know what I'm saying? Because I say that all the time. I'm a network strategist, and you know what? The old school did used to work, but now this new school is much more effective, efficient, faster. And you get to know so much about people. Like, we don't have to sit there at the coffee shop waiting on our prospect, hopefully potentially coming. And then when they do come, we don't have to spend hours and hours. 15, 20 minutes, our conversation's over with, and look how many you can get
right
within that hour. So I totally understand where you come in with the power of networking.
Well, you brought up a good point though, that I want to emphasize again, is that the old school, it's you know what? The people who are successful today, the entrepreneurs that are successful today, are the ones that know how to old school and put it with the new school, with the technology. So what you said is now, if somebody emailed you or if somebody gave you a referral, you can look them up. You can look them up on LinkedIn, look up their Facebook, their website. You could do all of this research. You should do all of this research so that, yes, when they come into the coffee shop or whatever, you don't have to go, well, tell me about yourself. What do you do? Where you grow? You already can make those connections and progress and move it forward. You already know, wow, I saw that you do this. We could collaborate on this, So
you're able to find your ideal target, your client much quicker and easier, because a lot of times, we set appointments. I get all the time, networking doesn't work for me. Well, one, again, like you said, we're not even doing the proper research, but two, are you talking to the right clients?
Right.
And that old school didn't really allow us to circumvent all that information.
Right.
And then people would get to the appointment. Oh my God, I wasted 30, 40 minutes sitting here and we have nothing in common. I can't even refer them because it's not there. So yeah, I totally understand.
And let's not forget, now we've broken location barriers. So it's no more coffee shop. People are saying, let's have a coffee talk, but you could be talking to somebody in a whole nother state, a whole nother country.
Yes. And not only that, just how technology is moving. And, people used to do that 9 to 5. Okay. We go to work 9 to 5. That's it. But now, because of this World Wide Web and all this other stuff, business is happening 24/7.
Yes.
And, this doesn't allow us to stop. It allows us to keep growing. Oh my God, this is so good. Okay. So listen, so your talent for simplifying complex marketing concept. Could you share a few examples of how you broke things down for your clients?
Well, I'll share the one example that I use all the time, because this is the one that a lot of entrepreneurs don't understand. The first, and it's across all whatever websites. Okay, so for a lot of entrepreneurs, if they've never had a website before, they don't understand that there's 3 main components. You've got your website, your domain, and your hosting. Okay. So a lot of them, they never really understood it. So I break it down like a cell phone. I tell them, think about your cell phone. Okay. You have your cell phone that has all of your data, all your information, all your contacts on it. Then you have your cell phone number, which is how people reach you. And then you got to pay a cell phone provider to be able to talk to anyone. So a website, your website is like your actual cell phone that has all your data, your information. Your phone number is your domain name. only one person can have that domain name. You know, just like only one person can have that phone number. So when they're dialing that number, they're getting you and not someone else. And then you have to pay hosting, just like you have to pay a cell phone provider for someone to be able to access your website. Then they're like, oh.
Sometimes we got to break it down in different terminology. Okay. A lot of times they don't understand those particular steps, because I know a lot of times, even, you know, for some of my clients, they'll go do all this other stuff. But then when you go to click on it, it ain't working.
Yeah.
You know, like it's come back, reroute or something, it'll say on the site, because like you said, those three things, you have to have them. It's a part of that. What do you think about when it's coming to design? What are some of those steps about designing their website to making sure that it's fitting their brand?
Well, first of all, see, I exclusively work with solopreneurs. I love working with solopreneurs. I worked for a digital marketing agency for 12 years where we did mid-sized to larger companies, and I just love my solopreneurs. So when it comes to web design, most solopreneurs honestly don't need a website. And what I mean by that is a website usually is a number of pages. And everybody's been taught to, you know, say, well, your home page, your products, your about, and your contact. Well, a lot of solopreneurs just getting started, that can all be done on one page. Woo. And, you know, and because otherwise they're fabricating what's the word? Platitudes. They're fabricating a bunch of platitudes to fill up space. You know, we do the best of the such and such and what it's like you're not saying nothing, you know. So what I recommend again is branding yourself. So don't spend a whole lot of time trying to come up with some creative logo or a name or whichever. Like, even though my name says Arba, digital technologist, that's just saying my name is going to be somewhere in there. I don't care, Arba something, because so that people know, oh, that's Arba, you know, because they all know Arba. Digital technologist, it just lets people know, okay, I'm not selling herbs and spices or, you know, lotions, potions, or whatever.
Yeah, lotions, potions. That's right.
Yeah, something to do with technology. So what's most important is to brand yourself. And I did a session on Dr. Eric Kelly. I did the whole session was on branding yourself. That stop trying to hide behind a lot of entrepreneurs, they come from corporate America, and they still believe this corporate thing. They believe they got to have this great logo, some great business name, and all of that, and they get buried, they get lost. They get lost because people want to do business with people. They're doing business with you as a person. You go to their Facebook, LinkedIn, or whatever, and they got their logo for their profile picture. They got their logo everywhere. So after a while, you're like, who is this person? Why are they hiding? You know, so that's my advice is when someone comes to whether it be your website or your social media, it needs to be inviting. You need to promote yourself first and foremost before anything else, because there's nothing new under the sun. I don't care what business you're in or whatever you're doing, somebody can get it from somebody else. So the only thing that's going to help them make a decision to get it from you is you. How different are you? How clear are you making you? There's a whole bunch of web designers out there. I'm not trying to compete with all the other web designers. I want people who say, I like her. She got a lot of spunk. She's kind of crazy. I could, you know, or whichever. Then fine. You're going to, because I'm the person you're going to need to communicate with.
I just know the good connection, Dr. Kelly, good connection. Listen, because no, I mean, people, it's hard for people to understand. I mean, that's just like I say, you know, you go to a networking event. Listen, there's a ton of insurance agents, but why do I want to work with you? Why would I want to take you as to be my insurance agent? Because we have to show who we are. You're right, and quit hiding behind all that stuff.
Right.
You know, I know it needs to look aesthetically pleasing. I do know that, but I'm just saying at the same token, like, who are you and why do I want to give you my business?
Right. What's your journey? What's your journey? Why are you even like for instance, the people, they're weight loss. Okay. Yeah. There's people that want to sell weight loss potions and all this stuff, and they just want to give you all of the ingredients of this and why it's good for you and not. But what did it do for you? Why are you selling this? If you tell me you weighed 300 pounds and you tried everything and whatever, and then you found this and you showing me before and afters of yourself, then I'm like, okay, give me what you got.
Have conversation.
Now, how they say, I want to drink. Give me what she drinking. You know,
that right there. Oh my goodness. Okay, so why do you believe mentoring is so important for entrepreneurs, and how has SCORE helped you impact small business owners?
Oh my gosh, mentoring is important for everyone. I don't care if you are brand new in business or you've been in business for years. I don't care if you are a multi-million dollar CEO. If you're trying to be a multi-million dollar, then you need to, because the best way I understood, best way I heard anybody say it is, and I'll probably mess it up, but she said, you cannot read the label inside the jar.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
It was something, like that. You can
write that down.
Yes, it was something like that. I might have butchered a little bit, but if you're if it's your business and you are running it day in and day out and you're doing all of this stuff, you can't see what other people see. And that's why mentoring is so important at every level, so that someone can bring to life. You know what? I cannot tell you how many times that I've been on a Zoom call. I schedule a Zoom call with a potential customer, and I'm trying to show them something on my website, right? So I'll say, okay, and I'll share the screen. Let me go to my website and let me show you this. And then I'm like, where is this? And why did I do it like that? And so I'm like, I said, geez, I just realized I don't even have this on the front of the page like I thought I did. So it's that kind of thing, that until you are someone else, another set of eyes on it, you don't know what's missing. You don't know how it's coming across to other people. And you really want to obviously get a mentor. I strongly believe in mentors and coaches. The Kobe's and the Kobe's, the all of the great athletes and everyone, they all got coaches.
They all got coaches. I mean, that's how they be successful. Listen, the mentor on the mentor's got to have mentors. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to always be in a space of personal development. And we also have to be in a space of being teachable. A lot of times, we think, I don't know, even though I'm the networking ninja, I still don't know all it is to networking. And I want to be open to that. So guess what? Just like you said, when something comes up, I've maybe been doing it this way, but someone else can say, here, you can better effectively communicate it if you do it this way.
Right.
So you have to have an open mind to that. Like, what is it being coachable and teachable? So I totally understand. I listen, coaches, mentors, you need to have them. To me, it's a hand down.
Yes.
Okay. So what are some of the skills you've gained from working with a digital marketing agency, and how have they influenced your approach as an entrepreneur?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the digital marketing agency I was with focused on mid-sized to larger companies. And first of all, what I learned there is the ability, nothing's better than on-the-job training. Okay. Mm-hmm. So that's where I was able to learn. I did sales, cold calling, email marketing, of course, web design, social media, and started doing a little bit of video, but not as much as now. So one of the things that why I left the digital marketing agency is that these mid-sized clients were paying thousands of dollars for a monthly marketing program. And one of my jobs was to call the owner and set up what's a discovery call to find out more about their business, to know how to do their marketing. So when I would, first of all, it was almost impossible to set up a meeting, because they would always, I don't have time. And so then when I would set up a meeting and I would start to ask them questions that would help me to develop a good marketing plan, most of the time they would say, that's what I'm paying you for. Why? Just get me clients, get me leads. That's what I'm paying you for. So they didn't even want to engage in a conversation because they didn't know that it was to help them. So the result was that plumbers, let me give you an example of plumbers. If we had 2 clients that were plumbers and neither one of them had time to engage with us to say, what makes your business different than the next one? Then guess what? Their marketing campaigns look the same.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be the same.
All we did was change the logo. And who's to blame?
You know what? You know what? We have to do the work. We have to take time out to make sure that we're seeing what's out in the market and what our competitors are doing.
Or just engage. The thing is this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to all of you business owners out there. Don't think you get so big that you can't talk to somebody, because if you are paying, this is the thing, if you are paying someone to do your marketing, then you need to spend time with that person so they can understand your business. Nobody is going to understand your business better than you. So you cannot expect that they're going to know how to market your business if you're not even taking time to tell them about your business. That's why I left that marketing agency, because I said, I can't keep, I'm doing a disservice and I don't want to be a part of this. So that's why my audience, my preference is solopreneurs. So I can talk directly to them. And I'm like, who else they going to throw me off on? And believe me, I have clients, who've been with me since 2003. And they've been with me because they know I'm going to be for real with them. When they just say, Arba, can you just do this? I'm like, no, I can't.
I cannot.
Not with you not giving me nothing to go on.
But here's the thing too, things are changing and evolving, and you want your business to change along with that. Like, let's strategize on what's new. How can we do something different?
Right.
A lot of times I'm with you. Please, if you're paying somebody for your marketing, take the time out and spend a little time, because listen, I can only make you as good as you want to get. Right. And people have to understand that and not let that just be my sole responsibility. I know you're paying me, but you know what? We got to work together. Yes. Oh my God. Okay. So what do you see is the biggest opportunity for small businesses in today's digital market? What do you see is the biggest opportunity for them?
They need to embrace AI, learn AI, play with it. You'll find that you can do so much more with it than without it.
Yes. I totally agree. What do you think about, just a little side note, what do you think about people or entrepreneurs incorporating some cybersecurity into their fold?
Oh, everybody needs cybersecurity, even more now so than before, because but you have to be careful though, because here's the thing. I have never, this is just me, but I never install virus protectors on my computer, because the people who create the virus protection software are the same ones that hack it. And I've been using computers for over 30 years, and I follow that policy. I've never had my computer crash. I've never had all of these things that people talk about that happen with their, but like,
well, I like to ask that question because you know what? I think a lot of times as us being entrepreneurs, just even understanding the aspect of it, what that data looks like and how we collect it as well, into what we're doing. Awesome. Okay, so as a speaker or trainer, what are the main areas you focus on to help others improve their life professionally and personally?
Well, I actually host a free training every Tuesday. I have a group called Vision Doers.
Okay.
And it's every Tuesday, 5:00 Eastern. And either I do training or I bring in guest speakers because I don't know. I'm marketing. I know marketing, but I don't know. I'm not like a life coach and I'm not financial advisor or none of that stuff. So I've created a safe environment for entrepreneurs to really be able to get their questions answered. And I make sure that all of my speakers, and including myself, that we are talking at a level of a solopreneur. Because if a solopreneur goes out on YouTube or if they watch any other webinar, many times they're talking at a level like your staff, you can have your staff be more productive, or you can do this with your blah, blah, blah. And and so it's like over their head and they're not relating. So that's what I do, is to help by having that resource for them.
I love it because I always say, listen, we don't network for ourselves. We network for the next person. And I like the fact that you have these classes or these workshops because it helps just to, we don't want to lead people astray.
Right.
And we don't want to lead our clients astray because there are some things that they really need to know and understand. And by you providing this amazing resource, it is awesome. Now, okay, say it again. You do it every Tuesday?
It's every Tuesday, 5 p.m. Eastern, visiondoers.com.
Visiondoers.com. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. So you work with entrepreneurs across many industries. Are there common traits you see in those who succeed? We might have answered that, but we can say it again.
And those that succeed, that yes, they need to be trainable, coachable, try new things, not be so stuck in their own ways. But what I see more so is the ones that don't succeed are the ones who don't define a clear target audience, and they don't have a market dominating position. So that means that they just come out there and they say, I got something for everybody. Everybody can use my product, or, everybody can use this. And then they don't differentiate themselves in the market. Those are the two big killers.
That's right. Because listen, everybody's product ain't for everybody.
Right.
And then what was the saying? If you feel like you're selling your product to everybody, then you really ain't got no product.
Right. Nobody.
Okay. That right there. Okay. So just a couple more questions. As a devoted volunteer in your community, could you share some of the community initiatives that you're most passionate about?
Yes, that I did training at a community center, at a local community center. It was they had a great computer lab. And so I would offer, again, it was free training. I'm not doing that now. This is before COVID, just getting it ramped up, but it was an ability for the community, and it was in a certain part of the community to come in and get computer training and to learn skills that they need for their personal job and business.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so what are I'm gonna ask you, just listen, y'all hang out with us because this is some juicy, good topic. Okay, this is the chat. Okay. What are the key qualities that define a servant leader, and how do you embody this approach in your work?
I think a true servant leader is you have to come to a point to really understand your God-given gifts, and then how to apply those God-given gifts to people. You got to believe that there are people that are praying for the solution that you have. And so what I mean by that, or to explain that further, there are people who create stuff, create a service or whatever, and then they think that they're going to find somebody to sell it to, right? That's not servanthood. Servant is like what happened to me. I was successful. I was a successful engineer working for HP. I'm good. But my hairstylist needed something. And by helping her, it ended up that God was already preparing me because I didn't want to, be a manager at HP. So I just looked all along the way. And a little shameless plug, my book.
Yes, I was gonna say, look, what other information that you have that you can give us, or that they can go get connected with you?
Not arbitrary. That's why I said this word earlier.
Your name will be everywhere.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon. Look, it's not even 50 pages, and it includes pictures. So I put pictures in there. But I'm sorry. What this is my journey to my leaps. I call it my leaps of faith to a purposeful life. And every chapter is based on Romans 12 of living sacrifice. Make your body a living sacrifice. And this is the journey that I had to learn. So when you talk about a servanthood life, that I say, I mean, everyone has a purpose in life. We were not created to live randomly or by choice. So it talks about how I made some choices and some mistakes made some choices that I didn't understand. Let's say that I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. And I understand that everything was for a reason and a purpose. And when you can know for sure that the business that you're doing is serving a real purpose, not your purpose, not monetary, but to fulfill someone else's need, then that's a servanthood life.
Well, I love that, because you know what? It's not about the money. It's not about the money, but it is about the money. I think the more that you can serve and help someone else, it just all flows. I mean, like you don't have to go search for it. You ain't got to hunt for it, because like you said, when you're passionate about it and you can really help impact and change someone else's life by what you're doing, the blessings is going to flow.
And the best answer that my pastor had explained it is, instead of calling it money, stop calling it money, call it currency.
Ooh.
And then there's heavenly currency. So meaning if you start thinking about currency, then you realize that what you may do here for this person, you may not get it back directly from that person, but everything is currency. So that my health is currency. You know, that I don't have to pay doctors or worry about being sick, because I've done these things. So it's all about currency. And if you have currency flowing in your life, then you're good.
You know what? You have made me change some stuff to my presentation, because I'm going to throw that, I swear to you, I'm going to throw that in there, because that is so true. You know what? Our good health, our sense, our peace of mind, having the right mentality is currency.
Yes.
You got to know what that feels like when you can, get up and move and shake a leg or two. And you know what I'm saying? That's that right mentality.
Right.
Okay,
right.
This has been an amazing fire chat. I mean, it's been fire. We've been on fire. You know what I'm saying? So
yes.
Before we go, what advice would you give an aspiring entrepreneur who is just starting out on their journey? I know we kind of said it, but you might got a little bit more fire.
Yeah, to really understand their why. Why are they doing what they're doing? Because that's what's going to get you up. That's what's going to keep you going. That's what's going to make you make that phone call. That's what's going to make you work late at night is the why. And the why does not necessarily have to be directly related to what you're doing. Your why could be that you have young kids that you want to not have them struggle, or not, you want to be able to, there's some, a lot of people get into these little side businesses because they just want to buy some extra gifts, or buy something or whatever. So the why doesn't have to be that, let me turn this around and say, I'm selling this water because I believe in this water, but no, it could be like, I'm selling this water because I need a new car, or I need to pay, that's the why. That's what's going to motivate you. So, that's what's
supposed to wake you up. It's supposed to scare you. You know what I'm saying? Your why ain't good enough. It ain't scaring you. Like, if it's not going to wake you up, scare you, and help you make a change. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. We want to make a change for the better for our lives and for the people that are around it, and to be that amazing servant leader.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this has been so good. Now,
we're gonna have to have a one-to-one.
Listen, because I'm gonna need you right now. I'm gonna need you now. How can our audience connect with you? Give them some ways or some links to connect with you.
Well, one of my links is right there. That's the arbadt.com. That's arbadigitaltechnologist.com. And then also arbacooper.com. So girl, back to make it easy. Make it easy. I'm not trying to hide behind no names, not other than my own.
I love it. I love it. Listen, you know what? As I always say, just keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Don't throw no extra juice or nothing on it. Just
right. Yep, that's it. arbacooper.com or arbadt.com.
And your book can be found on
Amazon.
Okay.
And look it up by my name. Don't try to look it up by the book name because they're going to try to spell correct it. Not arbitrary, because arbitrary is spelled with an I. So, hey, I only got one book. So you'll find it like that.
Again. Well, listen, thank you so much for being here at this fireside chat. Y'all, this has been fire. I hope you had your pencil and paper, taking a lot of good nuggets. And I want to make sure that you guys join her every Tuesday. Go to visiondoers.com. Get all this good information because we need it. Listen, this is the last quarter of the year. We're going into 2025 and you want to be prepared and ready.
Yes.
Make sure that you got your web design done good. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Cooper. I appreciate you. Look, you comment, and I think we'll see each other on the other side. I think all we have to do is leave the studio. Bye. Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
That look like me to take their business to the next level.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusiness.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself. And, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my people.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Well, good day. business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bukeka Blakemore. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Enolia Foti. She is a highly acclaimed international keynote speaker, author, multi-award winner, life and business coach whose work spans continents. As a United Nations International Peace Ambassador and World Embassy for Peace Human Rights Ambassador, she is a powerful advocate for youth empowerment, humanitarian aid, and global activism. Dr. Enolia is the CEO of Enolia LLC USA, Global Director for Vision Afrique Development, and co-founder of Easy Step Group Management. She also leads the Expressions of Humanity Foundation, focusing on life skills training and emergency humanitarian support for underserved communities. As an expert in energy medicine and indigenous wisdom, Dr. Enolia brings a unique holistic perspective to her work, blending corporate expertise with ancient traditions. Honored as a grandmother elder by the Ojibwe Nation, she is dedicated to teaching, healing, and inspiring others to dream boldly and achieve their greatest potential. Dr. Enolia Foti.
Thank you so much, Bukeka. It's such a pleasure to join you and to be here with you on the Black Business Network. I appreciate it, and thank you for such a beautiful introduction.
Well, it is well-deserved, and we are so grateful that you are on Black Business Network today. And we are excited because of the fact that we are both women entrepreneurs, and we are both running enterprises that are here to not only impact where we live in our locality, but places around the world. And I find that to be a very exciting experience. Would you not say?
I absolutely would say, and the beautiful thing about being able to have this conversation is that we're going to be able to take those who are seeking to be CEOs, those who are embarking on that role, or those who are just starting out to be CEOs. You know, what is it that establishes a strong foundation? What is it that you have to decide upon before you even step into the role? And as you step into the role, what is it that you need to embrace within self? And I'm going to just start us off a little bit here. You know, the first thing that I believe you need to do when you're looking to embark on that role is, how wide do you cast your net? You know, some of us are really, really comfortable in leadership, and some of us are not. But we assume the role because it's important and it's necessary to accomplish what our vision is. So as you step into that role, as you look into really fulfilling what it is, the first decision that you need to make is, how far do you expand, and what do you want to be CEO over? So some of us are comfortable, you know, just in our immediate surroundings, you know, our community, our comfort level in the locale that we're actually brought up in. And then other of us, we want to, let's say, impact the state. And there are those of us who actually want to impact overall. We want to work internationally. What are your thoughts about that, Bukeka?
Well, it's very true. I mean, it really depends on what it is that you're holding a vision for, right? And if we're acting from a place of smallness, then that's how big our net's going to be. But if we're looking to impact globally or looking to expand beyond our immediate, what's in front of us immediately, then we've got to cast a pretty wide net. And that means being able to network with a variety of different people from different cultures, from different backgrounds and different experiences, and being able to meet people where they are, but bringing your expertise to that table, and being able to help other people understand that they have a vision as well. And so when you're tapped into other people's visions for the purpose of business, or even if it's just friendship, right? Then you're casting a wide net, and you're allowing yourself to not only impact others, but you're also giving yourself permission to be impacted to something that is greater than what you even imagined.
Yes, yes, I totally agree. So casting that net and then establishing the framework. That framework is that business plan. That framework is that this is how wide and how large I choose to operate within. So globally, that's a huge framework. Locally, that's a smaller framework. Statewide, that's a large framework. That's right in between that middle ground. So, establishing that framework and then also understanding, how do I set my standards? How do I choose to operate? Some of us are family owned businesses, some of us are proprietors, some of us, are conglomerates. There's a huge variety by which we can work on and establish the framework. And it's so important to understand where your comfort level is. Your thoughts?
I agree. Absolutely. Because even if you're starting in that geographically local or smaller network, you have no idea how that's going to impact worldwide, right?
Yeah.
Just the ability to touch someone's life, giving them the seeds that help them to grow, is still that seed that you've been able to implant. And then there's that which was implanted in you, right? So whether we are casting a wide net geographically, or a wide net just because of the impact, then having that ability to do so will make a huge difference in the framework, right? So your framework is giving yourself permission to take the necessary steps, to take the to know what the roadmap is, and then that road will lead you to unknown places many times. But if you have a strong framework, you're gonna be prepared for it. You're going to be prepared for whatever arena that you're in, or whatever locale that you're in, because that framework is solid, and it's the roadmap that gives you the information necessary to succeed, no matter what geographical location you're in, or no matter what business sector you're in. The framework, you're absolutely right, is important to is important to plant to the seed that you're planting, and how wide that net gets cast.
And then we can go through all of the iterations of all of the steps that you're supposed to take. But I'm going to say like this: it's like these things you can look up. You know what you're supposed to do in a startup company. You know how you're supposed to register. You know that you have to establish not only your framework, but your product, how you're going to market, how you're going to engage, how you're going to introduce yourself into your marketplace, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you know what I would love to speak about right now is the unwritten rules. The things that nobody talks about, the things that if you are embarking to step into that role, and some of us are in the role and we're uncomfortable. And we're uncomfortable making speeches, we're uncomfortable making decisions, we're in cultural situations where, as a woman entrepreneur or as a woman leader, we're not necessarily accepted in leadership because we are a woman. Let's talk about some of the unwritten rules. And the first thing I want to go to is the foundation and doing our work. And what does that mean by doing our work as a leader? If you know that you are that type of person who's a leader that is petrified of doing speeches, you got to do your work. You got to find that level by which you're comfortable to make speeches. If you are a person who is like unsure of themselves to make a decision and you're second guessing yourselves, do the work. Find out what it takes for you to feel more secure. And I'll comment more on that, but I want to give you a chance to comment on this.
Absolutely. And some people are thinking, well, I'll do the work, but what is the work? And where does the work start? Well, in our realm, we know this. It starts from within. It starts from going inside and being more self-aware of who you are and how you are responding to various situations. So that observer, right, which we always talk about, being able to see yourself in certain situations and then kind of giving yourself permission to evaluate how you are in those situations. So if you know that you're getting ready to give a speech, and prior to the experience of giving that speech, you know that you were just sweating bullets. You were nervous, you weren't sure of who you are or what you're going to say. That's the point in which you get ready to do that next speech where you become the observer. How are you feeling? What does your skin feel like? How is your countenance? How is your posture? What can you do to step into that role changed from the last time you were in that role? That's being that self-observer and giving yourself permission to move forward into this new situation in a different way. So that's how I would describe a great portion or the beginning portion of the work. What would you say?
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and we're not really relaying the word, but I'm going to actually relay the word that we're talking about. We're talking about personal development. We're talking about the fact that many of us as entrepreneurs and as leaders will take all of the business courses that we can take, we'll take all of the leadership courses that we can take, and those leadership courses and the business courses and the entrepreneurship courses, their entry point is to engage in the business. Their entry point is that it's assumed that all of your personal development is already up to par. And many of us, that is a gap. It is a huge gap in which we have limited beliefs, we have insecurities, and we have not addressed them. And we talk about this situation of a person commenting to you, well, you need to get out of your own way. Well, what does that mean, get out of your own way? It means step back, see where your weaknesses are, see where you're uncomfortable, see where your fears are, and address them and face them head on. And truly face them, being honest with yourself. A lot of times we'll hear this situation or this comment of fake it until you make it. Don't do that. Don't do that. It is the worst advice anyone could ever tell you, because when you are faking it, it is seen. When you are putting on that facade and just trying to step through it and hoping that nobody else understands or sees the insecurity within you, it is seen tenfold. Address it. Do the work. And what does that mean? That means take the personal development. Do the coaching. Understand where your insecurities are. Practice if you're uncomfortable making speeches. Practice if you're uncomfortable negotiating. Address why it is that you're uncomfortable and face the trauma or fear that happened in your past life. This is what makes a good leader. The ability to understand their worthiness, but at a point where they've addressed the trauma, the issues, the limited beliefs, the cultural conditioning that they've come up in, so that they come in standing in their truth with an open heart, open mind, and the ability to see multiple points of views without fear, without the fear of taking a risk or going and venturing into areas that they've never ventured in before. That's called the strong and solid foundation in leadership.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. And the two words that came up for me were transparency and vulnerability. And a lot
Yes.
of people are so afraid of being transparent, of being vulnerable. But those aspects are make the greatest leaders. Because if you're hiding, you're not being transparent, then you can't move forward. You can't move into a place of understanding who you are. And therefore, you're doing just like what you said, don't do. You're trying to fake it. And that is going to lead you down a path of really having your reputation and not and feel a sense of unworthiness, taking you down a path of a path of misunderstanding a lot of times, because what happens is that if you're not transparent, you'll say things and you'll do things that will be miscommunicated or misunderstood because you're not coming from a place of authenticity. The other word is vulnerability. And people think it's very weak to be vulnerable. But how can you learn? How can you be in a position of learning if you aren't vulnerable, if you aren't allowing yourself uh, to trip up or to make a quote unquote mistake? Those things are for your learning. I was watching a movie about the light bulb, right? I was watching it with
Yes.
Thomas Edison. And of course, the thousands and thousands of attempts that it took for him to get to having that light bulb and light up a whole city. But he took every mistake or quote unquote mistake as a success, as research. If we do those things, we can become great leaders and impact millions of people by just being a little bit more transparent and being and allowing yourself to be vulnerable.
I love what you're saying. So, really, to summarize it, create a strong foundation. Create the foundation that is solid, but not solid for others, but solid for yourself to stand on. Take the time to do the personal development. And then embarking on new roads. And I want to talk about innovation because we come from a society that loves conformity. Conformity in that this is how the rhythm goes, this is how you enter in, you can't do it any other way. If you do it any other way, you're really going against the grain. You really need to do it this way. This is how everyone does it. I will pick on some things that I myself would challenge. For example, this way of marketing. Marketing in the respect that says, oh, you can only market for 30 seconds. Oh, you can only market for a minute, and then you lose everyone's attention. And then if you are selling or entering the marketplace with a product or a service that is significantly complicated, intricate, where you have to educate the population or you have to educate your consumer, 30 seconds and a minute isn't going to handle it, you know? And what we need to do is we need to stop treating our consumers like they're not intelligent. The bottom line is that if I am selling something that's very important and I have to educate my consumer, do I want a consumer that can only hold an attention span of 30 seconds to a minute? I don't know that that's the target market that I want. I want the consumer that is going to be thorough, research that which they're looking for. I want to attract somebody who is intelligent enough to understand my product and service and is going to take the time to not only digest what it is that I'm bringing forward, but understand it and to act upon that understanding and intelligence. And so I'll go into a different direction. Let's say that I'm a chef. And let's say, all chef schools are nasty. And I caveat that with they're arrogant, they are very, very hierarchical, they are very belittling. And as you traverse working up to be that head chef, you take a great deal of nastiness in the old traditional schools. But here you are with your business plan. Here you are with your vision that you want to hold. Remember that you have a choice as to the environment that you decide creativity should take place. That it does not have to model what's already in place, or because when you went to school it was that way, it has to be that way. We have the opportunity to change paradigms. We have the opportunity to create the environment, the creativity level by which people are able to engage at, and the orientation by which they learn. And so there are so many conformities that we're expected to engage in. Now, the same scenario that I used for a chef can be said about the medical community and many other communities in terms of how we choose to engage and what we choose to engage. So I guess what I'm summarizing is use your innovation, use your ability to enter into the market, creating your own paradigm and not necessarily fitting into the paradigm that already exists. Because we're here with a new generation. We're here with different technologies, and that which was in the past doesn't necessarily have to be what comes forward in order for you to set the standard and the tone. Those are just some of my thoughts. And I welcome your comments on this one. Bukeka. And just in case she's not available, I would like to, oh, there you go. Okay, what are your thoughts on that, Bukeka? As I went on my diatribe.
You know, innovation. That's okay. Everything that you said speaks right to what I feel is important in terms of stepping into business. First of all, we are, as we say here, genius is common. Now,
Yes.
that genius is our creativity, our ability to imagine and think beyond the rules, think outside the box. Nothing that we experience in our day-to-day lives could be done without creativity and thinking outside the box. As I mentioned to you, I was watching the movie about Thomas Edison. They thought he was absolutely crazy. The entire gas and oil industry in New York was shutting him down, right? That there's no way that they're going to have light without a candle, right? And the gas to propel it. Madame Curie, right? Same thing. There's no way that you're going to be able to extract light out of a rock. It's not possible. And of course, all the amazing inventions that have been created that we're using today, right? All right. Lewis Latimer, Black inventor, was primary in creating the element that makes light. And now everything that we do, from major electronic and power stations, depend upon that genius and that creativity, and someone telling them that's not possible, and someone saying, I believe it is. I'm going to break the rules. In fact, if I don't break the rules, we're not going to even be able to move forward in society like we want to. Even the printing press, let's take that for example, right? And for millennia, our native ancestors were carving illustrations into whatever they could to deliver a message, okay? And it stayed right there. You got to be an archaeologist to go back and find out what it was they were trying to tell us, right? But in that ingenuity, in that innovation, came the printing press, and then all the ways in which we could then duplicate that information so that millions and millions of people could also extract that information. Let's look at just you and I, right? We are innovators, we are creators, right? And
Yes.
we know that we have come this far because of the fact we said, you know what, those rules don't work for me. I am a strong, powerful woman leader, and that in and of itself years ago was unheard of, to be a woman and to be a leader. So we have to be able to take on innovation because that is our genius, and that is the and that is where our creativity goes to. We have a spark of creativity. We break the rules and we innovate every single time.
I love it because the bottom line is anyone of notable worthiness challenged the status quo. And everybody told them how they're crazy. You think of Edison, I think of Tesla, because I know that Tesla worked with Edison, in terms of that electricity. And I remember, because I do my homework, I look at Tesla and I look at people like Einstein, and I look at the masters of their field, and they were all dismissed as, you're crazy, we don't want this, we don't need this, or financially, I don't want this to happen because it gives others too much and I can't make money if this comes to market. So when we challenge the status quo, I think that it's also important to emphasize that we do our homework. And what does that mean, doing our homework? That means research your market. Research your marketplace. Know the innovators that came before you. Know how the marketplace handled the introduction of something that's similar to your product or your service, and in what areas, and how it succeeded and how it failed. Learn from other people's mistakes. Understand that you, out of the billions of people that are on this earth, are probably not the very first person. And if you are, then you're treading really, really hard. And you look at similar products or services that were done just like it. Understand the fact that not only are you going against the grain, but who's going to push back against you and why they would push back against you. Anticipate why you need to be aware of your competitors, how they may push back, your unperceived competitors. And I think that this all boils down to this. Know the unwritten rules and know what's not being said, just as much as you know what's being said. Really important in business. You enter into negotiations, you enter into a conversation with a competitor or someone who wants to align with you. It's so important not only to hear what they're saying, but hear what's not being said. And if you've done your homework, then you're aware of what's not being said. This is really, really important. Because in doing your homework, sometimes when certain areas are not brought up, and they should have been, then there's something to be said about that. And you have to be able to understand and see the angles on that also. Those are just some thoughts as to what we don't talk about when we're dealing with business. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. Because many times, especially if we're excited and passionate about our new invention or our new platform or program, and we step into a meeting, seems like the first thing we want to do is just tell the other people all about it. Instead, that's the time when you become not only the observer, but the inquirer. We want to be able to ask questions. We want to be able to determine what is the landscape for which we are finding ourselves in before we give up all of the information, right? Then the next thing you know, your creativity is being usurped because you gave everybody everything that you had that you had in mind without your guidance, right? So it's important to understand where other people are by asking questions and giving yourself permission to kind of what we call hold things, keep things to your chest a little bit. And it's not because you're trying to be secretive or not trying to allow yourself to be vulnerable. You're going in to be to learn. That's the best thing that we can do when we're going into a new situation. What can I learn from this? What can I gain? What knowledge can I gain from this? And then when you ask those questions and you wait for the space, the silence, what's happening in that space can be really, really loud if you want to pay, if you're paying attention, right? Because what's
Right.
not being heard could possibly be seen by body language, by uh, the other individuals, um, maybe uncomfortability by being in, but because you're so comfortable with who you are. So, yes, when you're in those meetings and you're prepared for yourself because you've done the previous steps, you've done the self-awareness, you've done the personal work, you know that you're an innovator, you're allowing yourself to be vulnerable, but you're also allowing yourself to learn from those situations. That part will definitely take you further if we step back and we inquire and then we listen and then we listen.
Which is the most important skill, to listen for what's being said and to listen for what's not being said. And with that said, Bukeka, why don't you share your business and then I can share a little of mine.
I would be happy to. As you can see, I am the CEO of Fave Unite TV. And Fave Unite TV is an OTT streaming platform that is dedicated to Black stories and Black storytelling. We are streaming the culture 24/7 with content from all over the world, from podcasts to short films to music and all different types of creative genres that you can imagine, all in one space. And I'm really excited because Dr. Enolia Foti, you can see her all over Fave Unite TV. So, Dr. Enolia, just tell us a little bit about where we can find you and about your businesses.
Yes, I am Dr. Enolia Foti. I can be found on www.enolia.live. I am the CEO of Enolia LLC. And as we spoke about that leadership and that business coaching, I do business coaching, life coaching. I hold my master classes and I do mentorship, as well as the fact that as an entrepreneur, I work with a lot of business plans and implementing and bringing to fruition startups and operations for Vision Africa development. And if you are an investor looking to invest in Africa, please reach out to me. And if you are a project that wants to be implemented, please reach out to me. So with that said, that entrepreneur, well-rounded key piece is right there.
Wonderful. Well, we are so glad to have you, Dr. Enolia. I loved our chat this morning, and for all of you that are watching, thank you so much for watching the Black Business Network. And Genius is common, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and the host of phenomenal speakers.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every
around the globe.
Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund. The Black Business Expo's mission is to
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. Rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I'm your business moderator. I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Ambassador Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, a distinguished leader, humanitarian, and educator with a global impact in mental health, education, and community service. She is the namesake of the I Change Nations Standard of Excellence Award, honoring her lifelong dedication to excellence. Dr. Boone Thornton's work inspires hope and possibility, from her leadership in global civility initiatives to shaping future leaders as a tenured professor and program director. Sorry about that. With numerous accolades and a passion for service, Dr. Boone Thornton exemplifies the true essence of transformative leadership. I present to you, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton.
Good morning, Nikki. How are you today?
Good morning. Good morning. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am just excited about being able to talk with you today. You know, my field is mental health, and I always want people to be cognizant of that because, you know, we think a lot about our physical health because usually when something is wrong physically, we know it. But because we bury so much emotion and pain and things of that nature, we don't think about our mental health. And so that is my actual platform. I have developed a series called Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask. I have a workbook because, you know, we got to do the work, a companion journal, because journaling helps us look into our soul and discover who we really are. And then I have a regular book that kind of gives you some background on why we mask. I do workshops all over. I work primarily with women, but I have done workshops with men as well because mental health it affects everybody. No age discrimination, no race, no anything. And so I talk about wearing the mask. I talk about emotional wellness. And today I really want to focus on prioritizing self-care and soul care and just managing stress and stressful situations. You know, as business leaders, sometimes when we meet with corporate America, that could be stressful. Even when we meet with people in our business, even as someone who is working towards developing a business, getting to know people, making new connections, all of that can be very, very stressful. And so we want to look at that. We want to manage that. I have had the opportunity to work with people in various corporations and do professional development training. And so I get to know people on a level underneath what they show, and kind of identify some of the not only emotions, but concerns and fears. You know, fear is a word we don't want to use. We believe if we say we have any type of fear, that's a weakness. No. Fear is good. And so stop trying to cover that up. We can deal with that and we can actually make it work in our favor. So as a mental health specialist, I worked initially primarily with children and their families. One thing about children is they don't really know that they're supposed to be masking emotions. And so they will really let you know what's going on. They don't care what you think about it or anything. To do a lot of work to get to the underlying causes. And again, a lot of times what we see in children as a children's therapist is a symptom of what's going on in the family. And it's something much, much bigger. I've also had the opportunity, not only as a therapist, but as a university professor, to prepare my students for fields and in those fields, they not only try to help people, you know, uncover things that may be holding them back or impacting them emotionally, but there's a transference there. So I help these individuals learn about that and to manage that and to manage boundaries and just emotions in general. And so today I'm going to give you just a quick overview because transforming a reality doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, and it starts with understanding what's going on underneath what you show to the world. And so I became the title given the Unmasking Guru, and that is my platform. It really came to life, even though I've been teaching, working in mental health for years. It really came to light as this is your platform, this is your business, this is what you want to do, and bring to people a state of wellness. And so I can just recall, even with working with clients, even in growing up myself, that when it comes to emotions, we have several of them in the 20s, 30s, you can name all different ones, but really, we just deal with happy, sad, glad. We don't put anything underneath that: disappointment, grief, shame, hurt. We just deal with those surface emotions. And so that and the emotional bondage and baggage that we may be carrying in life, we have a tendency to minimize emotions. There's so much going on that it's difficult for us to think about complaining. When you think about people who have it so much worse than you do, but you still have emotions that you need to deal with. I can remember as a child being upset, and my father would be like, "Do you want something to cry about?" I'm like, what kind of question is that? No. But he was basically saying, hey, this is life. You're going to have to cry, which is true. But you need to be able to understand those tears and the emotions behind them. And so I've had the opportunity to really travel with my business as the unmasking guru to all parts of the world, in Africa and Kenya, Libya, different places, Spain, just blessed to really travel. But the thing about that is I have met people, and in my study of people, emotions is something we all struggle with. So mental health should be something that we all understand and work towards managing. Wellness, and so trying to develop this inner peace is something that's often overlooked. We in a world full of chaos and destruction, and things are just going on all around us. And so we're so focused on external peace that we sometimes overlook our own internal peace. And I have put mental health assessment tools and checklists, because for some reason, when we start to struggle mentally, we think it's just us. But physically, we know if there's a disease or an illness or high blood pressure, we know everybody struggles with it. And so we don't have a problem with dealing with that. But mental health, we turn inward. And so my goal is to help people turn outward and to seek help and to work on their mental health and their emotional wellness constantly. We go to the gym, we exercise every day, we consciously eat good foods, healthy foods, greens, we get a little bit of everything. But when it comes to our emotional wellness, it's like overlooked. Well, guess what? It's time for us to stop overlooking it. And so I met people who basically have said to me, Dr. Boone Thornton, I think I wear my mask 24/7. I don't think I even take it off when I'm home. And I'm like, you can't be yourself at home. Sometimes we create who it is that we want to be. And we struggle to hold on to that. And that's the real struggle, because it's not us. And then we find ourselves looking for happiness and we're blocking it. But I found out during COVID that life is too short not to be happy, that we were created to be happy, that we were created to soar, and not to shrink back. And that, yes, there's some hard and difficult times, and we need to deal with those. But that shouldn't be at the forefront of everything. We should not go through life thinking, today is going to be perfect. Because what is perfection? And why is it so important? You know, we talk about different things in my courses that I teach. And one of the things we look at is this billion-dollar industry of cosmetics and surgery just to be perfect. And in talking to and in interviewing people who've undergone, you know, those types of transformations, it's kind of never enough. It's like as soon as they fix one thing, they find something else. That's because we're not perfect. And so as soon as many of us give that up, being perfect, we could start that transformation battle. And it's so important that we understand that underneath the perfection that we try to display, the happiness that we try to display, there's hurt and there's pain that we need to confront, so that we can get to a place of authenticity. One of the things that we are faced with that many of us really, really struggle with is just being around people, gatherings, celebrations, things that should really be at our forefront, really bring us happiness. But we find that that happiness kind of dissipates quickly, because we haven't given up the pain and the hurt that we buried. And so the lens of happiness is often overshadowed. We go through life kind of like, well, okay, this is nice, but something's going to happen. You know, my daughter just bought her first home, and it's like a beautiful thing, and we're all excited. But, you know, there are people who will say, well, that's nice, but, you know, what about the economy? And what about this? Because you have that pain, that hurt, that disappointment still living underneath the happiness. And so the goal is to get to that, so that when you have family gatherings, when you have celebrations, you can really celebrate and be happy and experience the joy, live in the moment without in the back of your mind thinking about things that could happen. This makes us really empty because we stress so much and we prioritize everything else but ourselves. You know how it happens. You know, if people are asking, can you do this? Can you do that? You know, we have difficulty setting boundaries sometimes. We have difficulty setting limits on ourselves. We can set limits on other people, but limits on ourselves is like, okay, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this. But we have to take that time for ourselves. We have to take time to think about, you know, how much am I actually giving out? And how much time am I prioritizing with me? And so that's one of the things that we do when we start to work on our emotional wellness. We have to prioritize ourselves first. And so we can do this by setting aside quiet time for ourselves, right? And so we think about a 24-hour day. And I'll have people to say, well, Dr. Boone Thornton, you know, I meditate in the morning for 30 minutes. That's good. That's great. But we are kind of under attack all day. We can get an email or a text or something that can just ruin it all. And so we may need a little bit more than 30 minutes. We may need to expand our ritual. We may need to be able just to take mindfulness breaks throughout the day when things really start to come against us, because we don't know from one day to the next when that's going to happen. You know, it could be at work, it could be in traffic, you know, it could be at home, it could be anywhere. So you have to really start building in, along with your morning ritual of meditation, reflection, prayer, whatever you want it to be. You really have to start building in those mindfulness breaks where you can kind of calm your head space. a lot of people that I work with will talk about racing thoughts. It's like I can't turn my brain off, even when I try to sleep, even when I try to relax. You have to make this a point to, first of all, put all the electronics away. You don't need any distractions, and just have mindfulness breaks throughout the day. And then as you approach evening, find you some time for quietness and think about the today. Kind of call that your quiet gratitude. Just the fact of making it through the day is something that we really need to be grateful for. Everybody made it home safe. I mean, you could just come up with list after list. And engaging in these reflective practices are really, really good because reflection connects with your purpose. Especially in the business world, we have a purpose. And we can so take some time to reflect on your emotions and reflect and reconnect with your purpose. A great way to do this is journaling. And in my Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask series, I have a journal. You know, we need to write about our thoughts, our feelings, our experiences, because these are some of the things that we bury every day. And especially if they're negative, that creates a negative lens in which you're looking at the world, or which you're experiencing things that should be happy and joyful. You're looking at them through a negative lens. Write about it, deal with it, process it. Ask yourself prompts like, you know, what am I most grateful for today? You know, how can I show love to myself? Because we forget to love ourselves. We really do. And what lessons have I learned? What lessons did I learn today? What lessons have I learned this week? You know, and make sure that those positive lessons are highlighted in the ones that we keep in front of us in our grateful journals that we think about often, because we're going to experience some traumas vicariously. You turn on the TV, whatever, all throughout the day. So make sure you can go back and reflect, engage in reflective practices on the good. Okay. A lot of people reflect, they use music. Music uplifts them. Music can change a lot of things. Working with children, I use a lot of music because if I want to see some little sad faces brighten up or lighten up or change the atmosphere or the environment, music will do it. Also take time to connect with nature. When you're prioritizing yourself, take time to connect with nature. I can remember back when I was in school, and I might be dating myself, we would have recess. And no matter what was going on in the class, you know, no matter who you were mad at, whatever happened at lunch, when you got to recess, we all went outside and played. And it was fun and we laughed. You know, and you almost kind of forgot about all of the other things that happened to that. I know a lot of people who like to take walks. I am a person who loves plants, okay? I have plants all over my house. It's my way of bringing the indoors, keeping the outdoors out, but bringing the plants in to kind of create that nature, that natural groundedness practices. You know, some people, you know, they have, you know, they want sand in some place of their houses or wherever, sand on their deck, something to kind of help ground them. And just, you know, connect with nature. Another thing you can do, you know, I talked about the gratitude list. You can make that. You can verbally acknowledge your feelings, the good ones and the bad, but focus more on the good ones. You know, when I'm teaching children, especially, sometimes to reinforce what they're learning or doing, because we have different types of learning, auditory, visual, everything. They not only have to write it down in that journal, they have to say it. And so verbally acknowledge it. You know, I'm really feeling good today. This is what I like about the day. This is what I like about me. This is what I like about what I'm bringing to the situation. And then make you a gratitude jar. Okay, all of the great things that are happening, you know, we may write them down, but put them on a little piece of paper, put them in a gratitude jar, and pour from that jar. And when you pour whatever it is, think about that and focus on that when you're actually reflecting. Okay. Now, again, when you prioritize yourself, you know, everything might not be good. Some of it might be a little stress related or anxiety, but those are challenging emotions and we're going to have them. We've got to address those. We've always got to address those. We want to keep the stress level down. And guess what? A lot of the times we bring the stress. Keep your plans simplified. Okay. I remember waking up going, I'm going to take the kids here. I'm going to do the dishes. I'm going to do the clothes. I'm going to work. I'm going to cook the dinner. Simplify that because you're building a level of stress that you can reduce. Always ask for help. Okay. Ask for help if you need it. Practice time management. When you're making up your day, keep in mind that there's traffic out there. There's crowds in the stores. There's people who are not going to be where they say they're going to be. There's people who are going to cancel. Things are going to be shifted. So keep your plans simple. Okay. And because that's where we get the anxiety. That's where we get the conflict. That's where we get the disappointment, right? And so if you keep it simple, and meaning we might not always be able to do that today. We may have to look at the week. We may have to look at the month. Everything can't be a crisis at the top of the list because we have to make a list and we have to put the most important things first and then build from there. And you know, when we start thinking about the most important things, especially as we're building our business, we got to keep our family in the forefront because these are the people who helped you get where you are. You know, don't put them, okay, I'm going to connect with family later. No, you know, when it all said and done, these are the people who are going to be standing. Okay. So keep them there. And, you know, we have sadness and grief sometimes, but, you know, if you feel like this is really overtaking who you are and, you know, your everyday life and it's really impeding on just you being able to get through the day, that might mean that it's time for you to seek professional help. You know, this may be something more than you can deal with on your own. I had a friend who was struggling with their blood pressure. You know, it didn't really matter what they ate. You know, it was still up and down. There was no rhyme or reason. And it was like, hey, it's time to get some professional help. It's time to go to a doctor to get some treatment, some medication, whatever you need. Or someone who can give you an exercise plan or a meal plan or something. Get what you need. Don't struggle. Don't self-soothe. You know, a lot of people, you know, find themselves, you know, coming home and they got to have this wine or something to unwind. Don't self-soothe. Don't do that. Do something that's going to be healthy. Deal with the emotion. Okay. Don't try to cover it. Deal with it. You know, and we have triggers. We have people who trigger some things. There's some people who can walk into the room and your whole day is like, for real, right? Understand where the triggers are coming from, right? Sometimes you just may want to avoid them. It's okay. There's some people who, hey, no, not today. I look at the phone and I'm like, no, we can't do that today. You know, set yourself up for success emotionally, right? And so we want to simplify our schedules. We want to set realistic expectations. We want to create personal rituals, mindfulness, morning rituals, evening rituals. Okay. We want to limit comparisons. You know, don't worry about what that person's doing. You know, you do what works for you and what makes you happy. Stay physically active because those endorphins really help us mentally. You know, engage in the community, find some events that really, you know, kind of highlight who you are, who you want to be, who you want to help. And then finally, I always tell people the American Psychological Association talks about 4 main stressors in our lives. You know, difficult conversations with family. You need to have them. Okay. Don't keep burying that because that makes things a trigger for you, right? Because you have this hurt, this animosity, whatever. Sometimes people don't even know they hurt you. Have those conversations. Okay. Don't feel pressured to keep up with the Joneses. That's an old term, but don't feel pressured. You know, if there's something you don't like, you don't have to do it because all your other friends are doing it. Okay. And manage your expectations. You know, sometimes we put people on a pedestal, right? And we expect for them to be there 24/7. They can't. It's just the reality of it. I'm going to miss some of your games. I'm going to miss, you know, some of the things. I just can't be everywhere. So manage your expectations. You know, I thought you was my friend. You didn't show up for me. Things happen. Right? Don't put people on a pedestal. Don't put yourself on a pedestal. Okay. And so those are some of the things I just want to remind you of. I am Dr. Boone Thornton. I have the Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask trainings, workshops, corporate retreats. I work with nonprofits, universities, faculties, international, everywhere. My website, if you want to follow me, is drmichelleBooneThornton.com. I show up as the unmasking guru on LinkedIn. My books are available on, you know, Amazon and things like that. But the main thing I want to share with you is when you stop burying emotions and really start to deal with them, then you can be your authentic self, the person you were created to be. It will reduce your stress. It will do so many things for you. And just remember some of the checklist things that I gave you to do. And even if you just do one at a time, you know, things don't always happen overnight. And that's the other thing, you know, we live in this microwave instant world. Changing your reality is a process. You know, managing your emotional wellness is a process. You know, if you just do one thing, that's good. That's fine. And then add to it as you progress. So thank you so very much for having me here today. I hope that I was able to make a difference.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. We really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you for sharing your expertise on the show. Allow the listeners and viewers to get your information one more time. How can they connect with you?
Okay, my website is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, all lowercase, no hyphens, no period, .com. And I show up on LinkedIn as the Unmasking Guru. And so from there, you can connect with me. My books are available on Amazon, Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask. And I just look forward to hearing from you.
Awesome, awesome. I just want you to share your information again. But before we let you go, I have to ask you one question, at least one question, if you have a minute. Yeah, absolutely. Can you share with us, as a leader in global civility initiatives, how do you approach bridging cultural and society divides? I think that's important right now.
Well, we see it as a divide. And culturally and from a societal point, it's been set up as a divide. But we are all one people. You know, we can be all we can be collectively. And so one of the things that I do when I'm working with people all over the world is to make that connection, to let them know that we're more alike than we are different.
Right. Absolutely. Great answer. And I'm going to put one more question in there, if you don't mind. How can communities better support leaders in initiatives focused on mental health and education? Because right now, mental health awareness and education is so important.
It really, really is. And communities have to embrace just that fact, that mental health is important, just as important as physical health. We've come a long way in mental health and building supports for communities. There are tons of resources out there. I ask people just to tap into those resources, you know, volunteer, learn more about mental health, you know, make it something that you incorporate in your daily life. And from there, we can grow and really help and you know, support each other.
Awesome, awesome answer. Thank you so much. We have Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, an amazing speaker, amazing leader. We thank you for being a part of the Black Business Network, Olympic Business Network. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go into some very important announcements. I would like to let everyone know the Black Business mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. And that is $B as in boy, B as in boy, X as in xylophone, USA, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to our students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024. That was NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marjorie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, We offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at @BDX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses and business. Today, we will be hosting a fireside chat with Ms. Barbara H. Smith and Dominique Milton. Let me tell you a little bit about Ms. Barbara H. Smith. She's known as the celebrity speaker, trainer, and she empowers individuals and businesses to communicate effectively, improving conversations and boosting sales. And an award-winning international author, speaker, corporate trainer, and executive coach. Barbara has traveled the globe sharing her expertise with diverse audiences. As a media personality, she has been featured on The Doctors, Authority Magazine, and more. Barbara has also hosts the Empowering You show on Amazon Fire and Roku, spotlighting small businesses and their stories. A dedicated advocate, she supports Natasha House, a transitional home for homeless women and children. Barbara's mission is to engage, empower, and inspire leaders worldwide. And now to tell you a little bit more about our other guest, Ms. Dominique Simpson Milton. She is the president and CEO of the Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, where she leads efforts to drive economic growth and supplier diversity. With over 35 years of corporate experience, she previously served as vice president of business development at A10 Clinical Solutions, focusing on clinical research for healthcare and pharmaceuticals. Dominique holds a BS in economics from Spelman College and an MBA in marketing from Penn State. Passionate about leadership and community, she actively volunteers and serves as board chair of the Teacher Supply Closet while working towards her doctorate in business administration. I present to you for our fireside chat, Ms. Barbara H. Smith and Ms. Dominique Milton.
Hey, Nikki, how are you?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good day. How are you?
Better today. Better.
Great.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Let's get started. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Always great to see you, Dominique. Always great to be
here. You make my day every time we can have a chat, Barbara.
I thought I was going to be able to introduce you that unique way, but it's all good.
It's all good. It's all good. We have to reduce that introduction. Well, we'll get to that.
Yours and mine too. You always bring such flavor to businesses. You have a definite passion for supporting business owners, and I just love that about you. And you. I want to just get started and find out who you brought today.
It's you and me today.
Oh, I thought you were bringing somebody up with us.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's you and I doing a fireside chat today. You are interviewing me.
You and me. Okay. All right. So the first thing, for people who don't know who the illustrious Dominique Simpson Milton is, I'd like for you to just talk about the organization CVMSDC. I said that real good this time.
You did. You got it.
I used to stumble over those letters, but I just want you to tell the people how you got started in your work journey, and then how you transitioned to CVMSDC.
Well, thank you so much, Barbara. And, when I heard it was going to be a fireside chat with the two of us, I said, we can just bring the information to the masses that need to hear, because you were a great student. You went through our program and you listened to everything we said, and now you're benefiting from it. So let me just tell you how we got to where we are today. So I'm a firm believer, Barbara, that everything you do in your life prepares you for where you need to be. Yeah. And I have a background as a business owner, a background on the corporate side. And so when this opportunity came about to be able to serve this constituent base, to be able to help minority business owners grow, it was just a natural fit for me, because I understand how corporations operate, but I also understand what business owners need. So I run, CVMSDC is a advocacy group. It's a nonprofit advocacy group to help business owners like yourself to grow faster. And so we do 4 things. We certify business owners, but that's a small part of what we do. The big part is the development and the connections that we bring to you, and the advocacy work that we provide for you. And so a lot of people don't know about us. I was on a show recently and they say best kept secrets don't get paid. So I said we need to let the whole world know about us. But it's sad when people try and run their business on their own without the help of all these groups that are out there to help spur them along, and they fail. The failure rate of businesses is extremely high. And we're here to improve the success rate of businesses. That's it in a nutshell, to make those connections with you, to bring contract opportunities to you so that you can grow and thrive, and we can close the wealth gap together.
I love that. You hit on so many poignant nuggets, one of which was you are called to serve. Yes. And that's the essence of who you are and what you do. And I love that so much. But you talked about how CVMSDC has helped me. For just a moment, let me just share. Once I got certified, which was a definitely strenuous process, stringent, not strenuous, but stringent. Mm-hmm. You want to make sure, CVMSDC wants to make sure that you are going to be successful. And so they help you through the process. That's different from a lot of certifications. So being a certified MBE allows me entryway to connections.
That's right.
Connections that I would not normally have. Case in point. So I'm sitting in the CVMSDC event a few months ago, and as the speaker, well, back up for a second. So I came prepared with my resume.
Because you're always prepared. You are always prepared.
and they said Dominique is on the golf course, but we need to get your resume to her. And I was chuckling. You don't know this story. I was chuckling. I was chuckling, and I said, "No, don't tell her. Just ask her if it's okay if I fill in for her as the MC. You met this person just now, and you just want to know." So right away, I got a text message from you that said, "Manifestation." Oh yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday, right? But the reason why is because CVMSDC positioned me in front of all these business owners. And then because I was the MC, I sat next to the senior vice president of Chase. I didn't even know that. Did you know that I was sitting next to?
No, I did not. I did not. But you got to be in the room. You know, that's one of my rules. You got to be in the room in order to partake, right?
You got to be in the room. And I'm sitting there and we're chatting like we've been friends forever. And he connected me with Darla A. Harris of Chase, a business. She has a business program, Impact for Change.
Okay.
That's absolutely free for MBEs, by the way.
Yes.
And that connection wouldn't have happened if I wasn't sitting next to the senior vice president. It wouldn't have happened if I wasn't the MC. It wouldn't have happened if I wasn't an MBE. All of these things happened because I am a certified MBE. So it's definitely worth looking into cvmsdc.org as an MBE.
Can I talk about the process for a second?
Yes.
So you said the process was stringent. It's meant to be stringent. It takes about 4 to 6 weeks to get through it, but you have to have your paperwork in order. And what I tell people is, once you go through our process, if you didn't have your paperwork in order, it will be in order for you. But folks, you need to walk with your paperwork in order at all times.
Yes.
That way, if you need a bank loan, if somebody needs you to do something, it's at your fingertips. It's in your computer. You can just upload it. And so, yeah, I tell people it can be daunting if you don't have your stuff together. But like you said, we're here to help you. You don't need to go out and pay somebody $3,000 to be able to get this done. We're here to help you. We're here to help you make more money, not spend more money, right? And so thank you for going through the process. Thank you and I know it took you a while because you put it on the back burner for a minute, right? But then you came back and you were diligent and you walked the walk and got it done. And now look at the doors that are open for you. I love it. Thank you for that story.
Yeah. And it was stringent, but I had my paperwork in order. I just put you on the back burner if some things came up. But like you said, I went back to it and really it was quick because I had my paperwork together. And I want to shout out to Marjolette Brown, who took me by the hand literally and said, okay, you need this, and this. Make sure you do this, and this. Make sure these things are connected. Make sure. And
that's what she does. She's my internal certification person. She handles everything. Nobody comes to this organization without being touched by Marjolette Brown.
And I tell you, she knows her stuff and she helped me get it done. So now let's fast forward to some upcoming events that CVMSDC has going on. They always have things going on. I'm looking for the Ring event coming in my area.
So we always tell people, go to our calendar, which is cvmsdc.org, every Sunday night to prepare yourself for the week and look and see what's happening. Okay. So the two major events that we have coming up, there's Ring meetings. Those are like smaller group meetings that I encourage people to go to, because a lot of times you'll go to a big conference and it's like swallowing an ocean, right? You want to have your little internal network before you go. So we have smaller events so you can sit at the table virtually. Sometimes they're in person with the people you want to do business with. They get to know you in a smaller environment. And then you go to the bigger event. So we have one big event coming up this December 4th and 5th. Is going to be in Greenville, South Carolina. Right. And it is our MBE Summit, where we're going to do a deep dive and teach MBEs about AI, how AI can really grow your business, right? Because a lot of us, you have AI on your phone, everybody does. People have heard of ChatGPT, but you don't know what it can truly do for your business. It was designing logos for me the other day, right? I mean, it can draw, you just devise whole business plans. So if you're a business owner out there and you're struggling, you can go to ChatGPT and ask it to do whatever you want, right? And so you have to learn how to work this tool to, what I say, so you work smarter versus harder, right?
Yes.
So AI, then you have ESG, which is environmental social governance. We have rebranding. We're going to have free headshots. So when you come to our events, we embrace you and take care of the things that you need as a business owner, right? So just a headshot alone would cost more than our admission price, all right? So you get an updated headshot. We're going to have 10 companies on stage talking about what they're looking for, what they're sourcing for the next 6 to 12 months, real time.
Yeah.
And then we're going to have banks there.
That's awesome. And I'm so disappointed that I won't be. Greenville is like my back door, but I'm already scheduled to go to a conference that weekend. And I was like sick when I saw that event pop up, and I had already scheduled. But here's what I want minority businesses to understand. You don't have to be an MBE to go to the event.
That's right.
You just have to show up. Once you see the information that is being offered to you, you will definitely, unless, okay, I'm not going to say that. You will definitely want to be a part of this organization, because the connections, doors that will open for you, I can't explain it enough. I can't convey it enough to share with you that these connections are not connections I would have normally had. And then specifically talking about my bailiwick, AI, I'm a GPT prompting expert, and I stopped struggling with so many things. Working smarter, not harder is my main mantra.
There you go.
This is what that is. And if you don't know about it and you don't know how to use it, because it can do so much, stop asking Google stuff. Ask ChatGPT. It gives you more in-depth information. So I'm super excited for all of those that'll be going. And I'm super excited for what those that are going will glean from it.
Yes. So Barbara, let me add one more event to that. So I want everybody to save the date for August 4th and 5th of 2025. We're going to be in Charleston, South Carolina, and that's going to be our largest event of the year. And so everybody has time to mark their calendars now and prepare for that particular event, August 4th and 5th in Charleston, South Carolina. And then I'm going to back up. There's one February 26th and 27th in Newport News, Virginia.
What in my back door?
It's your back door. And you could be the MC for that, Barbara.
Oh my God. February what and what?
February 26th and 27th.
26. I am so there.
And at that conference for MBEs, we're going to have a 4-hour in-depth AI session with a professor from University of Richmond who's going to come in, and you have to have your computers. You have to have a ChatGPT subscription, which we might help you with. And you are going to go deep dive into AI with this professor.
Okay, so is it all day? What's the time?
No, so the 26th and 27th starts at noon with a fabulous lunch. It's going to be hosted by Ferguson and the new city of Newport News. It starts at noon for MBEs, and then we have a reception that night, and then the next day it's a 3/4 of a day.
Okay, CV. I'm putting it in my calendar right now because I want to be there. That's not far either.
And plus, we'll have you as the MC on the 27th if you'd like.
You heard that? Another gig.
Yeah. So connections are what we do, right? So development and connection, that's where we hang our hat. So I always say every year you need to be slowing down in order to speed up. You've got to tune up your business, right? Because I do a whole segment on working on your business versus working in your business.
Yeah. And
people don't understand the difference. When you're working in your business, you're just maintaining. When you're working on your business, you're being strategic and you're growing that business forward. But you got to slow down in order to do that. And most business owners don't know how to take the time to slow down.
I was going to say that, Dominique. We don't know how to take the time to slow down. But if you don't slow down, it's like a bow and arrow. You got to fall back to propel forward.
Yes, I like that.
You got to pull it back, meaning slow down to get what you need. And once you let that arrow go, you go further and faster than you would if you just keep grinding. Because I did that for many a year, Dominique. I did not understand working on versus working in my business. So I'm so grateful you explained that. And it's necessary. You know, you can say, well, I'm going to lose out on XYZ umpty squat if I do this. But if you don't do this, meaning self-development, business development, then you're always in that hamster wheel trying to get the next dollar, when doors could open for you and one contract could set you up for the rest of your business career.
That's the truth. That's the truth. And then we talk about connections, Barbara. I tell people, if you reach your arms out, that's as far as your reach is, right? That's the breadth of what you can do. Right. But when you connect with advocacy groups like CVMS DC, like WeBank, right? All these organizations that are designed to help you, you then link up with other organizations who have resources for you, who have different connections. Every organization has different connections. They have different tables that you're going to sit at. You now strengthen your network and you are stronger. I used to want to be Oprah and Martha Stewart all at the same time. I was like, how do they get it done? I want to have the cookies baked when everybody gets home. I want to be this powerful businesswoman. And I didn't understand how they did it, right? But they do it because they invoke the help of others.
Team.
Yeah. Team. I'm glad you're on my team, Barbara.
I know. I'm glad I'm on your team too. Listen, and you said something again. You keep saying stuff, but again, teamwork, because we as business owners cannot do it by ourselves. And for me, for many years, I was like, I got this. I can do this. I'm not good at marketing. I need somebody to do marketing. There's other things that I don't have the strength in. And so I know what my weaknesses are. And so I find people who are strong in those areas and can do the things that I need done without me having to do them.
That's it. Let's pause here for a second. So for our business owners that are listening, Barbara's learned how to reach out and get help. But, just like you have a lawyer, you can hire an HR person. It's a contract HR person. You can hire a benefits person. You can hire a marketing company. All these are different auxiliary supports that you can hire on as your network, right? So I have a team of 7, and we nobody would know it's just 7 of us running this business, right? But we contract out with all these different people to help us look bigger than what we are and to accomplish a whole lot more.
And that's what's key. You have to get people who are able to do the things that are a struggle for your business by itself to do.
That's right.
And contracting out is a phenomenal way to do that. So when CVMS DC first started, what was it like? What was it like in the early days?
So I'm not that old. We have been around for 52 years. Okay. So that would have made me a really young child. But yes, and that's what people don't understand. We're not new to this game. We've been
not fly by night.
No, we've been around for 52 years, right? So we started back in 1972, and we're a national organization. Actually, we're an international organization, right? Mm-hmm. So we have locations in Canada and South Africa and India. So we are here. We have strength in our network. There's more than 17,000 members in our network. So there's strength in the network. There's history in the network. We have some of the largest business owners in the country as part of our network. We have people, my favorite person, Janice Bryan Howright. I always have to shout her out. She started with $1,500 in a dream and became the first African-American woman to be a multimillionaire with a staffing company. We have a company, Worldwide Technologies, where he started out in his garage with a dream and the audacity to name his business Worldwide, right? Mm-hmm. And now he's a multi-billion. He's like, I think it's like $22 billion right now. He rivals a lot of corporations. And so we're talking from startups to billion-dollar companies. And I like to say from hot sauce to jet planes and everything in between. We have an MBE that can do whatever is needed to be done in a corporation. And if we don't have it, we can build it.
That's so awesome. What's amazing about what you just said is my vision went to those corporations that started really small.
Every one of them.
And what's interesting is that this network, 52 years strong, has made connections with some of the largest corporations in the world. And as an MBE, we have access to whatever we need, whoever we need, whatever corporation we need, because of the relationship building that CVMS DC has done. We don't have to build a relationship at the outset. We get a warm introduction. Now it's up to you, MBE person, to cultivate your own relationship with them. But what is the difference? What's the difference between a cold introduction and a warm introduction?
Oh my goodness. I never do a cold call. That's just not going to happen because you're wasting your time, right? You're just knocking on doors that 1,000 other people are knocking on. If you're doing a cold job search, you're sending out resumes to just a plethora of people and nobody knows your name, right? Where you can call your cousin John, who might be the vice president or the president of a company, and he can open a door for you that would not have been open. We as people need to utilize our resources more. We need to ask for help more and not feel like it's a bad thing, Barbara, right?
Pause right there. That's the part. That's the part, Dominique. I'm going to talk about me. For years, I said, I got this. I got this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. For years, I struggled in business because I would not ask for help. It is one of those things that I don't know where it comes from, but it needs to go back.
It needs to go back. We need to pause it, freeze it, get rid of it, because other people, trust me, they ask for help. Okay. And I've seen it with my own kids. I'm like, I can make a phone call and have somebody help you with that. Oh, no, I got it. Don't think you're special that you can call. So it's not that I feel I'm special. I'm utilizing the network. Right. Mm-hmm. And it's a blessing that you have people to be able to advocate for you. And I want to just emphasize to our business owners, it's not just about my organization. When I was an MBE, we were woman-owned, minority-owned, A to A, every certification we can get. We got. So if you're a veteran out there, there's a veteran certification for you, right? LGBTQT, there's certifications for everybody out there, and every organization brings something different. But I must say this, you have to put in the work too, because if you just signed up as a member and you didn't show up, Barbara, or you didn't, raise your hand, or you didn't come ready to the event with your resume and ready to go, nothing would happen. It's like going to the gym and just looking around and thinking the weights are going to do something for you.
That is a great analogy. A great analogy. Go into the gym and just looking around, hoping the weight's going to do something for you. That is a great analogy. Listen, we have to ask for help. There is help. Not, as you said, Dominique, not just CVMS DC. There's all kinds of organizations that are willing to help. They're willing to put in the work with you if you're willing to put in the work, because success only comes before work in the dictionary. Let that marinate.
I like that.
Put in the work. I didn't come up with that. Somebody else did, but I don't know. Success only comes before work in the dictionary. And so we have to put in the work. And I'm not afraid of work. So that's why we got to the place where we are with BHS and Associates. And so I'm so grateful for your tutelage, your friendship. I feel like you are my sister friend, and the network. Let's talk about the network for a second.
Sure.
It's so cliche to say your net worth is equal to your net worth.
But it's so true.
Yes, let's dive into that. Let's dive into that for a moment. Just imagine you are a network of one, right? That's all you got. You explained it best when you said your arms only go this far. But imagine you're linked up with CVMS DC, WeBank, SBDC, all of these organizations that are willing to help business owners. Now you've got their reach, their networks to help us MBEs get to the place of success. But you have to put in the work. You have to get certified. And then, oh, by the way, I heard somebody say, I'm not getting any work because, and I'm SWAM certified. Okay, so being certified doesn't mean you're going to get work.
It's not that nobody's coming knocking on your door.
That's the part.
It's when you go knock on their door and they ask you, are you certified? If you're certified, you have to say yes, right? You don't have time at that point to go run and try and get certified. It's going to take you 4 to 6 weeks. You want to just say, oh yeah, I'm certified, been certified. What's next? Okay. You answer their questions, you check their boxes. But I'm going to tell you a little story that I think is hilarious about your network is your net worth. I was raising money in for a particular cause, and you had to buy, the ads were $100, $200, and this particular person says, I don't have any $200 friends. And that struck me, okay? Because you got to have a network. I could pick up pick up my phone and text a whole bunch of people who are going to buy a $200 ad, $1,000 ad, right? $100,000. So what can your network deliver, right? So if you, this person said, I don't have all those $200 friends that you do. And I'm like, whoa, okay. Then you need to increase your networks that has a bigger net worth, right? Because when some people pick up the phone, it's easy for them to get $1 million, right? Other people can pick up the phone and somebody say, oh yeah, you need $100,000, sure. But yeah, think about that. You know, what can your network do for you, but also what you can do for your network, because nobody wants somebody in their network that's not, it's a give and take, it's a balance, right? But that one statement just struck me like, oh, wow.
You know what came to my mind when you said that was thinking.
Was what?
Thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. What you think, so is the man thinking, so is he.
That's right.
Thinking in his heart. So if you don't think you have a network, then you need to change the people you're hanging around with.
That is so true. Yeah, because what we believe, that's one of my favorite books, right? But what we believe.
Mm-hmm. It's possible.
Yeah, it happens. But you have to, let's talk about relationships, right? Because you've got to nurture relationships.
Yes.
We have a great relationship because we nurture each other. You know, you're not just pulling from me. I'm not just pulling from you, right? It's a balance, right?
Yes.
So when you talk about having relationships, you have to put in the work.
Yeah, that part. And this work takes time.
Yes.
See, so some people want to knock on Canon's door, walk in the door, and right away they have a job working with Canon. That's not how it works.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. But it can happen if you hook up with organizations that have relationships already built. Because when a corporation looks at an MBE, they already know they've been certified to do a job. They already know they have been working with the organization. And so that gives you a leg up to walk into an organization and begin your relationship with them.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You definitely
I want to hit on one point there that you've already done is volunteering. Okay. Some people, they just, oh, I can't volunteer for that. I'm worth this. Well, you stood up on stage and you were the MC for our event. You charged thousands of dollars for that. But you were in the right place at the right time, stood up, and then what are the dividends that are going to come from that volunteering? When you volunteer, you're behind the scenes with the people who you want to work with, and they're watching you work. And who else are they going to call on when it's time to do the business than the person that they saw work behind the scenes? It's like your marketing.
It is your marketing. It's not like your marketing.
It is.
And how much ROI do you get from some marketing dollars that you put out there? Like, yeah, that part. What was interesting that you also may not know about this last CVF SDC event was that I went there to volunteer, to stuff envelopes. Yeah, to stuff envelopes, to give out lanyards, to check people in. That was my initial goal request to come to the event to volunteer.
Thank you.
No, thank you, because what happened next was only divine intervention, right? So again, I came there to stuff envelopes. I came there to check people in. And the next, you already heard that I got to be the MC. That's my jam. The event coordinator says, do you think you can MC our event? She says, how long are you here for? I'm here for the whole thing. Like tomorrow night? I like, what time? 10 o'clock. I'm here. She said, well, I got to check with Dominique. I said, don't check with her. Just tell her you need somebody.
Yeah. No, that was already in my mind. And that's why I said, that's why we're connected, because that was already in my mind. So when she said, oh, absolutely. But, getting back to, we touched on it before. I need our viewers to understand that at every turn you bring your A game.
Yes, that
every turn you bring your A game. If I call you to do something, you can't say, no, I'm not ready, or I don't have, I got people with sauce. Did you bring your sauce sample to this event? No, I didn't. you got sauce. Nobody can taste it. Nobody knows, right? So where is your sample, right? Always have your A game, and always be intentional about how you spend your time, where you spend your money, how you save your money, who you save your money with. We have to be very intentional because your time is limited. And if you're not intentional about the things that you're doing, about the places you're putting yourself, about that network that we're talking about, you're not going to grow.
I've got a question on in the back office. It says, do you have to be in the CVMS DC area to be a member, to become a member?
So again, the CVMS DC, no, you do not. Okay. So CVMS DC is part of an international network, right? So you just go to the website for nmsdc.org, the National Minority Supplier Development Council, and you can see a map, and you can click on that map, and that map will tell you where your local office is. To be certified, you have to be certified in the state in which your business license is incorporated. But then you can become an affiliate with us. So you can subscribe with CVMS DC if you like the events that I have, if you like the training programs that I have, or you want to do business with one of the customers that's in my network, and you want some special introductions, some matchmaking within my network, you can subscribe to us. But look on the map. Again, it's international in scope, and we have somebody to help you in any area. I have helped people in other councils, just tremendously with their development. And so I'm here to help. That is my passion. That's what keeps me up at night, is making sure I deliver relevant programming for our business owners to watch them grow. And there's nothing that gives me more pleasure than to see somebody grow from a startup to a multi-million-dollar company. And I've seen it numerous times.
That's so good. That's so good. I'm looking for that trajectory.
There you go. You're building that trajectory.
Yes, I am building that trajectory. And to that end, when you build, you don't build a house in a day.
No.
And so why we think we should build our business in one day, we see these social media instant stars, and we think that's how it's done. I'm so sorry to inform you that that's not how it's done.
It is not how it's done. It's not how it's done. And I want to go down that path just a little bit differently, Barbara. There's a pie, and I always have to tell this. If you have a pie and you take a piece out of that pie to give it to somebody else, to help somebody else, your pie is not getting smaller, folks. Your pie is now getting bigger because now you've empowered somebody else to do what they need to do. And now they are getting a pie and they're growing and they can help other people. And so I don't want anybody to have a scarcity mentality. You know about an opportunity and you don't want to share it with anybody, tell anybody, you don't want to partner with anybody because you want it all for yourself. That's not the way this world works, folks. Okay. So Barbara needs to partner up with Anton, who was another speaker we had there, right? Yeah. And they need to filter work, right? Barbara needs to partner up with some other people. If she gets somebody calling her and says, I have this job for you to do with 2,000 people in 10 different locations, and Barbara can only be at one location, who is she going to partner with to get it done, right? Yeah. So she needs to have a mindset to go from millions to billions. She needs to have a growth mindset that she's going to share that opportunity with few other speakers, and now she can attack this project and take care of all 10 locations and however many people, because she had a mentality of growth, of sharing, of abundance, right? Not that scarcity mentality.
Well, I am receiving that prophetic word right now, and I am looking forward to connecting with some folk. I have connected with Anton, so we are in connection. But let's talk some now. We talked about network. We're on the Black Business Network, and I'm sure that there could have been another way for you and I to meet, but we met right here. What has this network done, do you think, has done for business owners across the world?
So if they've been listening, they have heard from some extremely successful business owners, right? Dr. Kelly's vision for this network is vast, and I applaud him for creating this network, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're bringing the information, folks, right? We don't know what we don't know, but if you tune in and you've been listening, you've heard from people who have already surpass the goals that you might be trying to get to. You've heard from people who've gone through turbulent times and they stood the test of time and they built their business, right?
Yeah.
You've seen students who created products and now they're, being recognized nationally, right? And the whole goal is to create scholarships for students, right? And so I hope you've tuned in. I hope you've been listening. If you haven't, you go back and listen to some of the guests that I brought to the show, people that you've talked to. But I always bring successful entrepreneurs to the table so that you can glean the advice that they have, understand what trials they went through to be where they are today. Because again, you can't do this alone. You've got to study. You have to study other people. You have to study their journey so you don't take the same pitfalls that they took, right? If somebody else has already walked that path, it makes it easy. It should make it easier for you if you're listening. So it's been a great network. And for me, I'm going to share this. You don't know this, but I'm a firm believer that you have to stretch your comfort zone every single day to grow. You have to stretch your comfort zone every day to grow. And when Dr. Kelly first asked me to do this, I was like, you want me to do what? So this was a stretch for me, and it turned into a whole show on it. It's called Intentionality with Dominique. All right. So I've now created a whole show, and that was his vision for me.
Wow.
But it was a complete stretch for me.
Right. So that's a phenomenal story. So my journey with Dr. Kelly and the Black Business Network is similar. Although I'm very comfortable in front of people, in front of audiences, people don't know this for real. I'm just saying, I actually don't like being on camera with no one. Now I have a conversation, spin up a conversation all day long with someone like we're doing right here.
Right.
The first meeting that Dr. Kelly and I had was kind of like a competition. He was like, you think you could MC for me? See, he was trying to use psychology. You think you could MC for me? Oh, no. You think you could MC better than me? I said, man, when I get on that platform, people going to be saying, who is that? And where's she going to be next? So he was challenging me. But what he challenged me to do is have my own show. And so now we have the Empowering You show on Roku and Amazon Fire. That was a result of Dr. Kelly pushing and prodding and saying, I see you doing this. I see you doing that. So this is a great place to bring your business skills and to let people know what you do and give your information freely and get information freely. Because here's a strategy that I use. Every time I'm doing a moderation, I write down every person's name. And before I meet with them, before they come on the show, I link text them, go into LinkedIn and I text them, hey, looking forward to meeting you on the show.
She is the co.
Dr. Kelly.
I think he might be saying our time is up.
It is. Oh my gosh. So with that, I'm going to just say, it has been a phenomenal ride, and I'm still connected after this is getting ready to be year 4.
Year 4. And how long have we known each other? Was it 2 years?
I think it's 3. I think this is
oh my gosh, I can't believe I've been doing this for 3 years. Okay.
The second year, Dr. Kelly asked me to call for sponsors. And I had you on my list, and I called you, and you said yes. Do you remember this?
Yes, I remember.
So you said yes, you came to the show, I met you then, and every Monday morning during the expo, you would be there and I would be there. That's how we built this rapport.
Time flies.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so I'm going to let Dr. Kelly come back. Dominique, give us how we reach out to CVMSDC one more time.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for having me this morning. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I encourage you to be intentional. I encourage you to reach out to us at info, I-N-F-O, at cvmsdc.org. You can also go to our website at cvmsdc.org and reach any of my team members. But if you email us at info@cvmsdc.org, we will get back with you. Again, you do not have to be a member to attend one of our events. We look forward to having you, and we look forward to helping you on your journey as a business owner to help close the wealth gap in America. Thank you so much for having us.
Well, ladies.
He's trying to kick us off.
I'm not trying to kick you off. I promise you.
Reach Barbara Smith at barbarasmith.com if you're looking to upskill your speaking and communication skill. I am Barbara Smith, celebrity speaker trainer. Don't forget the H.
Barbara, I was going to let you do that also, but I wanted to come up and congratulate both of you women for what y'all have done and what y'all mean to me in terms of what I'm able to do with the network. What both of you don't know is that Barbara inspired me really after our first conversation. She was with another group, a mastermind group, and we got to talking. And Barbara just was so full of energy till I was like, wow, I got to get my energy up. And so when me and Barbara was talking, I was talking a lot of smack. I was like, you can't do. And she showed over and over and over again that she can do. And for people out there who really need somebody to be trained, we're talking about being trained, because it's really not easy sometimes to talk, and she does a great job. And then Dominique, she pushes me all the time. I met her mother and I thought it was awesome. But what I wanted to do, and the reason that I came up was because I know a lot of times people ask the question, where are the kids? Where are the kids? And so I wanted to play this video for everybody to see one of our recipients who's now an architect at North Carolina State. And as we did a presentation, I wanted to do that right quick.
Make sure you go there if you want to get a scholarship. And one of the things that we could...
My fault.
Live. Hey, everybody, how's it going? It's always great when we get an opportunity to do something great. And today we're going to be doing something great with a young man. You know, he's going to be an architect, one of our future leaders of the world. Young man by the name of Christian Thomas. He's going to do an outstanding job. Of course, this is the Black Business Expo ceremony. My mom, say a few words to the young man as we give him the laptop, as we give laptop computers and up to $1,000.
Hi, Christian. We take great pride in giving you this laptop that you can earn. And we look forward to
And of course, if you're out there and you're a young man or young lady who wants a laptop computer and some scholarship dollars, go to our website, www.Black Business Expo USA. I'm the guy, Eric Kelly III. This is Frances Cagle. She is the co-founder. Make sure you go there if you want to get a scholarship. And one of the things that we continue to say, the Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you the next time.
I love it. That's what it's all about. Touching those youth, that's the future generation. The next generation of our work is what we call them.
Well, I'm going to let y'all finish up. You know, Dominique, usually you have a hard stop, but I'm going to let you two ladies finish up. But we wanted to do that this morning, and we plan on doing more of that, because at the end of the day, that's why I'm here. You know, we want these kids to understand that they can be entrepreneurs, but they need to see people so that they can see that it's possible. And as I always say on my email, what you're looking for is looking for you.
I love it. I love it. Well, it has been a pleasure, Barbara.
Always, Dominique. It's always a pleasure. When I see, and I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I told Dr. Kelly, I said, it's Thanksgiving Day. He said, well, this is a global network and everybody don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I said, well, I do. And so he said, well, Dominique requested you. I said, I'm going to do it for Dominique.
He works us in the background. I got to tell you offline. He's working us. But I could not think of a better way to spend this morning to set it off for folks, right? And for those folks getting ready to go out and spend a whole bunch of money, be mindful. Be mindful.
Yeah, and be careful. This is a crazy world we live in. Just be careful out there. Pay attention to your surroundings. And
all right. Hi, Nikki.
Nikki's back. You know what that means.
Wow. What an awesome conversation. I made so many notes. Got those dates down for 2025. We're good. Thank you, ladies. We have Miss Barbara H. Smith and Miss Dominique Milton. We are so grateful to you all. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you. Genius is coming. And I'll see you all on the other side.
See you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious? I totally think that that's it. Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. Okay. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like, baby, be you. Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith. The NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League, by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
All right, all right. Welcome, welcome. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for the session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will have 40 minutes today with our next presenter, Ms. Joy McMillan. Let me tell you a little bit about her. Joy McMillan, BSN, MBA, CRRN, WCCC. She has a list of accolades, credentials, things that she's done and accomplished. The list goes on. But today, she will bring over 31 years of nursing experience with 24 years in post-acute nursing administration. As a certified expert in infection control, rehabilitation, wound care, and healthcare accreditation. She has led organizations to clinical excellence through evidence-based practices and continuous improvement strategies. Joy founded JAD, Infection Control Experts, in 2007, gaining recognition for her innovative COVID-19 management programs. She's a national speaker and mentor. She has shaped infection prevention policies, educated healthcare leaders, and authored key resources for EPIC, APIC. Joy is a leader passionate about driving quality and compliance in healthcare. Everyone, please allow me to present to you Ms. Joy McMillan.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Nikki, for that introduction. It is glad to be here today on the Black Business Network.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I must say this, genius is common.
Genius is common. Genius is common. I love that saying. I love that saying. I feel it's so important when we meet with each other to talk about the great things and the great work that we're doing in this world. And I love to hear the other speakers because as we are hearing, we're learning. And in business, you always understand that you don't all have it all together. You know, you've got your model, you have your plan, but we're always learning, and we're always learning from each other. Iron sharpens iron, right? So
yes, it does.
You surround yourself with the best of the best, and that's our goal, is to be able to meet that. I came on today to talk about my business and JAD, Infection Control Experts, is a platform for me to utilize my team for healthcare excellence. And so we're definitely experts in infection control. We are experts when it comes to regulatory compliance. And those two things go hand in hand. What separates me from, I would say, others that might do infection control consulting is, firstly, I take a proactive approach in how I manage my business. And that leads to taking the time to meet with clients, find out what their needs are, put together a plan in place, and allow myself and my team to be able to meet those needs. Continuous needs, not we're just here to show up when the surveyors come in and provide, on-demand resources. That's not really going to change the outcomes of lowering your healthcare acquired infections or hospital acquired infections, depending on your setting. JAD infection control experts, we tailor our programs to whoever our client is. We deal with hospitals, we deal with outpatient centers, inpatient rehab hospitals, long-term care facilities, skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities. And what we've seen is everyone has their team in place, but the team gets distracted by the day-to-day goings on in any facility. That's just the norm in healthcare. You can, in the hospital, they have a little bit more resources than, let's just say, the long-term care or your skilled nursing facilities. However, they still have things that they have to focus on, and there's a lot more volume, and you've got a lot more issues going on. So they're concerned with things such as, antibiotic stewardship, surgical site infections, making sure that the environment is safe. People don't realize a lot of what it takes to make sure you've got safety as far as infection control and safety when it comes to regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance is in place, and these are the regulations. For those who may not know, that may not be in healthcare, these are the regulations that, the government says, CMS says, to be able to participate in our program, you need to meet these regulations. You have Joint Commission, which is a deeming body, which means CMS is allowing them to conduct their annual survey every 3 years. Joint Commission is a cut above. Higher standards are required. There's a lot more detail. And we're here to help organizations to be able to come across as they should, which is well prepared, and have every day be a survey day. What I mean by every day being a survey day is you have the opportunity in your hand to make sure that every single day that the staff are following evidence-based practices. They're not just utilizing a procedure on, when someone's taking a look, that whether it's Monday through Sunday, no matter what shift, that people are following the processes that have been put in place for safety. Another thing our company does is we specialize in making sure that we are available to the clients, not just Monday through Friday. So to be able to gather accurate data and to be able to see what's actually happening, that's going to impact their outcomes for the facility. The goal is to make sure that the outcomes for the facility are quality, that we're not just meeting standards, that we're exceeding them. And that's done on a basis of being able to see what goes on consistently. And so when we come in, we're coming in sometimes, during the morning shifts, sometimes on off shifts in the weekends, just to make sure and give that just-in-time education. Our partnership is such as a benefit when we are able to speak with the staff and things like that, they understand that we are not there to catch them. We are there to help inform them. We know they want to do good work. We know they want to be there and take care of their patients or residents in the fastest way possible. However, in doing that, there are times where corners are cut and this and that, and we're not following the processes we should for overall patient and resident safety. And it's us that come in and taking the time to be able to say, hey, I noticed that you went from this room to that room. However, you didn't sanitize your hands when you removed your gloves and exited the room before you saw the next resident or the next patient. All those things make a difference. Looking at all types of processes with environment of care, dealing with all departments. We don't just focus, a lot of people try and focus on nursing. We don't focus just on nursing and just on the clinical aspect. We're inside of the kitchen. There's a big difference in the temperatures that things need to be washed in for proper sanitation. There's also, it makes a big difference on the temperatures food is delivered, making sure that you're not harboring pathogens, and the storage of food and food products. All those things are part of what an infection preventionist really should be doing in the buildings. Being part of the risk assessment for construction. And a lot of times, the infection preventionist in the building isn't even brought to the table. Some of them don't even realize what their real role is and how even being part of painting, that's a routine thing that happens in facilities. It should have a risk assessment done to show exactly what needs to happen to make sure that there is no possibility of risk of infection going out to who's ever in the building, whether it's the staff, the residents, patients, or visitors. We're here to make sure that the total environment of care is safe. Regulatory compliance. I love regulatory compliance. We were talking life safety, like I said, environment of care, patient resident rights, all these things, medical staffing, making sure people are properly credentialed, making sure that competencies are done. Education in this world of healthcare is so important. You need to make sure that people have the proper education at the right time, and the standards will tell you it's upon hire and at least annually. And we also want to do it if we have a change in process. So education is huge. We take time to mentor leaders that are in their roles. A lot of people, there's such great turnover in healthcare right now that we really have people who aren't truly prepared for their role that are taking on roles because the role needs to be filled and they don't have anyone else to do it. So our goal is to come in and mentor them, be able to coach them up, give them the tools that they need to be successful as leaders and to be able to do the work that needs to be done. When we do that, that empowers them. You know, you're not there just to have people to be self-reliant on you as the consultant forever. That's not our goal. Our goal is to empower, to provide that education, to give them the tools that they need to continue to support them as they need so that they can make sure that the best care is being provided and that they're getting quality outcomes, that they're not seeing, patient harm events, that they're not seeing increased infection control issues, low hospital-acquired infections. We're really trying to make a difference in healthcare as a general. One of the things that I think makes it such a symbiotic relationship is we're their partners at that moment. When we come in, the goal is to partner. So whatever it is that's needed that we agree upon as our goals together, we're here to meet those goals. Unlike having somebody who's, somebody on the inside who is overwhelmed and this and that, and you're putting goals upon their FTE, right? So that they can meet whatever goals that you have. Well, we function a little differently. We're saying, you go ahead, do what you would normally do your job the way you would normally do. We're going to come in, we're going to be those extra eyes, we're going to be the extra hands that are needed. And if we don't achieve the goals that we, the organization, as well as our company, achieve together, if we don't achieve those goals, then we've gone in at risk to the point of you would get money back, a return on the investment that you did make. And I'm very proud to say, though we have put that into the contract, and people tend to get a sense of, it empowers them to be able to make a decision that they feel like, okay, we feel like either which way we're going to win. But the beauty of it all is we're all winning, because as an organization, we haven't had to return any money back because of our commitment to our clients. We want to see them win. We want to see them meet their goals. And in doing that, everything is, it's a beautiful relationship. I was at a facility not that long ago, and the ADO went there. She had on so many hats, it wasn't even funny. She was doing that. She was working with staffing. They had an issue in the facility. They were working on that, and they didn't have any time to do her normal infection control activities. And when I showed up, and we had our little conversation and did our little quick huddle, and she says, well, what do you need for me to do? And I explained to her, you sit back and you do what you were doing before I got here. Let me do what I do. Went through, I did my normal process. I'm consistent with my mock surveys. Our team does not, like I said, we are proactive. So we want to see everything and give that just-in-time training, put whatever it is into the system if it needs to be fixed on the engineering side, or let the people know in the report this is something that has to be replaced, because maybe that is one of those items, a big ticket item, and you can't just replace it, overnight. However, you have a plan in place. It is documented. We have a strategic, plan to take care of it. And you include it in your QAPI minutes, all of this. So when I give my report and I do my education with the team, I do one-on-one as I'm going through and I find things. However, before we leave, we also give the facility a report. We also do education, and then we report out to the QAPI committees and to the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee, because we do deal with antibiotic stewardship, making sure that all of the things that are supposed to be done, we're doing our timeouts for antibiotics when needed. If we're dealing with hospitals, we're looking at their infection control rates, their surgical site infection rates, reporting on doctors specifically so that they understand where they stand and that they can improve. It's you can't measure or change what you don't measure, right? You can't, if you don't have the data and you're not providing the data, the people don't know what they don't know. So we're here to make sure that we're that support system for them. And, the best part in my world is being able to sit back and look at clients, get those calls and say, state just left. We got 0 infection control tags. Everything that you had on the report, everything that you had fixed, all of those things were already done. And all we got were things that they had no control of at the time. And it's a wonderful feeling because, as an entrepreneur, your goal is to not just be there to support people, you want to have that wonderful outcome with your facilities and your organizations. Because what that does is, that's how I get my clients, is one person ends up speaking to another person, whether it's the DON, the administrators, the regionals, the CEOs. Healthcare, everyone talks, and word spreads when you're doing good work. And so you want to continue that good work, do it with integrity, and make sure that, like I said, that quality does not, that it doesn't fail. And you really, the commitment to making sure that the quality is always on point it's all about the patients. It's all about the residents. It's all about the staff, making sure that healthcare is a safe environment that people can go to, get what they need, and come out and, be in a better position than when they first got there. That is the goal. That is the goal. And so we have a strategic blueprint of how to get to that goal. And it, like I said, it does require for people to embrace the proactive approach. And everyone doesn't embrace it. Some people are very reactive. We have no problem showing up and assisting for reactive things, such as you just got through getting your survey and they found all of these things that now need to be corrected. Well, we have no problem answering that call as well. We're here for people to be able to be successful in their roles. But while we are doing the cleanup and the corrective actions and making sure that you have plans and processes in place to mitigate any risk of that happening again, you also want to start to definitely consider being proactive in your approach. Risk assessments, when we come through, if they're in healthcare, you will have failure opportunities, right? There's no getting around that. But you do a failure mode on high risk things that have the opportunity to highly impact the safety of the patients in your care and your clients. Working with physicians, I love working with physicians as well. Doctors' offices, sometimes people think, oh, well, in the healthcare infection control consultant role, you really wouldn't go to doctors' offices or, things like that. But if you are a female and you have gone for diagnostic ultrasound and they're using diagnostic probes, many of you don't question the fact that they're taking that probe and they're putting either a glove on it and they're utilizing it while they are, searching for whatever they need to search in that ultrasound. But those things truly are supposed to have high level sterilization, right? High level disinfection. So people don't understand sometimes how, little things can really affect the outcomes. And so we're here to make sure every setting of care that you receive health in, and you should do it with a sense of confidence, and that's what we're here to make sure is that you get a sense of confidence. And the last thing that we're passionate about is we're not just doing it inside of the buildings. So at JAD Infection Control Experts, we like to educate the public. Educate the public on what to expect. Educate the public on best ways of protecting themselves. And to incorporate good practices in infection prevention in your everyday life. And it's not hard to do. But if you don't know that that's what you should be doing, you can have a hard time in, maintaining the safety and the health of yourself, your family, your loved ones, your friends. During the year, there's specific holiday times where people are getting together and they're gathering. And every year you see the increase in, let's just say, COVID-19, because flu is seasonal. However, COVID-19 is year round. And understanding how you need to protect yourself, getting that out. We love to do community education, go to community fairs, and not just that. We've begun speaking in schools and, starting it off early, letting children and their parents know what they can do to make sure that they are as safe as possible. Because as a healthcare professional and as a healthcare consultant, especially in infection control, it's about the community. We want a safer community, and to do that, it takes all of us. So I specialize in making sure the facilities that you would visit are as safe as possible in all aspects. And I love what I do. I love being able to see, the relief on people's face when I walk in the door, knowing, okay, all right, she's got this. And knowing that the impact is going to be great. And I communicate with the residents and the patients and see exactly how things are going. And I'm able to give feedback to the staff and leadership and make sure that they understand their problem areas, opportunities for improvement. Leaders love to say, oh, this is a problem. No, this is an opportunity for improvement. Everywhere, you're always going to have opportunities for improvement. And if you really think you don't have opportunities for improvement, you're not looking at it with objective eyes. You're closed eyes and not wanting to see what's right there in front of you. And so we're here to keep our eyes wide open to make sure that quality care, quality outcomes, your star ratings, your age caps, all of these, people wonder how. Someone asked me the other day, how do age caps, well, those are the hospital, ratings and things like that. How does infection control impact that? Well, how satisfied do you really think your patient is going to be if they came to you because they had one problem and they should have been in and out, but they ended up staying for another 7 days because you gave them an infection while they were there. And then they had to deal with the course of antibiotics and what that did to their system and not being able to be home with their family and things like that. So it plays a big role. It plays a big role. And we want to be able to see the facilities win. We want to be able to see the facilities have greater outcome. The return on investment comes with the outcomes. You decrease your hospital-acquired infections, you increase your patient satisfaction, people will come to you. That's just how it goes. People will take the time and they will come through because your reputation for your organization is going up. It's not coming down. You all of these things, people have choices of where they can get health care at this time. So you really want to make sure that you're providing the best service. And at JAD Infection Control Experts, that's what we do. That's what we do. And I love what I do as the CEO, using everything that we have in our toolbox, employing the best of the consultants that are able to make the change. So if you ever wanted to come and see what we're a part of, you can always reach out to us on jadicc.com. And you can also reach out info@jadicc.com. And it's been my pleasure. Hi, Nikki.
Hi. What a fantastic, amazing conversation. Wow. Before we let you go, I do have a couple of questions I would like to ask you because this is such an important topic. If you don't mind, I know you have 31 years of experience.
Yes.
That's a lot of experience, a lot of credibility, accolades, work, all of that good stuff. But can you share with us a pivotal moment that you've had in your 31-year career that solidified your commitment to healthcare quality and compliance? Now, I know you touched on this a little bit, but can you expand on that, please?
I definitely can. It stemmed from a personal engagement. So my mother had a stroke and she had to go into the healthcare system. And I, at an early age, had to understand how to properly care for her and this and that, which got me into healthcare. However, my father ended up with prostate cancer, and he ended up being a patient at our facility, at one of the facilities that I was at. And some of the outcomes that he had as a patient made me double down and say, wait a minute, hold on a second. These things should never, ever happen. And what drove me even further was the fact that I had been talking to my staff at that point for about 10 years and treating everyone as if they were your family member.
Wow.
There should be no VIPs. There should be none. Because if we treated all of the patients in our care as if they were our loved one, then we know we're working unto God at that point, right? That's, I'm not ashamed of my faith. And I believe that if you're working from your heart and you're doing God's work, you're going to do the right thing by every patient. And so there should be no, okay, well, we got to take special care of this person or special care of that person. No, that everybody should be the same. When I go to a healthcare facility for treatment, I never give my title, what I do, what my history is. They don't know I'm in the nursing field. They don't know I'm in infection control. They don't know I'm in regulatory compliance.
Right.
They don't know. And I never told them. And the reason for that is I just watch. I watch. And I watch to see what happens when people don't know. And it's very interesting. It is so interesting because what you find is there are people who will treat you differently when they know. Right. And I happen to be, during my many years in nursing administration and the business side of it, I was actually getting care at a facility. And like I said, I never tell who, what I do and who I am or what my background is. And they were passing me from one unit to the next and giving a report. And the lady looked at me and she's like, "Miss Joy, is that you?" And the other nurse is like, "Oh, you know her?" She's like, "Yeah, she's my boss at my other job." And the whole experience changed from that moment forward, but it should never, right? So right. The care that I got afterwards, it was like, you're doing everything by the book. Well, you should have been doing everything by the book from day one. And so when I say being proactive and looking at processes that are happening, when people are not, not on the 9 to 5, maybe on an off shift, maybe on the weekend where all the department heads aren't there, looking at other departments. And it's not just nursing, it's all healthcare is one big field when you're looking at regulatory compliance and infection control. Everyone has their role. So for me, that's my journey as to where my passion comes from. I feel like everyone should be entitled to get wonderful, reliable healthcare, no matter the setting or their background.
I totally agree with you. Phenomenal answer, phenomenal feedback, phenomenal content. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's no better way to close out this segment. We want to thank you, Ms. Joy. We really want to thank you for all that you do and all the great work that you are giving to our communities, to our world, everything. Please let everyone know how they can reach you or your contact information.
Thank you. So you can reach us at info@jadicc.com, or you can go to our website, jadicc.com. And there's a wealth of information there and ways to contact us, and look forward to working with a lot more of you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Joy McMillan. We will see you on the other side.
On the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net, just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I traveled back and forth to DC because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
All right, all right. I am super excited to be your moderator today. We are the Black Business Network here, and today we are working on something phenomenal, something very phenomenal. So let me tell you a little bit about what we're doing here. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my notes here.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Good day, good day, good day. We are super excited here. We are working with the Black Business Expo, and I am your moderator today. Okay. Let me tell you a little bit about what we're doing. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities from all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a presentation today, and I have the opportunity to introduce this person to you today. Our next presenter is a highly sought after brand visibility strategist, public relations expert, and a professional speaker. With over 18 years of experience as the principal owner of the Image Brand Company and Nikki Curry Media Division, she specializes in transforming the visibility of solopreneurs and entrepreneurs, helping them thrive and get discovered in their chosen industries. As a recognized authority in media brand strategy, her work has been featured in top publications, from like Forbes, Entrepreneur, Inc. Nikki has also she's particularly passionate about empowering women of color in leadership roles, drawing from her experience as a former vice president of the Hampton Roads Black Media Professionals, which is an affiliate chapter of the National Association of Black Journalists, which is the largest Black media organization in the world. And she's also serving as the current role as the president of the Hampton Roads chapter of Black Brand. Please join me in welcoming me. I am going to be your presenter for the next few minutes here, and we're going to talk about something that's very important to me, and that is owning your spotlight. I want to tap into some of the things and my experience as far as being a media and PR specialist, brand strategist. I've worked with some of the top Fortune 500 companies, and I have learned a lot, and I still have a long way to go. But I want to share some information with you on owning your spotlight, claiming your spotlight. So hopefully this will be something that you will enjoy. So what is visibility and publicity? What visibility is the point of marketing. It's a marketing strategy, and it helps you with doing the right things as far as activities that will help you find your position and earn your spotlight in the marketplace. Now, being a professional, doing that kind of thing, it starts with the mindset. It really starts with the mindset. It helps you to understand that you deserve to be in the spotlight. Now, a lot of people choose not to seek visibility, or they choose not to seek publicity because they don't think they should be seen. They don't think they should be acknowledged. So here's what I want to talk about. Visibility plus publicity equals profitability, which is brand awareness. Allow me to ask you these questions. Do people really know you exist? Are you positioning yourself for success? Are you working smarter, not harder? Have you set goals to accomplish your desired outcomes? That's what the right visibility can do for you, okay? So here are some tips I would like to share as far as visibility is concerned, but I really want to tap into the public relations side. Getting media opportunities, expanding your message and your platform using a built-in audience, which is called the media. So before I do that, let's talk about visibility. What is visibility? Like I said earlier, it's a place to really showcase who you are and who you serve. A lot of people tap into their why. Why do you do this? Why do you do that? Why do you want to be seen? Why do you want to be known? My thought process on that is it's not enough to just be seen or to be known. You really need to be worth knowing. People really need to know what you offer, what you can do, what problems do you solve? And that's the number one question I ask my clients. What problems do you solve? What solutions are you bringing to the table? And visibility can help you get that message out. There's so many different types of visibility strategies that you can use. Most people don't think about doing newsletters. That's a visibility strategy I have my clients do. Placing a newsletter, like if you have a email list, you should create a newsletter for your company, for your email list. Anyone that has given you their contact information, that means that they really want to be a part of your community. How are you nurturing them? How are you serving them? Are you giving them what they need? You can send out tips and information through your newsletter, right? And one of the best places, visibility strategy that I absolutely love, CEOs, bosses, founders, all of you all that are mission-driven messengers, you really should be placing your information, creating your visibility strategy on LinkedIn, okay? Do something unorthodox. If you are in the industry, like for food, if you're a personal chef or celebrity chef or a caterer, something like that, go to your local comedy club. These are just little strategies most people don't think about, and I just want to share some things with you. Go to your local comedy club and give them, ask them, can you provide food, like small dishes or tastings, things that you can do for the celebrity comedians that are coming to the area. Like here in my area, we have the Funny Bone. So every well-known comedian and every local comedian, aspiring comedian, they would love the opportunity to be at the Funny Bone. So if they get booked at the Funny Bone, I have some of my clients that are in the food service business, or they are caterers or celebrity chefs or personal chefs. I have them ask, or I ask on their behalf, can they bring in food for the comedians? And it works because guess what? The comedians gives them a shout out on their social media platforms. Thousands and millions of viewers and people. This is how you spread your visibility. This is how you spread awareness about what you do, okay? So another thing that you can do to increase your visibility is be strategic on social media. Yeah, we all know that social media is here to stay. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. What are you doing with your time? Are you spending 6 hours a day scrolling on Facebook? I have nothing against Facebook, not really. But are your people over there, are your people looking for the solution that you provide on Facebook? Or are they on another social media platform? A lot of times we've been told in marketing that we should be on all platforms, doing all kind of things. I mean, just spreading ourselves thin. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt and the hat. I now believe, and I have proven this to myself and to my clients, that if you strategically spend your time increasing your visibility on the right social media platform, it will give you a better return on your investment, on your time. It will put more money in your bank account, all of that good stuff. Business owners, we spend so much time working in our business, then sometimes we forget to work on our business. Visibility and publicity, PR, is one of the quickest ways to enhance your brand platform. Do something strategic with your time and your marketing strategy as far as visibility. Okay, so I just wanted to touch on visibility a little bit before I go into the publicity side, which is, that's a beast itself, but it is needed. It helps increase your market share. It helps increase your mind share as far as people knowing about you. Visibility comes before publicity. So what is PR? What is public relations? And this is a big umbrella of things. You have so many things underneath the public relations field. And I've been doing it for, It says 18 years, but technically over 20 years. And we all do public relations, whether we know it or not. When you walk out of your house, you're doing a form of public relations. When you have a Zoom or you're on a virtual summit like this, when you're doing something like this, you are presenting yourself to the public. You are building your public. You are building your audience, because guess what? Your brand doesn't belong to you. It belongs to those that perceives your brand. Let me say that again. Your brand does not belong to you. It belongs to those that see you as a solution provider. So what does that mean? That means that you can't control my perception of you as a brand. You just can't. But you can control what I see in you as a brand, what you put out there. You can only control what you put out there. So branding and public relations goes hand in hand. It really does. It is the voice. Public relations helps elevate and escalate your brand. So PR is human relations. It can also help organizations find their true story. Every personal brand, every company, organization, nonprofits, I'm telling you, work on your story, work on your story, work on your story, work on your cause. People will buy into your vision when they understand the backstory, when they understand why you're doing what you're doing, okay? The other thing is that publicity often involves the media attention. Now, a lot of us, we don't care for the media attention. We don't want to be seen. We don't want to be, on TV, radio. We're afraid. Speaking is a form of public relations, is a form of visibility. It's one of the number one ways to get your brand out there. And it is one of the number one ways for the media to get the media's attention because they do a vetting process. They're looking for content on a daily basis. I talk to producers and journalists and writers and editors almost every day. And they're telling me about the lack of content in some industries. Every industry deserves PR. Every industry deserves visibility and awareness, but you just have to create the right kind of visibility and awareness. Why is it important? It helps raise your awareness about your business. It builds your identity. It builds credibility. And PR helps you reach a broader audience. So that's really the way you do it. Media has a built-in audience. They have an audience that most of us would never see. Most TV stations have millions and millions of viewers. If you can tap into 10% of their built-in audience and community, these are people that are up early in the morning watching their morning shows. They're up late at night watching their evening shows or night shows. These people, everything has a brand, and all of us think about it. I don't know how you consume your news. I don't know where you get your news from, but I can tell you this, there's a reason why you watch the news where you watch the news. Where you consume the news, you have your favorite station, or you have your favorite blog or whatever on social media. If you go to your phone and you look at your phone, there are things running throughout your phone. If you Google something, something's going to pop up and you're going to go, oh, that's where I get my information from. That's what I was looking for. That's public relations. Okay. Here's some of the myths about public relations or PR and the media. And this just breaks my heart every time I hear stuff like this, and I hear it all the time from clients and from people I know, and people I know deserve to be on higher platforms. They deserve to be sharing their message with the world. People believe that you have to be a celebrity or you have to be well known. No, that's a myth. That's a misconception. Don't believe the lies. Don't believe the hype. You do not have to be a celebrity. It's nice if you are an authority in your field, and everyone can be a subject matter expert or an authority in their field with the right work. When you put the right work in, you can definitely be an authority in your field. Some people think that you have to have a lot of contacts. Not true. Now, because I've been doing this for so long, I do have a lot of contacts. I do, and I pride myself not only on the contacts, but the relationships. I'm all about doing business with the right relationships. I know people in every walks of life. Yes, I work with celebrities. Yes, I work with industry celebrities, but that doesn't mean anything if the relationships are not there. We are in the business of building relationships, okay? Some people think that you have to have a whole lot of media experience. No, you do not. I have booked people that are professional speakers. They have done all kind of work. They have received all kind of awards, and they have just had their very first radio show, or they had their very first radio interview. They are just getting onto television. Some of them have doctor behind their name. Some of them have all kind of degrees and accolades and a pedigree that would blow your mind, but they never had media attention because they didn't think they deserved it. And I beg to differ. And that's my job. That's my job. I work with the underdogs of the world, mostly women, but I do have a few smart men in my arsenal here, and I'm so proud and honored to be working with them. So we can dispel some of these myths, okay? Now, when it comes to working with the media, and there are different types of media, but most people don't know what they are, and that's why they have a hard time getting into the media. There's a thing called the PESO model, PESO, and it's an acronym, I would say, and it stands for P is for the paid media. You all know about that, where you buy ads or you pay for the opportunity to be in a magazine. Be careful with that. And then, or you paying for a spot, advertising spot or whatever, that doesn't look like an ad, but it looks like a commercial, something where you're educating people on the media. So that's paid media, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as it's done correctly. The E stands for earned media, and that's what I specialize in. Earned media, this is where the magic is made. You know, this is where you earn the right to be on TV. You earn the right to be in Forbes. You earn the right to be in the Wall Street Journal, 700 Club. You earn the right because of your credibility, your authority, your experience, and the way you solve problems. Earned media is one of the best ways to increase your brand awareness, to increase your visibility. And as a speaker, all speakers should be in the media at some point, because this is only going to elevate your platform. Now, some experts don't agree with that, but I think that's a form of speaking. Media is a form of speaking. Media is a form of educating others. We are mission-driven messengers. And for those of us that are considered subject matter experts, visionary leaders, thought leaders, you should be tapping into your local media first, and then the regional media, and then national. I've had many local stories to go from local media to national. It just happened to me a couple of weeks ago. One of my clients, we did a major event, and it was just phenomenal. That particular local interview, we did several interviews, but that particular interview ended up on Yahoo Finance, MSN, all of the news stations, the newspapers. Don't forget about the newspapers. Let me talk about that. Earned media, they're looking for your content. And every newspaper more than likely has a community newspaper. Most people don't think about that. So like in my area, we have the 7 cities. I'm in Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach, Virginia area. We have the 7 cities. There are 7 cities: Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Newport News, blah, blah, blah. And more than likely, every one of those cities have their own community newspaper. They cater to their communities, their local communities. So they have content, they have newspapers, they have information like that. Contact those people and let them know you have something great to share. If you have an event coming up, don't ask them to give you earned media just because you have an event coming up, but tell them why this is going to help their readers, why this is going to help their listeners or their viewers. That's what the media is there for. They don't care that you have an event. They don't care if you have a new doorknob. They don't care that you want to create press releases. Yes, you think it's notable, you think it's exciting, you think it's newsworthy, but not necessarily. Give them the meat and potatoes of why this is important and why they should run it. And I'm telling you, they will, because they're looking for that information. Okay. So that was the P and the E. Let's talk about the S. The S is for shared media. Shared media is where you actually create the content and you're sharing it and you're posting it on social media. Business owners, entrepreneurs, please be careful with your shared media. Please be very careful. Be intentional about what you're sharing in your social media platforms, because other people will share that. The media itself, traditional media, will come to your social media accounts and do their vetting process. They will look at your information and say, she looks like an expert or he looks like an expert. Let me scroll down. I'm telling you, they do it every single day. But if you have confusing messaging out there as far as what you're sharing, if you're doing 10 different things, you say you're an author, you're a speaker, but you make baskets and you run another kind of business, that's confusing. Sometimes they're looking for subject matter experts in a particular area. I always tell people, when you're starting out with the media process, get known for something specific. Be very specific about what you're sharing in the shared media. But I can talk all day about that, but I'm not. Let me go to the last letter, O, for own media. Own media is what you own. It's what you're putting out there, your website, your blogs, your newsletter, and how you're distributing that throughout. It's what you own. Everyone should be writing, business owners. And I'm going to say this, TV is not for everyone, and I believe that. I believe it's based on who you are, who you serve, and your personality. Like I'm a between a D and an I personality, so TV and all that stuff doesn't bother me, even though I'm in the background. I'm making it happen for others. But some of you should be writing. Some of you are great writers, but you don't write. You feel like no one wants to hear what you have to say. No one wants to read, but I promise you, publications are not dead. Digital publications are not dead. Newspapers are not dead. They need you. Some of you need to be contributing writers to your local media. And I promise you that would help elevate your platforms. And I hope this is making sense to you all. Okay, I want to move on and talk about how to get some of this media opportunity. There's a thing in my industry, in my world, when it comes to the public relations stuff, I'm also versed in reputation management and crisis management. I know where the bodies are buried, but we're not going to talk about that today. How to get the media's attention. It's not always easy, but it's not hard. It just takes a little bit of work. And I want to give you a couple of tips in how to do that. Like I said earlier, every community start with your local newspapers, your local TV station, your local radio stations. Your TV stations have various segments throughout the day. They have to fill this information with content. And if they're not getting it from you, they're going to call a person like me, a professional like me. But most of the time, 90% of the time, they're getting their news from either the law enforcement. If it bleeds, it leads. They're going to go to the law enforcement first. They're the police. They're going to see what's going on, breaking news. And then they're going to get their stories from people like me. Because why? People like you, our regular folks, our subject matter experts, you all are not reaching out to the media outlets. They would rather talk to you than me. They know I have a story, or I will find a story, because we're going to help them fill that airtime. And I do it every single day. I do it every single day. There's so many different opportunities out there. Contact your people. Another way to do it is they have TV calendars. Most TV stations, news outlets, they have calendars, event calendars, where you can post your information up there. If you have an upcoming event, I don't care if it's a virtual event or an in-person event, you can post that information up there. And the SEO value that you receive from up there is amazing. It's amazing, okay? You can also do some guest posting. If there are some people that you love their content and they're writing stuff, even the magazines, I write for several different blogs and media outlets. I'm a guest poster. I share my expertise there, okay? And here are some of the ways that you can reach out to these people, or the angles I like to use. Some of my favorite PR angles, we call these angles news angles. And one of them is called using the awareness calendar. There's an awareness calendar that has every holiday, every awareness day, every whatever day, rubber duck day, National Donut Day. Come on, y'all. Y'all have seen this stuff. If you go to Google right now, I promise you there's something in the middle of the page that says, today is National Whatever Day, okay? There's something happening every month, almost every day. And the way to find out what's happening as far as awareness days and holidays, go to www.nationaltoday.com. It's a calendar. It's It's one of my favorite calendars. I use about 17 different calendars, and there's some crossover there. Nationaltoday.com. It would give you a breakdown of every awareness day, what it stands for, when it was started, originated, all of that good stuff, right? That's one PR angle I use on a regular basis, definitely on a regular basis. And another angle that I love, and I'm just going to share two with you, newsjacking. Newsjacking is talking about what's already going on in the news, right? It's your point of view. In order for the media to be interested in you, they're going to have to see three things in you without even thinking about it. You need to have that credibility. You need to have that point of view, right? Your perspective on something. And a lot of times, some things that are already happening in the news, that's when you can do what we call newsjacking, right? Okay. Uh-oh. Did I go over? I'm sorry. All right. So newsjacking is a great way to get your point of view out there. Okay. So I just want to give you all to share some little tips with you all now to help you get out there in the media. I'm going to close this segment. Thank you for having me. If you would like to reach out to me, connect with me on LinkedIn, which is another visibility strategy I use. It's called Nikki Curry Media. I'm on LinkedIn. Or you can go pull one of my documents. I have 20 visibility tips. Go to Linktree, linktr.ee/Nikki Curry. And
prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.